Hey everyone, welcome back to WonderGod. Today we will see what if Harry Potter left Hogwarts and rejected Dumbledore's plans. Here is short summary. After discovering Dumbledore's manipulation, Harry leaves Hogwarts with Hermione for America. There, they find new allies, and Harry trains for the inevitable battle with Voldemort, on his own terms. But before we begin, if you enjoy stories like this, make sure to subscribe to WonderGod and share it with your friends, because it really helps the channel grow. Now, let's begin the story. After the chaotic events surrounding Voldemort's return, Harry Potter found himself questioning everything he had been told, especially by Dumbledore. The truth of the manipulations and the secret agenda set in motion by the wizarding world made Harry uneasy and disillusioned. But there was one thing he was sure of: he had the power to change his life. And with Hermione by his side, he was ready to do just that. Harry had decided against returning to Hogwarts, and the Dursleys were no longer a concern. The only family Harry had now were the Grangers, who treated him with love and kindness, something Harry had always craved but never truly experienced. He'd spent the summer with Hermione and her family, bonding in ways he never thought possible. Theme parks, trips to the beach, and shopping for clothes, simple things, but to Harry, they felt like a dream come true. When Harry's lawyer had sent the brochure for the Salem Institute in America, it felt like a sign. The school seemed like the perfect escape, and with the possibility of Sirius's will emancipating him, Harry knew it would soon be time to take control of his own destiny. No more manipulations. No more restrictions. Just a new life waiting for him. Hermione, always by his side, had been more than supportive. She, too, was tired of the politics at Hogwarts and was eager for a change. The Grangers, now aware of the wizarding world's deeper secrets, were more than happy to welcome Harry into their family. Together, they planned for Harry's emancipation and their eventual departure to America. The summer seemed to fly by in a whirlwind of new experiences, but one moment stood out in Harry's mind: an evening where he took all of Dudley's old clothes, the ones that had been forced upon him throughout his childhood, and set them on fire in the Grangers' garden. It was a symbolic gesture, one of freedom, and Harry couldn't help but laugh as the clothes burned. As the flames danced in the twilight, Hermione joined him, giving him an amused smile. "What do you think of the clothes burning and barbecue event?" Michael Granger joked from the side, holding tongs over the flames like a professional chef. "It's perfect," Harry responded with a grin, feeling the weight of years of shame and neglect burn away with every piece of clothing that disappeared into the flames. As the night carried on with laughter and the smell of sizzling food, Harry felt lighter than he had in years. He had no idea what the future would bring, but for the first time, it didn't matter. He was finally free. Free from the Dursleys, free from the manipulations of the wizarding world, and free to create a new life alongside the family he had always dreamed of. And for Harry, that was enough. The next day was the day of the reading, so Harry and Hermione got up a little early, no real problem for Harry, and got ready for the day. The Grangers took Harry and Hermione into London, and on impulse asked the adult Grangers to come in with him. "I still say they look like Fergie," Michael said to Jane. "I don't think it would be wise to say that to their faces," she replied. Harry went up to a teller and spoke. "I'd like to see my family account manager, please," he said. "Who are you?" asked the goblin. "If you've never seen me before, you worthless excuse for a living breathing thing, you'd know that I'm Harry Potter," Harry said, and showed the goblin the scar. It nearly dropped through the floor in shock and then led Harry and the Grangers into a very large office. Many people waited for the will, including the Weasley family, Draco Malfoy and his mother Narcissa, Tonks and two adults he assumed were her parents, Remus Lupin and, not unexpectedly, Albus Percival Wulfric Brian Dumbledore. "Harry, my dear boy," Dumbledore started the convocation, "may I say how nice it is to see you?" And the smile was present on his face once more. Harry was very tempted to punch the headmaster in the jaw, and he strongly suspected that the Weasley twins would join in. "Thank you, Professor," Harry said. "I wish it was on better business that we met," and Dumbledore seemed to accept that. "I see that Miss Granger is with you, and I see that they must be her parents," the headmaster said, and Harry nodded. "What did you get left, Scarhead?" asked Draco from the corner of the room he was in. "Draco, be silent," his mother hissed, and he did so at once. Both Malfoys knew that Harry could kill at a will reading without any sort of punishment whatsoever. Harry and Hermione refused to speak to the Weasley family except the twins and also Tonks and her family. Her dad, Ted, was a bus driver working for London Transport, while her mother worked writing fiction books for both Wizarding and Muggle worlds. Her Muggle name was J.K. Rowling, but it turned out that Andromeda, Tonks's mother's real name, hadn't done that well, and so she stayed mainly in the Wizarding world. "You may enter," said a booming voice. Everyone got up and went into a large office with wooden furniture, some nice tapestries hanging off the walls. Harry went storming in and took the closest 4 seats for himself, Hermione, Michael and Jane. The door behind the desk opened and Harry looked to see Griphook. He said with surprise and pleasure mixing in his voice. "You recognize me, Mr. Potter?" asked Griphook. "I will never forget the second goblin I met with," Harry replied, and Griphook gave a kind of half-smile. "Indeed," he said, and then sat down behind his desk and opened up a large bundle of parchment. The bundle contained many different folders and Harry assumed that they contained some kind of information for everyone. "This is the reading of the will of Sirius Orion Black. All those present in the room have been asked to come, the exceptions being Mr. and Mrs. Granger, who are attending at Mr. Potter's request," and Griphook paused to open a drawer and he took out a pensieve that he placed on the desktop. "Mr. Black left his will in the form of a recording which I will now play," and Griphook knocked 3 times on the top of the pensieve before a ghostly image of Sirius appeared in the room. Harry and Hermione thought strongly of holograms from Star Trek. "If you are seeing this, then it means I'm dead. I hope it was impressive, not crossing the road or an incident with a toaster. Well, now for the formal stuff, I guess," and Sirius's image frowned before pressing on. "I, Sirius Orion Black, being of no sound mind and reasonable judgment, do hereby make the following dispositions regarding my assets," and the image turned towards each of the named people in turn, but in no particular order it seemed. "To the Weasley family, I leave the sum of 100,000 galleons on condition that Fred and George Weasley pranked Percival Weasley for 1 whole week," and Harry swore, the twins starting to plot. "To my sister, Narcissa, I leave all of my dirty washing plus some obscene pictures of myself. She must carry these with her for 1 month so that she may collect a sum of 300,000 galleons." Harry, Hermione and the twins tried very hard not to laugh at Mrs. Malfoy. "To Remus Lupin, I leave the sum of 100,000 galleons on the condition that he buys himself some decent clothes and gets a haircut. To Fred and George Weasley, I leave them each the sum of 200,000 galleons in the name of pranking. I also leave the pair all of my notes so that they may create fun all over the country. To dear nephew Draco, I leave all of the sum of 10,000 galleons in trust until he turns 21. To my sister Andromeda and niece Nymphadora, I reinstate you both into the Black family and give you everything that you are owed. To my brother-in-law Ted, I leave you a fleet of buses comprising of 3 Routemasters, 2 Leyland Olympians and 4 Plaxton Tiger coaches. To Hermione Jane Granger I leave the sum of 500,000 galleons, the entire library in Grimmauld Place as well as instruction in taking care of Harry for me," and the image turned slightly to look at Dumbledore. "I don't think this is going to go well," Harry whispered to Hermione, who nodded in silent agreement. To Albus Dumbledore, I leave the sum of 45 galleons, an unclean toilet and orders to stop interfering with Harry's life. And Dumbledore would have killed Sirius if he had not been already dead, but he managed to keep his calm. The ghostly image of Sirius turned once more to face towards Harry. To Harry James Potter, I leave everything else. The Black Fortune, all of the houses that I own, several graphic pensive memory recordings, and instructions to have a good life. I also emancipate Harry as Dumbledore should have done some time ago. Knowing Harry as I do, you have something planned, so go and do it. I only have one more thing to say," and the image turned round to face Tonks again. "Nymphadora," and the image gave her the finger before it vanished before Tonks could say a word. Griphook went round and gave everyone folders before they left the room. Harry and the Grangers however remained seated as Harry had to sign some papers concerning his emancipation. After that was done, Harry thought for a moment before speaking to Griphook. "How do I transfer the ownership of a property?" he asked the goblin. "You simply state the fact whilst inside the house, and name the person you want to transfer ownership to. That person must be present at the change of ownership charm," Griphook added, and Harry nodded before he and the Grangers left for something to eat. After that, came the trip to the ministry to file papers to be Hermione's magical guardian. He had discovered that Dumbledore was Hermione's only on word of mouth. No actual evidence could be found, other than that which had his signature on. After that, the Grangers and Harry returned to the Granger home so that he could start sending messages. Harry had decided to turn in early, and he went upstairs to sleep. This gave Michael and Jane the chance they needed to speak with Hermione. "Exactly why do you want to go to another school?" asked her father. "Is it because of the fact that you like him?" asked her mother. "You'll be a long way away from us for visits," she added. Hermione thought about her answer before replying. "Where Harry goes, I will follow," the bushy-haired teen said to her parents. "I will follow him wherever he may go. And near him I always will be, for nothing can keep me away, he is my destiny. I will follow him. Ever since he touched my heart I knew, there isn't an ocean too deep or mountain so high it can keep me away from his love," Hermione finished passionately. "That was all we wanted to know," said her parents, and they said that she had better get to sleep as the owls would be arriving early from America in the morning, as they would be finding out if they had been given entry to the Salem Institute or not. "Harry." Hermione came bursting into the room where Harry had only just finished dressing. "We got letters from Salem," and Hermione handed Harry his letter. "What's yours say?" asked Harry. "I've been accepted," his girlfriend replied. "I've not," Harry said. "What?" Hermione said loudly. "How could they?" And then she saw Harry grinning at her. "Gotcha," he said, and then looked at her. "I've been accepted. It says that someone will be here today at noon. He will tell us stuff about the institute better than the brochure and answer any questions we have about the place," and then the two went down for a big breakfast. "I take it that you got accepted?" asked Jane. "We both did," Harry said. "It seems that someone is going to visit here today," he added, and passed his letter over to the Grangers, and Hermione did the same. "We are doing the right thing, right?" Hermione said to Harry. "Of course," Harry replied, and then leaned over to kiss her on the cheek. Hermione blushed before starting on her bacon, tomatoes, sausages, beans, mushrooms, hash browns, fried bread and orange juice. Hermione liked her breakfast quite a bit, Harry had discovered over the years. "As long as I don't go back to Hogwarts, then I'm fine with it all," Harry said, and he tucked into an identical plate of what Hermione was demolishing. Harry and the Grangers sat watching films while they waited for the visitor from Salem. He came during the afternoon just as they watched Robin Hood, Prince of Thieves. Harry had his arm around Hermione, but it snapped away from her before he went for his wand. "Who are you?" he asked the tall black man who had appeared in the middle of the living room. "I'm Deputy Principal Michael Dorn. My apologies for entering your house like this, but your lawyer did say that it was important I was not seen entering the building," said the man who was dressed in robes with a yellow top and black bottom. He looked at Harry, who was putting his wand away. "You're from the Salem Institute?" Hermione asked, and Dorn nodded. "Yes," he said, "and I'm here to tell you more about the place and answer any questions you might have for me," and Hermione was the first to ask a question. "What can you tell us about the school?" she asked. "It is not as big as Hogwarts, and therefore holds fewer students in total. We hold about 1/2 the total numbers at Hogwarts. We find that it makes better lessons for everyone if we have smaller classes. The school itself was completely rebuilt several years ago and can take non-magical technology," and Hermione and Harry were impressed by that little bit of news from Dorn. "What sort of stuff will work?" Harry asked. "Videos, TVs, stereos," Dorn said. "I'm going to buy a bigger trunk," Harry said suddenly. "Why?" asked a puzzled Hermione. "I'm bringing my Star Trek collection with me," Harry said. "Right," Hermione laughed. "What lessons do you teach at the Institute?" she asked Dorn. "We teach the same basics that you would get at Hogwarts. Everyone has to do potions, transfiguration, history of magic, defense against the dark arts and herbology," Dorn said. "We also teach Muggle studies, care of magical creatures, ancient runes, divination, though that is a very small class, and astronomy," and Harry raised an eyebrow. "That's an optional?" he asked. "Yes," Dorn said, "I hold that there is no need to study the stars. NASA does that job quite correctly. There are few other optionals such as wizarding government, but I don't think that that will apply to you. I would imagine that you will be wanting to return to the UK after finishing your education," and Hermione and Harry nodded. "We just want to get away from Albus Dumbledore," Hermione said, I'm sure you know our reasons why, and Dorn nodded. I was told of them, yes, he said. The man handed over 2 pieces of parchment from his robes which looked like the lists they had to choose from at the end of second year. As it is close to the new term you will have to choose now, Dorn added. How many? Asked Harry. You may pick at least 2, Dorn said, though most pick at least 3, and Harry nodded. We'll go in the kitchen, Hermione said, and she and Harry left her parents to talk to Dorn while she and Harry went to the kitchen to talk about subjects. So what do we take? Harry asked his girlfriend. They discussed every option that they could take, except wizarding government. We should take Muggle studies. We'd do that easily as we both got raised as them, Hermione replied, and I think we should take magical creations class. It says here that you can design and make anything magical, and Harry agreed. I know that Guy said most took at least 3, but I think that we should stick with 2. That way we have more time settle in, Harry said, and he and Hermione filled in the subjects they wished to take. They went back into the living room where they handed back the pieces of parchment to Dorn, who put them in his robes. After much more discussion, Dorn left. Harry and Hermione contemplated leaving home. The letters from Hogwarts came later that afternoon, and each felt a little bulgy in the envelopes which they arrived in. Harry looked at Hermione before casting a spell on it to check for any jinxes and curses. After he found none on either of the letters, Harry opened his carefully. As well as the lists for all of the books for that year, there was also a small letter for him. Dear Mr. Potter, may I say again how sorry I am about Sirius's death, and that I very much regret it occurred. After the return of Tom Riddle, you will understand when I request that you do not enter Hogsmeade this year, as the danger to you will be great. This is only a request though, so you do not have to follow it. You will have to be trained more and more this year, so I request that you sever all friendships except the one to Miss Granger. With her, you will have to limit the amount that you have to talk to her. This is because of the fact that you will have almost no spare time after the training I shall give you. This sadly means that you will not be able to play Quidditch this year, so you will hand in your Quidditch robes. However, I am making you a prefect due to the hard work you will be doing with me this year. I am sure that you will see my point of view, and hope to hear from you confirming everything that I have said. Albus Dumbledore, First Class Chief Warlock Supreme Mugwump. The crazy old bastard, Harry said, actually telling me that I have to cut ties with everyone except Hermione, and that I must stop talking to her so much, and he shook his head. And as for ordering me to hand over my Quidditch robes, I pay for those robes and not him, and he fell silent as Hermione looked up from her letter. I agree with what you said, Harry, she told him. What does yours say? Harry asked his girlfriend. He says that I have to cut down talking to you on account of you training to be a weapon to defeat evil, and that I should start thinking of being friends with Ron Weasley more than I normally am. Hermione looked at Harry. I think he is telling me to be Ron's girlfriend, and Harry exploded. Well, if he wants to try that, let him. He said hotly, I've an idea that will allow me to tell everyone at Hogwarts what Dumbledore has done to my life, and he spoke of his plan to Hermione. I thought, she said slowly, that I was the clever one, after Harry had explained his plan. I wish I could see the look on Dumbledore's face, Harry said. But we will be on our way to America by then, and Hermione wondered how they would be going there in the first place. If we take a long-distance portkey from the Ministry, then they will surely tell Dumbledore of our departure, and Harry again outshone her that day. We take Concord, he said simply. It is at least 6 hours behind us in New York, then all we have to do is to catch a connecting flight to as close as possible to Salem, and then work our way from there. If we see magical people in New York, then we can simply ask them to direct us to a point where we can get to their ministry, or whatever they call it in the States, and Hermione agreed it was a good plan. They threw the letters in the fireplace just as Hermione's parents came in. The pair explained to them what had happened, and told the adults that Harry and Hermione would still be going to the Salem Institute. There would be a few things needed, like Harry getting a passport, and Hermione needing some new swimming outfits. This proved to be far more than just an average shopping trip, however, for the two teenagers. Personally, I like all 3 choices, Harry said in reply to Hermione's latest question. Hermione beamed before going back into the changing room to go back to her regular clothes. Harry looked around the shop as he suspected that members of the Order of the Phoenix had been following him and Hermione round the shopping center. For one short moment, he thought he had seen Nymphadora Tonks. Hermione came out a few minutes later with all the things she wanted to buy. They paid for the items at the checkout and then went to join Hermione's parents at the lifts. Harry looked over his shoulder and was now convinced that he, and possibly Hermione as well, had been followed all over the place, and Harry was beginning to get mad. "Something up?" Hermione asked him. "I think Tonks is following us," Harry replied in a low whisper. Hermione looked behind them to see that Tonks was indeed about 100 feet away from me. The pair told Michael and Jane about their tale, and so they left at once. Harry was furious that Dumbledore was following him around like he needed guarding all the time. This was one of the reasons he was glad he would be leaving Hogwarts. He could actually not have the chance of having a year without being nearly killed. Hermione shared his sentiments, and also hoped that Harry could have a normal school year. That evening, after dinner, the Grangers and Harry sat in the living room and thought about a film to watch. "It is your turn, Harry," Hermione said. "I want a comedy," he replied, "but not a modern thing. I'm in the mood for a classic cheesy laughter sort of a film," and he thought about it for some time before a slow smile spread over his face. "I take it you have one?" asked Jane. "Yes," Harry said, "it's become a firm favorite of mine, and not a Star Trek film either," he added. "Oh," said Hermione, "what is it then?" she asked her boyfriend. "You'll see," Harry told her, and he went over to the video library, pulled one out, took it out of the case and put in the video player. After a few moments, the unmistakable sounds of the title music to On the Buses filled the room. Harry loved it very much as he found the comedy so easy to predict and the script was cheesy. That was why he liked it so much, as it was two guys sticking it to the bosses and living life in the 60s. Harry privately wondered what Hermione would look like in an extremely short skirt or dress. They watched the other two films in the series, and then went off to bed. As they parted at Hermione's bedroom door, she and Harry kissed each other goodnight. They wished they could sew the look on Dumbledore's face when he discovered what Harry had got the Daily Prophet to do with their front page tomorrow evening. As it was, they would be well on their way to the Salem Institute. Harry woke the next day bright and early, showered and dressed, and then made his way down to the kitchen where Hermione was already up. "Morning, Harry," she said, and gave him a kiss on the cheek. "I thought that I would make breakfast today," and Harry's face maintained the smile it had before. That's nice," he said. Hermione picked up the hesitation in his words, and turned to face him. "I know I am not a good cook or anything, but I've been reading some books on the subject and so I thought of giving it a go," Hermione said, and went back to the bacon and eggs she was frying. A second pan held some Cumberland sausages and Harry smiled as she knew they were his favorite type. Because of the fact that the Institute could take some non-magical items, Harry was bringing a small fridge and a few days' supply of them. "I think hay will be brilliant," Harry said to her. "Really?" she asked of him. "You don't have to eat it if you don't want to," Hermione added. Harry decided to tease his girlfriend a little, as was his right. "Of course I'll eat them," he told her. "I'm a Gryffindor. We're supposed to face danger bravely," and Hermione glared at him before she burst into giggles. As they sat and had breakfast, the pair discussed what they would be doing that day. Harry wondered about anyone trying to stop him from leaving the country, whereas Hermione was wondering about if she had got enough books with her. Harry had already brought her 2 large interior trunks for her books. Was it too late to get another one? Michael and Jane came down to see that Harry had indeed survived Hermione's cooking and asked for some themselves. Hermione looked as pleased as Punch at the request and set to work on cooking the food. After they had all finished, Harry and Hermione went upstairs for the trunks. This took less than 5 minutes to do as the pair shrunk them to fit better in the car. The garage had only enough space for one car until Harry paid for a large extension to allow it to fit a few more cars in. Not including the Granger family car, a Ford Mondeo, a Jaguar, Land Rover and Datsun Prairie sat inside. There was also a Austin Maestro taking pride of place in the middle of the expanded garage. It was painted in dark apple green, with the outside done with tiny little red trimmings. When asked why he wanted one of those, Harry shrugged and said that he liked the look of it. Hermione was sure he liked it because it provided the best possible snogging space in the back. If she was correct, then the girl was not going to complain at all. "All done?" asked Jane as she slipped into the driver's seat. "All ready," Harry replied as he fastened his seat belt. He had remarked on several occasions that he didn't need to wear one as he would simply create a shield for other cars to bounce off of. Both adult Grangers had refused to let Harry use his magic for something like that, and so Harry clunked and clicked with every trip. The drive to the airport was made in the Mondeo and they pulled out of the garage and headed off towards the motorway. Once on it, they headed towards London and Heathrow Airport. Hermione went over the flight details again while Harry nodded in agreement. He had never flown in an aircraft before and so was looking forward to the trip. He understood from Hermione that it was an enjoyable experience, but Harry said he would make up his own mind. Thank you. The two of them boarded the plane which took off and climbed into the air. They had reached one of the properties that Harry owned in America when things got interesting. Hogwarts. Everyone in the hall wondered where Harry Potter and Hermione Granger had got to. Neither of them had been seen in public since the reading of Sirius's will. The pair had not boarded the train, but most had assumed that they had got to Hogwarts via a different method. When they had not appear at the Gryffindor table as per normal, the rumors went round the hall. Students exchanged gossip as they looked at Dumbledore for clues, but he looked as puzzled as the rest of them. Ronald Weasley looked around and wondered where Hermione was. According to plan, he was to have her for himself while Ginny got Harry. His aforementioned sister also looked as annoyed as her brother at the total lack of Harry. At the end of the feast, and before Dumbledore could rise and speak, hundreds of owls entered the hall and dropped off a copy of that evening's prophet. Dumbledore read his copy and was instantly furious at what it said. "Why I have left. By Harry James Potter. By now, my presence has been noted as missing from Hogwarts, and I am taking this chance to explain why. Albus Dumbledore, supposed all-round good egg, has interfered with my life for the last time. For most of my life, I have lived with the worst kind of muggle that you could meet. Don't paint all muggles like this though, as most of them are very friendly. My aunt, uncle and cousin treated me as in a punch bag while I lived with them. If anything went wrong, then I was blamed for it, and punished with beatings so severe that I would pass out. A few times even had me going to the Muggle hospital, but that old crackpot would always interfere. However, it is not that which I wish to speak about. Every year for the last 5 years, Dumbledore has been getting me to defeat more and more powerful people and creatures that are in the dark arts. This year I spent the summer with my best friend Hermione Granger, and he actually tried to stop me attending the will reading of Sirius Orion Black, my godfather. Not only that, but he sent me a letter a few days later with instructions, no, orders to stop speaking to my friends and to more or less get together with Ginny Weasley. Below is a list of things that Dumbledore has done to interfere with my life. And I have not forgotten that he did nothing about what he did concerning the blood quills used on me by Dolores Umbridge when she was teaching at Hogwarts. A list was printed below for all to see and read. This caused Dumbledore to get some accusing looks from students and staff alike. The headmaster started to think how he could get out of this one without anything sticking to him. Because of this, I can no longer be in a place where he can decide on my entire life. As a result of this, I, Harry James Potter, do hereby quit the Gryffindor Quidditch team and remove my name from the list of students who attend Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. Hermione Jane Granger has done the same. We will now be attending the Salem Institute to complete out schooling and hope to come back to a better magical Britain. These newspapers are also portkeys. These are powerful enough to get past the wards around the castle, and only those who are truly my friends will be able to see the activation words at the bottom. Post can still reach me. Owls will know where to find me. Harry Potter. Silence reigned as they finished reading the entire front page of the paper, and they all saw the look on Dumbledore's face. It was a mixture of many different types of anger, as if he had lost something valuable to him. It was a long 5 minutes before there was the sound of scraping chairs and feet as a student stood slowly up. "Accio Trunks," said the red-haired witch. There was still more silence until the summoned Trunks came in the hall, and grounded at the witch's feet. Then another witch also stood up and raised her wand. "Accio Trunks," said the second one. Her trunks also appeared by her feet, and the two of them picked up the copies of the paper and looked down to read something, then turned to face the top table. "Albus Dumbledore, you are a total wanker," and both Hannah Abbott and Susan Bones did the impossible, and vanished from inside Hogwarts. The two of them looked around at wherever they had appeared, but no signs of life existed in the room. They had appeared in what looked like a large sitting room and they explored the ground floor and found nothing odd. What they did find was a fair-sized kitchen, a pantry, a pair of storerooms at either end of the ground floor and what looked to be an empty room. The pair had tried different sorts of detection charms, but nothing appeared. They therefore assumed that the empty-looking room was indeed an empty room. They looked through one of the kitchen windows and saw a lush green landscape. This gave them no clues as to where they had arrived at. It was a shared belief though that they could expect Harry and Hermione to make an entrance anytime soon. "Now what do we do?" asked the first witch. "What about getting some tea?" suggested the second witch. "Hogwarts. Gryffindor common room. I can't believe that Hannah and Susan left like that. I mean it was like an instant decision," said Dean that night in the common room. "Well, Madam Bones is going to be royally pissed," remarked Neville. "I could see the activation words at the bottom," said Parvati. The new sixth-year Gryffindors had grouped together in one corner of the common room, and everyone seemed to be leaving them to their own devices, though this might have had something to do with the privacy charms cast around them. Seamus looked at her before replying. "I know that I was acting stupid towards Harry last year, but I could see them too," he said. "The question is, do we go and follow Hannah and Susan?" asked Lavender. "I'm not sure," said Dean. "Well, with Harry gone," Neville said, "Malfoy is going to rule this place with his band of snakes and Death Eater relations. I'm seriously thinking of quitting Hogwarts and taking my chances with Harry, wherever he is," and the others had to agree with him on that point. "Perhaps we should wait and see what happens," said Parvati again. "But what if Dumbledore does something to stop people getting out of the castle?" asked Dean. "We could simply pack our stuff, shrink our trunks, go down to the broom shed and fly far enough away to get past the main gates," Seamus said. Lavender said, and then she suddenly thought of something. "What about the Lovegood girl?" And they understood the concern. She was going to be a prime target with Harry gone for Malfoy to attack, not counting Neville of course. It was the next morning when all of the sixth-year Gryffindors ended up in the hospital wing. Luna Lovegood had also ended up there after being physically beaten by Malfoy and his goons while Professor Severus Snape watched on. Dumbledore of course did not want to hear bad about Snape, and so he did not give out any punishments to any of the Slytherins. When they had seen the state that Luna had been brought in, blood pouring from head, forehead, nose and other places, the Gryffindors had decided that enough was enough. Dean went over and asked Luna if she was going to join them in leaving Hogwarts. "You would get away from Malfoy and his group," said Parvati in a low voice. "I know that we didn't talk much to you last year in the DA, but any friend of Harry's is a friend of mine," and she put out her hand which Luna took slowly. It was as if she didn't quite believe her own eyes. "We'll go back and get all of our stuff before trying the portkeys. If they don't work, then we steal some brooms from the shed and fly out of the wards and try from the other side of the gates," Lavender said. Luna was silent for a while until replied to anything that was said to her. "A lot of my stuff will have been stolen and hidden by other people in Ravenclaw, so I will need to get them back," she said, and Neville nodded. "We can walk you back to Ravenclaw, get your stuff, shrink your trunk, then get out with us and we leg it," Seamus said. "All right," Luna said, and that is what they did. They wrote a message to Madame Pomfrey explained that the six of them had discharged themselves and had returned to their houses to shower and change into some nice clean and fresh robes. After they had done that, they wrote out individual notes to Professor McGonagall, Professor Flitwick in Luna's case, explaining that they could no longer be at a Hogwarts that allowed Malfoy's bullying to go unpunished. They gathered in the library with trunks in their pockets and tried the portkeys, but as they expected, they didn't work now. Their solution was to go down to the broom sheds and take a broom each and fly outside of the protection. They shed was locked up, but one good blast from Neville's wand blew the door clean off the hinges. "Remind me to never get on your bad side," said Dean. They took a broom each and soared into the sky, and headed off towards the main gates. As they did so, they passed over the greenhouses, and they could see Professor Sprout gazing up at them in puzzlement. The Gryffindors and Slytherins also looked up from the Care of Magical Creatures class and they could see them all wondering what was going on. They reached the edge of the school grounds, but found an invisible barrier which prevented them from leaving by air. Knowing that this would have set off alarms in Dumbledore's office which would mean him coming to investigate, they dropped to almost ground level and flew through the gates themselves. The 6 of them landed at once just as Dumbledore appeared holding the tail of his phoenix. "What are you doing outside the school?" he asked. "I suggest that you better get back inside and go to your lessons." The headmaster smiled as if they would obey him without question. He was very much mistaken in this case as it turned out. "Not this time, Professor Dumbledore," said Seamus, and the 6 took the copies of the Prophet from inside their robes. "I insist you give me those at once," Dumbledore thundered. "Albus Dumbledore, you are a total wanker," said the group in a loud voice, and the portkeys activated at once and removed them from the grounds. "Whatever happens, I cannot get the door to open," Hannah said. "I bet that it is something that Harry came up with," Susan said. "We get in and stay safe in here from anyone trying to get us back to Hogwarts," and Hannah nodded. "It does sound like something he would do," she agreed. "But I wouldn't worry too much really. Wherever he is still alive, as the wards would vanish if he died," and Susan looked at her friend. "If Harry dies, then we might just as well wave a white flag at Voldemort and surrender," the former Hufflepuff said. "No, I'm more concerned as to what my aunt is going to say when she finds out I've run off," Susan added. "As long as you are safe, I don't think she will mind too much. Here you are," Hannah said, and sipped her second cup of tea. Both girls still ran on UK time, which explained the fact they were awake at 12 a.m. local time. It was the consensus of both girls that they had arrived in America, but where they did not know exactly. They were drinking from their cups when a series of pops could be heard coming from the living room. The cups went straight onto the saucers, and wands came out. "Stun them," suggested Susan, and her best friend agreed without argument. They crept slowly to the door and heard voices coming from the other side. One quick push of the door and both ex-Hufflepuffs burst into the room and pointed their wands at a startled group of people they knew well enough. "What are you doing here?" they asked each other at the same time. "The first hour after breakfast and Malfoy put us all in the hospital wing. Snape comes along and takes points from us for defending ourselves. Dumbledore intends to only give Malfoy detention for just one attack, so we decided to do what you did. He's strengthened the protective barriers around the castle and grounds though, so we nicked some brooms and flew to outside the gates and activated the portkeys," said Dean. "Harry around?" asked Neville, looking around the sitting room for the now fellow ex-Gryffindor. "No," Hannah said, "but we've not seen him either. We think that maybe he and Hermione have stopped off somewhere and then decided to complete the journey," she added, putting her wand back into her pocket. "So, where are we?" asked Parvati. "We have to be somewhere in America," Susan said, "but the doors are locked and we can't get out, even using the standard unlocking charms. We even tried Bombarda, but the doors simply absorbed the power, and the new arrivals just looked around." "Guess we wait for Harry and Hermione then," said Seamus. "But what do we do for now?" he asked. "I don't know," said Susan. "But we've got a giant pot of tea brewed," Hannah added. "Lead on, oh mighty one," said Lavender with a smile, and they all went into the kitchen, made tea, and brought it into the sitting room. When they sat down on chairs and sofas, the fireplace sprang into life and started to warm them with a roaring fire. "Personally," Luna said, speaking for the first time since getting to the house, "I cannot wait to see what Harry's face will be when he sees us all. I do not expect he thought of 10 people leaving Hogwarts," and the others looked at her with some puzzlement. "How do you get to that number?" asked Parvati. "There is the 6 that just escaped, Hannah and Susan, who are already here, plus Harry and Hermione. That makes a nice round 10, Luna said, and the others couldn't fault her for the math. "Well, wherever he is, I would like to thank Harry for allowing us the chance to get out of Hogwarts," Luna said. "He was the first person that ever called me a friend," and the girl fell silent. "We understand," said Lavender quietly, and she put an arm around Luna's shoulder. "We all wouldn't be here if it wasn't for Harry, and I don't mean the portkeys either. He has survived attacks from you-know-who a few times and survived. If Harry hadn't somehow stopped him as a baby, then I doubt some of us would be here," she added. "I know I wouldn't," Dean said. "He was Muggle-born after all, and Dean was unlikely to ever be top on Voldemort's Christmas card list." "Neither would I," Seamus said. "You know who hated the Irish?" He shrugged, but the others wisely decided to drop the matter. "I'm tired out," said Hannah after a while. She looked over to the large grandfather, it was showing only American time. Feels like I've been up for 2 days, and she stretched out her arms and yawned. We'd all better try to get some sleep, Parvati advised. I hope we don't miss Harry and Hermione getting here. We will know, won't we? Asked Luna as she followed Hannah and Susan up a large set of stairs. Oh, we'll know when Harry gets here, Neville said with a laugh. We'll know when he gets here, and he ended up like the others on the beginning of a large corridor. These, said Susan, gesturing at the corridor with a wave of her hand, are bedrooms. Me and Hannah already have the first 2 on the right, but the others are all free. There are 2 more on this floor, and 4 on the next floor. The one above that only has a little landing before you hit a door that's locked, she finished. That has to be the master bedroom, Neville said, and he walked off to find his bedroom for at least the night. He and everyone else knew that Hermione would be sharing a bedroom with Harry. They had not a single problem with that, and the girls wondered if they could ask about Harry's staying power. Harry and Hermione woke early the next morning, and it took them a while to figure out that they had not gone to Hogwarts. They showered, dressed and went down for breakfast, which they both enjoyed. When they had arrived in New York, the pair had decided to break the journey to the house into 2 parts. Hermione took the chance to purchase some books on American history, while Harry had looked up flights to airport before meeting up with Hermione for an open-top bus ride. No matter where you go, he had said to Hermione while on the bus, you will always find a routemaster, and Hermione had smiled before leaning into Harry and enjoyed the ride. The bus ride, not Harry. When they had finished breakfast, they retrieved their trunks and then checked out before getting a taxi to the airport. They boarded the plane for Logan International Airport, and Harry marveled at the sight of the ground rushing beneath him. This was only his second time in a plane, and he considered that looking down from his firebolt didn't really count in this case. Besides the fact that Hermione was next to him on this occasion, no broomstick had ever achieved 33,050 feet before. When they had landed, the pair looked at a picture of the house that Harry owned near the Salem Institute, and they concentrated on apparating to the front door. Harry was about to put his hand on the door before pulling away and getting his wand out from his pocket. Something wrong? Asked Hermione. People inside, Harry replied. It might be those people who got here, but it could also be a party of the Fried Chicken Wings Club waiting to take me and you back to Hogwarts by force, and Hermione nodded before pulling out her wand as well. Harry opened the door and they went inside. Nobody was in view, but they could be under concealment charms or otherwise disguised. "Who are you?" asked a voice. "The house wants to know who you are," Hermione said, "so it can accept you as its owner," she added. Harry nodded and addressed the house. "My name is Harry James Potter," he said, "son of James and Lily Potter. I am this house's as my given right from inheritance," and there was a little pale blue light that entered Harry before the house spoke again. "Welcome, Master Harry," it said. "There are already people here," it added. At that moment, there was the sound of feet running down the stairs and the pair turned to see Hannah, Susan, Lavender, Luna, Dean, Seamus, Neville and both of the Pottle twins come down. "Harry," they said at once. Hugs, handshakes and kisses later, and Harry and Hermione had been told all that had happened. Harry was furious over the whole Malfoy incident, but glad that they had all managed to get here safely. One thing puzzled him though, and he asked Padma the circumstances of her arrival at the house. It turned out that while not a true friend of Harry's, the bond she had with her twin had helped her to activate the portkey and bring her here. It was much of a surprise to her as it was to Parvati and the others when she had turned up inside the house. "So," Neville said, "what do we do now?" he asked, and Harry turned to him. "I have a meeting with the Institute's deputy tomorrow," he said, "and I'll ask him to give you all places as well," and Neville seemed happy with that. But before he could mutter another word, there was a pop, and a familiar voice spoke. "Harry Potter." Harry turned to look at the owner of the voice, but he found nobody at all. He adjusted his view downwards and saw one of the only house elves he liked, Dobby. He was dressed in a white sheet which he wore like a toga, and a tea cozy that was perched on his head. He turned right round to see Harry looking at him, and a big smile crossed over his face. "Harry Potter, sir," he said, and raced over and hugged Harry's legs. "Nice to see you as well, Dobby," he said, patting the top of the elf's covered head. "So what brings you here?" Harry asked. Dobby read all about Harry Potter's leaving of Hogwarts, Dobby said, and he pried himself away from Harry's left leg. Dobby thinks and says to himself that the bestest way to help his friend Harry Potter is to leave Hogwarts and offer my services to you, and Harry looked to the others. Not bad at all, Dean said, only a few hours here, and you have your own elf, and some of them laughed. Hermione though frowned as she thought of something, and then spoke to Harry in a whisper. Harry nodded several times before addressing the expectant elf. I have decided that I will take you into my service, he said, and Harry would have sworn the elf grew several inches. I will pay you the sum of 1 galleon a week, and every Friday evening off. What about that? Harry offered. Dobby accepts, Dobby said, and he looked very happy indeed. Does my master have any rules for Dobby to follow? The elf asked. Wait a moment, Harry said, and he went into conference with the others. 5 minutes later, and Harry had a short list of rules for Dobby to follow. The first rule is that you do not call me master, or call anyone a formal name. The only exception is when I declare a formal occasion at the house or any other place. The second is that you do not punish yourself at all. If you think you have done something wrong, then come and tell one of us. We shall decide what to do with you accordingly. Rule 3 is this. Failure to keep at least 3 Cumberland sausages under magical preservation will result in instant dismissal from my service, and Dobby accept this as well. He did however have a question for Harry, and Harry told him to go ahead. Would Harry Potter mind if I brought someone to your employment? Dobby said. Who is that? Asked Susan. Dobby has a friend called Winky, miss, Dobby replied. She works at Hogwarts as well after her last master threw her out for telling the truth. Freedom has not been very kind to Winky, to tell the truth, and her behavior has been shocking. Dobby hesitated before saying the last word. What do you mean, Dobby? Asked Seamus. Winky has been offering herself to the other male house elves, Dobby said, and a tear fell from his eyes. Harry looked at the elf, and decided upon something. Go back and get Winky, Dobby, he ordered, and Dobby beamed before vanishing with a pop. 2 or 3 minutes later and he appeared with Winky. The other house elf appeared to be in a terrible state. Her clothes, such as they wear, appeared to have not been cleaned in some time, and she appeared to be drunk or suffering from a hangover. Hermione begged Harry to take her into his service before she went too far to be saved. Please, she whispered, and Hermione kissed Harry on the cheek. Winky, Harry said to the elf, but she made no sign that she was aware of him. Harry did something that would bring her out of the stupor. He smacked her hard on the face. The sharp pain brought her around, and she focused on Harry. Harry Potter, she asked, slurring her speech, and Harry quietly spoke. My good friend Dobby has told me a few things about you, Harry said. Would you like to come and serve my house? He asked. Winky nodded carefully. Harry explained the same rules he had done with Dobby, and Winky accepted, even the wages. The group went back up to sleep off the different time zones between the UK and the USA, and Harry gave instructions for Dobby and Winky to wake them up at 7 a.m. local time. They accepted the instruction and then went around the house to see what needed to be fixed or otherwise sorted out after the time spent unoccupied. Tea bags, milk and sugar appeared to be the only things in the pantry, so Dobby went off in search of food to last them a few days. After that, the group from Hogwarts would be at the Institute and would not require the house to be stocked up so much. While he was out, Winky went around the ground floor and made a list of all the furniture, it being part of her house elf duties after all. Dobby returned an hour later with several large brown paper bags containing things for the pantry and kitchen. The 2 elves put the fruit, vegetables, meat, eggs, cheese and everything else away before finding somewhere to sleep. Dobby did as instructed, and woke them all up at 7 a.m. as asked to, and then brought them cups of tea in bed. Years of serving the Malfoys had taught him one very useful thing: people need tea before doing anything else. A discovery of 2 bathrooms enabled them to shower without a large line forming outside, but Harry had discovered that he had one in his suite for his own use. He would use it in the morning, and use the 2 in the corridor for other times. The deputy principal of the institute would be meeting them to explain more about the school later that morning, and Harry wondered about his reaction when he saw more pupils wanting to attend the school. Dorn would also tell them about the uniform, the school rules and answer any questions they might have. He met the rest of the escapees downstairs in the kitchen where the elves had made platters of food to eat. After the stuff had been cleared away, they did what they wanted until Dorn came, and Hermione went to see what books the house stocked. She was glad she had done so, as she had discovered several rare books such as 3 of 8, not the only redhead in a first edition copy of The Darling Buds of May, a favorite of both Harry and Hermione. Lavender, Parvati and Padma talked about fashion as always. Dean had discovered an art studio and, with Harry's permission, claimed it as his own. He was joined by Luna, who was also a fair artist. Neville, helped by Seamus, went into the garden to see what plants grew, while Hannah and Susan discussed what her aunt would say when she found out that her niece had left Hogwarts and followed Harry to a new country and school. Hannah said that she might even send Aurors to take her back by force, but Susan disagreed with her. They knew that Harry would fight them all before they had chance to get to her, but she decided to write her aunt a letter explaining what had happened, and why she had left Hogwarts and the UK. While all this was going on, Harry was busy reading the Daily Prophet which Dobby had got for him, though how Harry didn't ask. Wizarding Britain reacts. It has been revealed that not only have Harry Potter and his friend, Hermione Granger, left Hogwarts to attend a different school, but other students have also left. According to eyewitnesses, both Hannah Abbott and Susan Bone, niece of the DMLE head Amelia Bones, left during the start of term feast. The next day, all remaining 6th-year Gryffindors, apart from Ronald Weasley, left, as well as a 5th and 6th-year Ravenclaws. According to some reports, the group took brooms and flew to the boundaries of the grounds. After encountering strong wards, it appears they landed and walked through the gates. If one report is to be believed, it was at this point that Professor Dumbledore attempted to stop them from leaving, but the group activated the portkeys and left to a location only Mr. Potter knows of. When questioned about Mr. Potter and his friends leaving Hogwarts, Professor Dumbledore had this to say. "While this is disturbing, I do not believe that any harm will happen to the missing students. Mr. Potter suffered a recent loss and is therefore not mentally competent at the moment. In order to protect his interests, I will be filing to be granted control of his family assets, in order to protect them from any possible threats. If Harry is reading this, then I would like to ask him to return so that I may help him to train in order to defeat Lord Voldemort." When he was asked about the security of Hogwarts after the apparating of 2 students from the Great Hall, Dumbledore replied, "I have cast stronger wards around the castle, and that will stop anyone from apparating into Hogwarts. In these troubled times, we must take extra security measures. Once again, I ask Mr. Potter to return to Hogwarts and allow me to train him for the fight against Voldemort." When asked about the filing of the papers, Professor Dumbledore replied that Mr. Potter would be forced to attend the healing as his mental state had been called into question. He also said that if Mr. Potter was declared competent, then he would give him the chance to turn control of the assets to himself while Mr. Potter had more important things on his mind. "Who the F*** does he think he is?" Harry shouted in anger. "Professor Albus Dumbledore," Dobby replied, then moved away when he saw that it had not helped at all to calm Harry down. The others came rushing in to see what had caused Harry to blow his top. He created copies of the paper to let them read the article, and it was Hermione who spoke first. "The smegging bastard," she said. "He knows you got emancipated, so the smug idiot wants to get you declared mentally incompetent. We'll have to go back to Britain for this hearing, you know," Hermione added. "I thought as much," Harry said. "We'll come as well," said Dean. "You trusted us enough to make us your true friends," Hannah said. "I don't think that Hermione could take a year without Harry," Lavender said, and Hermione glared at her. "Leaving Hogwarts was the best thing we did," said Neville. "If Dumbledore wants us to go back, then I'm not going," said Luna loyally. "I think that leaving home was good," Hermione said, "though I can always visit my parents anytime I want to," and they all said that they would return with Harry to support him at his hearing. Harry thanked each and every one of them, and then there was a repeated series of 3 chimes sounding through the house. Harry instantly went for his wand, and sent Dobby to open the door. "Good morning," the elf said. "Can I help you?" he asked the person. "I have an appointment with Harry Potter and Hermione Granger," said a male voice. "My name is Michael Dorn," and Dobby glanced at Harry, who nodded an all right to him. Dorn entered the house and was shown into the sitting room, though Harry still kept his wand trained on the man. "What color robes did you wear when you came to see us at Hermione's house?" he asked him. "Yellow robes down to my waist. It was black from there on, and I also had black shoulders on them as well, Dorn said calmly. Harry flipped his wand up into one side and put it away. Dean and Seamus looked at Dorn as if they knew him from somewhere, and it was Dean who asked the question. "Forgive me, but I'm Muggle-born," he began. "Are you a Klingon?" Dean asked. "No," Dorn replied, "but I play one on TV," and then he looked at Harry. "I didn't know that you would be having friends round," and Harry shook his head. "They are here because they are my truest friends, and also because they cannot put up with the bullying attitude by certain members of the students at Hogwarts," Harry said. "I was hoping that they could join me at Salem," and Dorn frowned and scratched his chin in thought. "I should think we can just about manage that," he said at last, though the dorms would be overfilled. "We have some miniature house when a large amount of people visit for a while. I will talk to the principal later today and ask him about it. To be honest though, I cannot see any problems with it at all. Now I came here to answer any questions you might have, so ask away," Dorn said. Hermione was the first to ask a question. "What are the names of the houses?" she inquired. "We have 4 houses which are called Lovell, Washington, Mayflower and Pocahontas," Dorn said. "What I want to know is what sort of uniform is required. Because we are entering so late in the day, we will need to get a move on before the term starts in a few days," Harry said. "We do not have a formal school uniform, except for those days when it is a special occasion. In that case, we ask that everyone wear black capes and robes, not unlike your Hogwarts robes I believe," Dorn said. They asked many questions, and received many answers in return. They got told that they did not require getting a wand made in America, and that they would get all of the course books when they arrived at the institute. Dorn left to make arrangements for those people he hadn't known about, saying that he would see them at his office at the start of term. With nothing better to do, Harry used his wand and blasted a hole in the ground. Once that was done, he started a big fire and, assisted by Dean, made a barbecue. He left Dobby and Dean to the cooking while he went back in the house and found the Potter twins sitting in kitchen. There was something he wanted to ask them about the barbecue which he was not sure about. "Can we help you?" asked Parvati. Harry was one of the few people who could tell the Potter twins apart. Then again, living in the same house as them for the best part of a year did help. "Well, I was wondering what you wanted to eat," Harry began, "because I know that both your names are Indian, so I wondered if you were Hindus," and he looked down at the floor. "No need to be embarrassed, Harry," Padma said, "we got it all the time back at school. We just have the names, but we are not Hindus. So we'll have as many burgers and slabs of meat as possible please," she finished, and her sister nodded in agreement. Harry thanked them and then went off to find Hermione. When he didn't find her in the library, he went up to her room, knocking before going in. He found her sitting on the edge of her bed with a large book on her lap. Harry knew exactly what the title was as he had given it to her before they decided to leave Hogwarts. It was a collection of all the good times they had had at Hogwarts, along with other pictures. The other pictures included ones such as Hermione's broomstick lesson in first year. He had to go through his memories to get the next picture, Hermione Cat. There was also a picture of Hermione and Harry during the time they had broke Sirius free, and it was there for the look of pure terror on Hermione's face when they went into the air on Buckbeak. He had also added a picture from the time Hermione had nodded off into her soup. Her hair had been as red as the Weasleys for a little while. Fifth year had a picture of Harry and Hermione in the common room late one night whilst trying to find useful spells for Harry to use during the Triwizard. The picture was not of them studying, but one of Hermione curled up asleep with her head in Harry's lap. His girlfriend was sure he had put it in there to make her parents frown. The last year was one of Hermione helping him to sort out stuff for the DA, in other words, command and control mode. Harry briefly wondered who would run the club, if anyone at all would take it on. As he walked over, Hermione looked up at him. "I was just going over some of our more fun times," she said, and Hermione closed the book and put it on the covers. "We are doing the right thing, aren't we?" she asked. "Of course we are," Harry said, sitting down and putting an arm around her. "We just need to get away from Dumbledore," and he gave her a hug. When she broke away after a moment, Harry cupped her chin with one hand, and pulled her forward for a key. As their lips touched, Hermione closed her eyes and put on a dreamy expression, and the girl was in total bliss. The key turned a little passionate, but Hermione was well aware that Harry would take it no further than where she wanted to go that particular time. "I could get used to this," she said as they pulled apart. "So could I," said Harry. "Let's go downstairs and see if the Barbie is ready," and Hermione giggled. "Burning plastic dolls are we, Mr. Potter?" she asked, sounding just like Severus Snape. "Of course," replied Harry with a hurt look. "Would I be burning anything else?" he asked as they came downstairs. "Maybe not you, but I think someone is burning the food," Hermione said as her nose winkled from the smell of slightly burning food. Harry dashed outside in time to see the food burning. He arrived in enough time to save it from going bad, and Hermione watched as he dished it out to the others, all the time getting fresh buns supplied from Winky. They ate in the brilliant sunshine and washed it down fresh chilled pumpkin juice. The group felt too full to do anything else afterwards, so they had the two elves levitate them back into the house and up to their respective rooms. Most of them fell asleep, but Harry remained awake and wondered what exactly was going on with regards to the Order of the Phoenix. "What do you mean you do not know where he is?" asked an irate red-haired woman. "He did not turn up on the express, and neither did Miss Granger." "I wonder if they have been taken by Voldemort's forces," said Dumbledore. "Do not worry, Molly, I will make sure he gets back here. I expect to have control over his accounts and assets by the middle of October. I want everything that you promised to me in exchange for the spying," Molly Weasley replied. "We put ourselves in terrible danger, looking after that brat during the summer holidays. We deserve to have all of his money, house and everything else he owns," and Dumbledore agreed. Dumbledore was still wondering what was going on when the first years came in. He put it to the back of his mind after they had been sorted and had begun on the feast. Towards the end, but before he had chance to stand up and say anything at all, hundreds of elves came sweeping in and began a comprehensive paper-dropping campaign. Each was identically printed as normal. What was not normal was the fact that the front page contained a printed letter from Harry. He nearly exploded in fury when he had finished reading the article, and was about at the same state as Ginny and Ron. He was going to send them all to bed when a student stood up, got joined by a housemate and then insulted before they both vanished from sight after calling their trunks to their sides. Dumbledore only just managed to keep his cool and get the students all off to bed. He spent most of the night trying to figure out where and how Harry had escaped. Knowing that Salem was in America, he contacted the ministry and discovered that neither Harry or Hermione had used a long-range portkey, and he wondered how. It was at that point he realized the pair had to have gone by Muggle methods, but Dumbledore knew it was too late to stop them from leaving. He didn't sleep much that night, and then he started hearing the stories of Draco Malfoy attacking other students. Whatever penalties the teachers would award him, the headmaster would simply cancel them out. It was sometime in the afternoon when he detected the wards around the castle being attacked, and so he made the short-range apparition to the point in question. It was a common misconception that you couldn't apparate in Hogwarts. So long as the trip was inside the boundaries of the castle, then you could go anywhere. The reason that the two Hufflepuffs had left the previous night was a bit harder. The portkeys they had used had been designed, so it seemed, to be one-way items. This allowed the portkeys to channel all of the available power into breaking past the wards, something that he hoped to keep a lid on. He appeared next to the front gates and discovered the group of Gryffindors and the single Ravenclaw. When they had left, Dumbledore wondered how exactly he could explain this to the public, let alone a rather pissed-off Madame A. Bones. What he didn't know was that Susan had already written to her aunt, and it contained many assurances that she was all right and that the girl was safe. Susan also asked that her aunt not poke around asking for questions concerning the events of the last few days. She was perfectly happy where she was. Dumbledore didn't know about this letter, and he called for a meeting of the Order of the Phoenix for later that day. When he tried to get into number 12, he was refused entry to the building. Fuming, he went to Gringotts to discover what was going on, only to find that Harry had sold the house for one Canute to someone else, and that the new owner had not allowed Dumbledore or anyone else entry. When he asked who the owner was, Dumbledore's jaw dropped. Tom Marvolo Riddle. Harry spent a lot of the remaining time that day in conference with Hermione and Padma. He considered them the two smartest people he knew, and they started to plot a defense of Harry's mental capacity. It took them a few hours, but the three of them finally came up with something. Not wanting to give away where they lived, Harry asked Dobby to take a message to the Ministry requesting the date and time when the case would be. The reply was that Dumbledore had ordered that it take place the next day at 10:30 in the morning. Harry did the math and worked out that it came to about 4:30 in the morning local time, which didn't please any of them at all. The two house elves started making sleeping potions for them all to use, and this would make them feel refreshed when they woke them up in time to go to the hearing. The others had still said that they wanted to come with Harry, even with their waking up at 4:30 in the morning. Harry though was not all that pleased, and kept about from the rest for that evening. "Something wrong?" asked Hermione. Harry turned from the fireplace to see Hermione standing next to him. He waved her to a seat next his before answering her. "Just worried about the hearing tomorrow," Harry said. "Don't be," Hermione replied. "You have nothing to worry about at all. Dumbledore is just trying to get our money and assets. All you have to do is to present your case to the court and they will see that Dumbledore is just upset at losing all 11 of us," she added. "But this is I'm the greatest good wizard that has ever lived, Hermione," Harry replied bitterly. "Do you really think that they will take my word over his?" he asked. "I see your point," his girlfriend replied, "but as long as you keep to the plan we've drawn up, then I see no reason why they will rule against you. If they do," she continued, "then we get the hell out of Dodge," and Harry looked at her in surprise. "When did you start using that expression?" he asked. "When in Rome," Hermione quoted, and this brought a smile to Harry's face. "And if they try to use force against you, then they will have to get past 10 very pissed people first. Then there is you of course," and Harry knew what she is saying. The others would defend Harry until they were no longer capable of doing so. "Thanks," he said quietly, and he kissed Hermione on the cheek. "What are the others doing?" Harry inquired. "Most of them are playing tag in the garden, but Luna is talking to Dobby and Winky about something I'm not allowed to know about," Hermione replied, and then a thought seemed to pass through her intelligent mind. She traced a finger down Harry's front, stopping just on top of his belt. "We could do something else," she said seductively. "I'll take the something else," Harry said, and Hermione took his hand and led him up the stairs to the bed in her room. Once the door was shut, Hermione pounced on Harry and kissed him on the lips. Harry returned the gesture, tilting his head to one side slightly and slipping one hand to Hermione's back. His girlfriend didn't seem to mind as she was currently running her fingers through Harry's hair, and for some reason traced the outline of his ears. After a minute of keying, Harry was bold enough to move his other hand to the chest of his girlfriend and lightly trace the outline of her beeps, very gently massaging them at the same time. "I love you," Hermione whispered. "I love you too," Harry said back. While Harry was busy, Hermione was running her hands up and down Harry's back, feeling the smoothness of his skin, and also the faintness of the scars, testament to the years of abuse suffered at the hands of the Dursleys. When she could, Hermione was going to curse all 3 of the Dursleys. She might get fined or sent to Azkaban for a while, but it would be well worth it in her opinion. Her thoughts got interrupted by Harry starting to remove the t-shirt she was wearing, and the girl pulled back to allow him to do so better. It all went down from there, and soon Hermione's bedroom floor was littered with discarded clothes. The pair lay on the bed, completely beepy, but entirely happy. Hermione had been more than willing to go the whole way, but Harry had wanted to wait for a while. Apart from the showers at Hogwarts, this was the first time anyone had seen him beepy. He needed a little while to get used to the idea of being so with Hermione, and she understood completely his explanation. "There's always more things we can try," she added, and Harry briefly wondered what had happened to Hermione. She was never this passionate about classes, actually yes she was come to think of it. The group woke up at a little before 3:30, and proceeded to shower, dress and go down for breakfast. They all looked a little bleary-eyed, but that was most likely down to the fact that they hadn't quite adjusted to American time yet. Worse was the fact that tomorrow would be when they would all start at Salem. As they lived a simple fireplace journey away, then it wasn't so bad. They could spend the whole of tomorrow in bed adjusting to the time zones. Or they could return from the trial and take sleeping drafts, that choice was up to them. "We better be going," said Neville. The grandfather clock was showing the time as being 4 a.m. They stood up and most of them put on their cloaks. Harry, Hermione, Dean and Seamus put on muggle-looking coats instead, knowing it would upset many of the purebloods at the court. When they had finished, they picked up a specially made portkey that Harry had brought with him from Gringotts, it being sent before he and Hermione had left the country, and muttered the activation words. Fried chicken, and they vanished and appeared in the ministry atrium. The sudden appearance caused people to go for the wands, but replaced them when they saw it was Harry. They looked more at those around him, more than at him for a few moments. As he looked around, Harry saw a small squad of Aurors advancing on him. "You will come with us," said the leader. "Why?" asked Harry. "You will be taken to a holding cell," came the reply. "On whose orders?" Hermione inquired. "The chief warlock gave the orders," said the leader. Hermione looked round at the others with raised eyebrows. Dumbledore seemingly wanted to put Harry in a bad light. "I don't think so," Harry said. "You will do as you are told, boy." The leader raised his voice. "I can see why Dumbledore wanted to get you declared insane," and his wand dropped from his sleeve and he aimed it at Harry. "No you don't," Harry said, but with no time to get his wand, Harry fell back to emergency procedure 1. With one well-aimed and powerful kick, Harry kicked the Auror in the balls and immobilized him. While the other Aurors looked at him in surprise, Harry's friends drew their wands. "There are 4 of you, and 11 of us," Parvati said. "Don't make us hurt you," Padma added. "Indeed," Luna said, "I only just washed these robes, and I would hate to get blood on them. Your blood that is," and faced with 11 angry people, the Aurors made a rapid retreat all the way to the DMLE offices. "Stupid buggers," Harry said, and he looked around at the watching crowd. "And who is our next contestant?" But nobody replied. Harry simply walked towards the courtroom whistling what sounded like the Colonel Bogey March, something that made Hermione, Dean and Seamus burst into much laughter. It was clear that Harry wasn't giving a damn about the hearing, and they followed him to the courtroom. Tonks was waiting for him at the entrance, and the others put the hoods up on their cloaks so they didn't get noticed. They slipped into the courtroom and took seats near the middle of each half of the seating. Dumbledore was already sat at a wooden table and shuffling and reading some parchment around, and it took all Hermione's self-control to not blast him with a curse. Meanwhile, Tonks was taking Harry to a little side room to wait. She explained that it was standard procedure for cases such as these. "I'm glad to see you," she said to him as she closed the door behind her. "Dumbledore was really worried about you. He says that Sirius's death has made you act without thinking. I have to agree with him," and Harry turned on a sixpence and faced her. "I thought that," Harry said. "I know what you are here for, Nymphadora. Tell Dumbledore that this trick of his will not work. I am not going to give him any information. Please let him know that if he tries anything, then I'll apply for membership in the Death Eater ranks. Go," and at Harry's shouted last word, Tonks vanished from the room. Harry looked around the very tiny stone-walled room and started to think about his opening argument. When he couldn't think of anything, he just sat on the single chair in the room and began counting the stones that made up the wall. It was a good 10 minutes before the door opened again, and a different Auror came in and told Harry it was time to start the trial. Harry's eyebrows went up at that word, and added it to his list of things to be used against Dumbledore. No matter how bad things went, he always had the master ace up his sleeve. Harry followed the Auror back to the doors of the same courtroom where he had been put on trial last year, and a soft bong noise could be heard announcing that the case was starting. The Auror guarded the doors as Harry went through and he saw what kind of audience he was playing to. Harry looked to the far end of the room and saw the entire Wizengamot, though someone else was in Dumbledore's place. Harry was certain that it was Tracy Greengrass's father, so there would be an even chance of winning or losing. Harry did have his emergency backup plan though, see Dumbledore try to stop him with that. As Harry continued to walk up the aisle, he ignored the mutterings of the crowd which got more intense as 10 hooded figures dropped the hoods and followed Harry to his own table. As they reached it, Harry stood directly behind the chair while the others stood in a semicircle to stop anyone from hexing or jinxing Harry. Mr. Greengrass looked at the 10 that backed Harry up and spoke to them. "You do not stand accused," he said to them. "Mr. President," Susan said, "we stand with our shipmate," and the other 9 nodded. "Very well," Mr. Greengrass said, this was not what he was expecting at all. "We are here to ascertain the mental capacity of Harry James Potter. If found to be of insufficient capacity, then he will be remanded to the custody of the Chief Warlock," and he banged the gavel in front of him. As Harry created chairs for his friends, Mr. Greengrass told Dumbledore to begin his case. Members of the court, it is a sad thing that we have to be here for this occasion. It is my belief that Harry here has been. Objection, cried Hermione, prosecution is being familiar with the accused. Sustained. My apologies, Dumbledore said. It is my belief that Mr. Potter has been driven over the edge, so to speak, by the death of his godparent. He has, however, shown a total disregard for the lives of his friends and placed them in terrible danger. He also nearly killed the son of a ministry official more than once. I move that you bind Harry to my custody so that I may try to help him regain his mind, and Dumbledore sat down. Do you have anything to say, Mr. Potter? Asked Mr. Greengrass. Nothing polite, was Harry's reply, and several people chuckled as Harry stood. Albus Dumbledore is trying to have me painted as some kind of insane person. This is because he wants to get his hands on the Potter fortune. I believe I know to which time he means. I nearly got my friends killed, but I move that Mr. Dumbledore was behind them. In the first year a troll entered Hogwarts and he didn't know anything about it. Second year I grant was not of his making. The third year, and he knew that my late godfather was innocent, and yet he did nothing to help prove his innocence, but I digress. The point I am trying to make here, is that I am as sane as anyone in this room, and then Harry sat down, leaving the rest of what he was going to say unsaid. Mr. Dumbledore, do you wish to call any witnesses? Asked Mr. Greengrass. I do, said Dumbledore, rising from his seat once more. I call Ronald Weasley to the stand, and Harry and the group turned to see Ron get up from where most of the Weasleys sat. As he walked past Hermione, he leered at her with a well-known look. Once he was sat down, the questions started to be asked. Dumbledore was a cunning linguist, and he questioned Ron, Ginny as well as several healers from St. Mungo's very well indeed. Harry and the others also asked questions, and it seemed like the case was about even. Harry and group knew though that Dumbledore would win as everyone respected the old git. It was early evening before the summing up came around, and this was when Harry would be playing his trickshot card. Dumbledore stood up and looked at the entire Wizendgame and the watching public as he made his summing up speech. You have heard from some of Harry's former friends that he gets them into deadly situations. Now some might see this as being heavy-handed, and maybe that is so, but I must act to protect the lives of the public and of Mr. Potter himself. He shows a complete disregard for those around him, and would most likely kill those who stood in his way. Presumably, Harry said, that is why you killed your sister Ariana, and the courtroom went silent and you could have heard a pin drop. As Dumbledore stood with his jaw completely open at the revelation, Harry stood, picked up the parchment in front of him and put on his cloak. What's up, sir? Didn't want that from coming out. Oh dear, Harry added sarcastically, whatever have I said? And his friends tried to keep very straight faces. As I have said before, it is my understanding that Mr. Dumbledore wishes nothing more than to get hold of my fortune. I also think that when I defeat Voldemort, then he would have me locked up in Azkaban for murder, and Harry glanced around the courtroom. I've been sat here doing nothing but listen to lies, so I think I'm done here, but Mr. Greengrass spoke. You will not leave this courtroom before the judgment has been made, and Harry glanced at him. Am I going to be allowed to walk out of here? He asked. No. Then there isn't any need for me to be in here, and Harry and his 10 friends began leaving the shocked and silent courtroom. As they got halfway to the door, Dumbledore shouted an order. Aurors, place Harry Potter under arrest. And Aurors moved towards him, including Susan's aunt. She knew this was wrong, but she had never disobeyed an instruction and so she also advanced on Harry. Before she knew what had happened, Susan spun round and sent her flying across the room as they all stood round Harry in a circle. Just try it, said Lavender. As they shuffled to the door, Molly Weasley stood up. I, Molly Weasley, do enter my son Ronald Weasley into a marriage contract with Hermione Granger, and the color drained in Hermione's face as Dumbledore smiled in happiness. One look at one was enough for Harry to tell that he was undressing Hermione with his eyes. I also enter my daughter, Ginevra Weasley, into a marriage contract with Harry Potter, and anger now filled the last of the Potter family. His wand came up, and he blasted the Weasleys across the room. Now everyone listen to me. I will not stand for people trying to attack myself or my friends. Hermione has accepted me as her boyfriend and we will be together until we decide otherwise. She has not entered into a marriage contract, and therefore will not be marrying that idiot. The same goes for me as well. If anyone tries to stop us from leaving, then they will regret it. I've killed once or twice before, so I'm not too fused about scoring a hat-trick," and Harry turned his back on everyone and walked out the room. Several Aurors tried to stop Harry from leaving, but they were prevented from doing so by Hermione, Susan and Padma. They walked in silence to the flow point, where they went directly to Gringotts and hence right away back to the house in America. "Are you all right?" asked Hermione quietly. "Yes," Harry said faintly, "I'm going to my room. Please don't disturb me unless Voldemort has surrendered," and he went upstairs. The others looked at his vanishing figure. "He just needs time alone," Neville said. He was like this a lot back at Hogwarts, and the others agreed with that assessment. Dobby and Winky brought them some food and drink before they all drifted away to get rest or whatever they wanted. Hermione was left sitting on the sofa and looking into the fireplace. She hoped that nothing terrible would happen to Harry this year, but trouble always seemed to find Harry. She agreed with him that Dumbledore was manipulating his whole life, but something was bothering her about that as well. She went to her room and pulled out her diary. Harry was one of only a few people whom knew Hermione kept one. She turned the pages until she came to the last few weeks. She scanned the pages twice to be certain, but she was right the first time. Sirius's will had been read, his parents had not been. Harry slept through most of the day, and didn't wake up until sometime in the evening. After taking a shower to clear his mind, he headed downstairs to see what was left to eat. When he opened the door, the smell of spaghetti bolognese filled his nostrils, and the sight of Hermione's head, left arm and right leg bandaged up. Dobby had his arms crossed and was looking at the half-mummified figure as if she would attack him. "What happened?" Harry asked. "He attacked me," Hermione said, pointing at one of the two house elves. "What?" Harry turned to look at Dobby. "Is this true?" he asked him. "Yes, Master Harry," the elf replied. "Why?" "I was following your orders," Dobby said. Harry looked to see that the serving dish with some bolognese still in it, was sitting on the counter behind him. "Dobby," Harry said exasperated, "when I told you to attack anyone who came near my dinner," Harry sighed, "I didn't mean it literally," and he shook his head. "Now apologize to Hermione for attacking her and go to your room until I call you," and Dobby complied with Harry's request. "The bandages can come off later today, it is just that they need to hold the healing pads onto the bruises," Luna said to Harry. "Is she going to live, Doctor?" Harry asked. "I am afraid that she will die," Luna said, and color drained from Harry's face. "No," was all he got out. "Not for another 130 years or so, but she will die," Luna said, keeping a completely straight face on her features. "That is not funny," Neville said. "It isn't?" Luna asked. She sounded as if it was rather a good joke. "No, it isn't," Neville confirmed to her. Luna then said sorry to both Harry and Hermione before leaving the room to go and pack for the next day. Harry ate dinner before the plate was taken away by Winky, and he watched the elf go round the kitchen while working on something. His mind brought the answer, which was housekeeping. The house would be empty while at Salem, so the plan was to put the house into mothballs until they came. Winky had misunderstood at first, and he had seen her about to purchase 10,000 tons of mothballs. House elves could be very useful assets, but sometimes and only times when Hermione wasn't around, you got tempted to throttle them. Luckily, Harry was never serious about that action, not always. The rest of the day was spent by Dumbledore answering questions from reporters. They all wanted to know more details concerning the death of his sister, but Dumbledore replied that he was completely innocent of everything he'd been accused of. The first person to talk after he got back to his Hogwarts office was Molly Weasley, through a flow connection. "What happened to the plan, Albus?" she demanded of him. "I admit that even I did not expect the boy to come out with that." "Rest assured, Molly, that this is nothing more than a minor setback," Dumbledore said to her. "Our plan will go ahead," he added. "And what about Ginny and Ron?" the red-haired woman asked. "Your daughter will have the boy's material implanted into her. That will force Potter to marry her. And then on their wedding night, Mr. Potter will have an unfortunate accident. He'll die, and leave Ginny and the Weasley family in control of the Potter vaults," Dumbledore assured her. "And what about Ron?" asked Mrs. Weasley. "He will be made the keeper for Gryffindor as well as the team captain." I will also make him the head boy, the headmaster said. I will start giving Ginny the potions to make her fertile, Mrs. Weasley said. What do we do about the mudblood slut? She inquired. Ronald will have her to do with as he pleases, Dumbledore said. If you enter him into a marriage contract with her like you will do with Harry and Ginny, then she will be forced to marry your son, he said. The woman in the fireplace smiled in an evil sort of way. What will you do with her parents? She asked him. After that brat spent the summer with them, I doubt they will simply allow their slag of a daughter to marry my Ronnikins. Will you alter their minds? And Dumbledore nodded. I will cast compulsion charms to make them sign the contract, he said, and then, I will eliminate them. The two of them talked for time before going away to deal with their respective business. As he went to see McGonagall in her office, Dumbledore wondered how he would get his deputy to see his point of view. He hoped that he wouldn't have to cast another spell on her, but was prepared to do so if necessary. The meeting did not go down very well, and Dumbledore was forced to cast the compulsion charm on her to make her do as he wanted. He didn't know if Harry would take the letter at face value, but he did trust McGonagall a lot. Should that fail, then he could always go to Salem with the Aurors and Order members to drag Harry back in force, but only if all the other options failed. As he returned to his office, Dumbledore went over the letter in the Prophet several times in his mind. It didn't occur to him until he actually read it in reality, the one thing that Dumbledore was looking for. Harry had named the different school where he had gone to complete his learning, the Salem Institute. The place would be well shielded against attacks, but the headmaster was certain he could get around those. All that was required was the exact portkey coordinates for the place, and the attacking forces could appear right in the school. They wouldn't end up in a wall, automatic safeguards would kick in, but arrive they would. Stunning anyone who would attack them, the Aurors and Order members would find Harry, grab hold of him, and return to the UK with him. After having his entire personality changed, he would be forced into impregnating Ginny Weasley with his seed, and forced into a marriage. Then after the death, Dumbledore would be more powerful than anyone else currently alive by power alone. The money could go to the Weasley family minus a few 100 million galleons for himself. If that little brat thinks he can escape doing what I want him to do, then he is very much mistaken. He said to Fawkes, all that needs to be done is for Miss Grangers to sign the contract, and then meet with an unfortunate accident, and he smiled to the empty room, and thought about which first year could be bent to his will, or over his desk. It all depended on his mood at the time. Dobby, Harry said, and the elf appeared. He looked a little sadder and wiser creature, and he looked at Harry. Yes, Harry Potter, sir. He asked, and Harry let the slip go this time. I have decided that you have been punished enough. You may go about your work again, but first I want you to see what help Hermione needs in parking for the morning. If I hear good things about you, then I'll see about asking about a job for you at the school, and the elf's eyes brightened and he nodded. I will do as the fair and just Harry Potter asks, Dobby said as he bounced up and down. I think though before helping Hermione, you should go and thank Winky. She convinced me to let you return to work, Harry added, and the elf popped away. I'm getting too bloody soft for me own good, and then he returned to packing his trunk. They would all be starting a new school tomorrow, and it would be full of interesting new people and all sorts of interesting challenges and incidents to cope with. With Hermione by his side, he could face just about anything. With Susan, Hannah, Lavender, Parvati and Padma, Luna, Dean, Seamus and Neville tagging along as well, at least they would have some friends from Hogwarts to talk to. The other thing he was looking forward to was Quidditch. Harry had told his friends that he wouldn't use his fame for anything, except booking a table at a restaurant of course. They all spent a little time together, Hermione now being demummified, before heading up to bed. Dorn had sent an owl to the group at dinner giving the time that term started. Unlike Hogwarts, which had a welcoming feast at night, Salem had the welcoming feast during the daytime. This allowed for the new arrivals to find which rooms their lessons would be held in. Even though they had been told that Salem didn't have a uniform code as such, the former Hogwarts students didn't know what exactly to wear. They had seen what the local teenagers wore, and all agreed that it wasn't really for them. They decided to arrive in normal clothes and then muddle through from there. Dobby and Winky worked hard to put the house into a clean and tidy state, and ensure that it was ready to be used at a moment's notice. Bottles of butterbeer were put in the pantry before having a preserving charm put over them. Harry had sent Dobby out for a bottle of fire whiskey, and Hermione said that everyone except Luna could drink, so why have it? Harry's reply was that it was for medical purposes only. Harry woke the next morning, and he smelt the smell of food wafting up from downstairs. He showered and dressed and headed to the kitchen to find that Dobby and Winky had outdone themselves. The table had been extended to accommodate the large platters of food in front of two beaming elves. Harry could see platters of fried eggs, grilled and fried bacon, fried bread, fried mushrooms, fried tomatoes, hash browns, fried sausages, omelets, toast, eggy bread, and to top it all off, 3-pint jugs of hot tea. "Morning, Harry," Hermione said. Harry took the chair at the head of the table, and started to be served by the elves. He had said to his friends that they could have any chair, but they had replied that his was his house, so he should have the top chair. Harry pushed that thought to the back of his mind as he started to tear into his breakfast. Every bite made Harry's taste buds think the Hogwarts food was plain. Then again, 5 years of mainly that to eat made things seem better. Though even Hogwarts food was better than what the Dursley had given him to eat. Not to say that Hogwarts had bad food, it was just that there was always something missing. "What time do we have to leave?" asked Harry between mouthfuls. "We should leave in about an hour and a half," Susan said. She had the letter Dorn had sent to them in front of her. "I was thinking on how to get there," Harry said. "Well, Flo seems the best way," Padma said. "I guess we can do either one," she added, and Harry pondered over his fourth tea of the day. After everyone had eaten what they could, the two elves cleared the plates away from the table. The group got up and went to pack up last-minute things that always seemed to need packing despite it being done previously. Once they had finished, they gathered themselves in the living room. "All set?" asked Harry, and they all nodded. "Well, off we go," and Harry took some powder. Salem Institute, and he vanished. The others followed in quick succession, and they ended up in a large banqueting hall. More tables than Harry cared to count could be seen around the room, with one large table laid out like the staff table at Hogwarts. It seemed as if they had arrived at the welcoming feast as the room was packed with students and staff. "Mr. Potter and friends, I presume?" asked a tall man whom seemed to be the principal. "We are," Hermione said, "and please forgive our method of entry, we didn't know the flow would take us here." "Think nothing of it," the man said. "My name is Joseph Jackson, and I am the principal here at Salem. You joined us just in time to be sorted," and he gestured to where a group of younger children waited. Dorn was there and read each name off a list before pointing his wand at them. There was a flash of light before either a red, white, blue or white color appeared above the head of the person being sorted. "Wonder where we will be sorted to," said Luna in a whisper to Neville. "Before we sort these people into her school," said Jackson, "I will introduce them to you. These people are Susan Bones, Hannah Abbott, Parvati and Padma Patil, Seamus Finnegan, Hermione Granger, Dean Thomas, Neville Longbottom and Luna Lovegood." And there was a small bit of talking. "Oh, and this is Harry Potter," the students all gasped in perfect harmony. They all knew who he was, and what he was most famous for, it seemed. The entire 11 of them got called up at the same time, and Dorn muttered a spell. There was a flash of light and they got covered in the series of 4 lights, but no final color could be seen hanging above any of their heads. Dorn tried several times but he got the same result. Murmuring could be heard from the hall. "Well, this was not in the game plan," Harry muttered. "I will see you in my office," Jackson said, and he left his seat and left the hall. Dorn led the refugees from Hogwarts out as well. They got taken down a long corridor which was filled with awards from past students, and also with several trophies. "I must admit," Dorn said, "that this has never happened in the 10 years I have been teaching here. Students are sorted on the first attempt, although several have to be tested again due to 2 very strong personality traits. This can sometimes confuse the house sorting charm, but as I say, this is very rare. Never have I known the sorting charm to fail like this." He led them into a large and spacious office, not unlike the ones you would see on TV. Seats got made for the group who all sat down. Jackson was looking at sheet of paper. "According to this, the reason you could not get sorted is because you remain British citizens. What I will do is for you to remain as one group, and assign you to various classes as needed. I will leave it up to you about which house you join for sports and such," Jackson said. "As for living arrangements, this will also cause trouble. What I could do is to put you all in a separate part of the school where you could all live in 2 separate dorms. That would be fine, said Lavender. After much talking about small matters, the group left the office and Jackson took them to where they would be staying. The door was a thick wooden door, and as it opened the former Hogwarts students could see. As the door opened, they all gasped at the sight of the large room in front of them. It looked to be a large room, at least as big as the Gryffindor one, Neville remarked. There were 2 sofas and 5 armchairs dotted around the room. On the wall opposite was a series of windows that gave a magnificent view of the castle and grounds. There were a couple of tables dotted around, with one having some wooden chairs round it to sit on. There was a decent-sized fireplace beneath a wooden mantelpiece. This, where you will be staying while you are with us, Jackson said. The 4 boys will dorm in the room to the left. The girls will dorm in the room to the right. You can decorate the sitting room to however you like it, and then he watched as they all went round the room. Who will we learn lessons with? Asked Hermione. I will let you know in the morning, Jackson replied, because of the lessons you will be taking, there will be different pupils in the classes. Due to your special circumstances, any house points earned will go to your own counter. Luna was in the year below us at Hogwarts. Will she have to do lessons with those in the year below us? Asked Neville. No, came the reply, she may stay with you for lessons. Now I must go and attend to the rest of my work. I'll see you tomorrow, and with that, Jackson left the room. Shall we put our stuff into our rooms and take a look round? Susan suggested. Might as well, said Hannah, and so they levitated their trunks up to their new dorms. The beds in both dorms looked very much like the 4-poster beds that they had slept in at Hogwarts. Once they had picked out beds for themselves, they left the special quarters and went for a walk around the school. They greeted teachers and pupils alike and the group found out where each lesson was being held. The first thing on the list was to find out where the toilets were in each of the 4 flowers. Afterwards, they went out to look at the grounds. The grounds had incredibly well-kept lawns which stretched all the way to a lake that was bigger than what there was at Hogwarts, and Hermione said it was nearly the size of an ocean. When they found the Quidditch pitch, Harry's jaw dropped. Instead of the rickety old wooden one he was used to, there was a modern stadium. They entered through one of the doors to stand in one of the seating areas. The benches at Hogwarts had been made out of wood, but these appeared to be made out of some kind of leather. When Parvati sat in one to try it out, it molded itself to her shape. This is nothing like before, Harry said, and the others agreed with that. After they had been round the outside of the castle, they asked for directions to Professor Dorn's office. They got odd looks from the 2 girls they asked, and it was Luna who said that it must be because of their English accents. They headed off to the office, where Dorn had them sit down in the chairs in front of his desk. The 4 boys allowed the girls to take the seats while they stood. I take it that you have had a good look around? He asked them with a smile. Yes, said Lavender, and we quite like it here to be honest, she added. So, what can I do to help you? Asked Dorn. I wondered what I could do about Quidditch. Harry said. Ah, Dorn said, I was hoping that you wouldn't ask about that. As you are not in any of the houses, I am afraid that you will not be able to play Quidditch. I understand that Harry is one of the best players in recent years, and Dean whispered something into Harry's ear. Can we have a moment? Asked Harry, and Dorn nodded and the group put their heads together and spoke in low tones. So what do you want? Asked Harry. Professor Jackson said that we are our own house. Could we not form our own team? Asked Seamus. With 1 person, Harry replied. Well, we 3 know how to play, said Neville, pointing to himself, Dean and Seamus. Though we aren't as good as you though, he added. We need more than 4 players, Harry pointed out. There was a miniature discussion between both the Pottles before Padma spoke. We'll join as well, she said, though we have only played it as a little friendly game in the back garden, the girl added. I'm in as well, said Luna after a moment. Harry knew his friends were rallying around him, and they all turned back towards Dorn. What were you discussing, if I may ask, he said to them. We'd like to form our own Quidditch team, Harry said. Dorn looked surprised for a moment. I see you are taking this, your own house, thing to the maximum, the man laughed. If you think you can do it, then try it by all means, and after a few questions the group left Dorn's office to return to their quarters to change into something else. It had got a lot warmer as the day had progressed, and so they changed into lighter clothes. When they had all gathered in the common room, Harry spoke to the newly formed team members. "First of all, I want to thank you for helping me to fly this year. I would have been reduced to just flying around the grounds." Harry paused. "Now you've played in friendly games, but this isn't like that at all. I will have to work out with Hermione to see what training we can work out for you. I'll buy you all a broom each, but we'll get you equipped with ones that are suited to you. Like a wand, the broom must be found to match you." And the others thanked Harry and offered to pay for their own brooms, but Harry was having none of it. He told them that he had more money than he could possibly spend in his life. "So what is our first thing to do?" asked Lavender. She would also be training in case of an accident to someone which prevented them from participating in the game. Harry and Hermione conferred for a while before Hermione answered. "You will each receive a copy of Quidditch Through the Ages to read. It has all of the rules that you will need to know about. Then there is body armor. Dumbledore never allowed it because he didn't want the school to seem too rough," and there were nods all round. They went for another walk around where everyone stopped, looked and pointed at Harry's ever-present scar. The order met in Dumbledore's office at Hogwarts. Everyone was present from Tonks to the Weasley family. The twins, who had joined last year, had resigned a few days ago. Dumbledore could still see their joint letter without looking at it. "Dear Albus Dumbledore, we hereby quit your stupid fried chicken club. If you take any action against Harry, Hermione or his true friends, then we will be forced to reveal some secrets about you. Signed, A. N. Other and N.O. Body." It didn't take a genius to figure it was Fred and George Weasley who had sent them. "I've called you here because I have come up with an idea as to how to get Harry back," Dumbledore said. "How?" asked Mrs. Weasley. "I have sent a trunk to Harry," Dumbledore said. "Inside is a long-distance owl. It is carrying a piece of charmed parchment. As soon as it is opened by Harry, the parchment will be filled with Portkey coordinates and the owl will fly back here to me. Once I have those numbers, I can create a series of Portkeys to take us to Salem to remove Harry. He will return with us and have his memory wiped. Then he will do whatever we tell him to, and we split the Potter fortune between ourselves," and they all looked very happy at that. "And Ginny?" asked Mr. Weasley. "You and Molly will become grandparents, but Harry will not live to see his son. He will be forced to have say with Ginevra so that she can get pregnant. All she has to do is to seduce Harry enough to ensure he has say with her," Dumbledore replied. He then proceeded to explain what each order member would do when they had arrived at Salem. "What if anyone resists?" asked Moody. "As we will be wearing Death Eater outfits, then you can stun them or hex them as badly as you want. I want no killings though. This must be a lightning raid," the headmaster warned, "but if you want to maim anyone, by all means," and he smiled. "What about the mudblood?" asked Molly. "She isn't going to accept us taking Harry from Salem," and Moody snorted. "We'll simply stun her and take her with us. We'll fix her mind and give her to Ron as a plaything," he said, and Molly began to plot. Although the original plan was for him to die on the wedding night, they had discovered that Harry would have to live to see his child born. This was so he could name the child as his heir before his unfortunate accident. "How is he to die?" asked Mrs. Weasley. "That took some thinking about," Dumbledore said, "but I believe that I have the right idea. A short while after the birth of the child, Harry will go for a ride on his broom with lots of people watching. I will charm the broom so that it will respond to my commands. When he is at a high altitude, the broom will tip forwards and commence a full power dive. It will smash into the ground and kill him," the headmaster finished. He saw the looks on the faces of those people who believed in his cause. During the time it took for Ginny to carry Harry's child, Voldemort would be forced out of hiding and defeated. After the death of Harry, Dumbledore would say he found evidence that Harry was also a Dark Lord. How else could he kill Voldemort after all? "The boy is the only person I know that can withstand compulsion charms. I'd even guess that he would brush off an Imperio if we cast it on him," Moody said. "He told me about what your imposter did, Alistair," Lupin said. "While I am not entirely certain, I would assume that he could throw off all three of the unforgivables. We can always brew a potion and give it to him while he is stunned," Snape said. He had remained quiet so far this meeting as he wanted to consider every option. While he was fully committed to Dumbledore, there was the matter of the life debt he owed to his James Potter. When he was unable to save his life, the debt transferred to Harry. The potions master decided to send Harry a letter which explained what Dumbledore was planning to do. Then he would tell Dumbledore that Voldemort had learned that Harry knew of the plans, and Harry knew because of the link the two had. Snape hoped that this would end the debt. If Harry was captured, then he would alter the potion so that Harry knew exactly what was happening. While he hated his father, Lily on the other hand. The group rose, showered, dressed and collected their books for their first lesson at Salem. The one rule that couldn't be bent for them was the one concerning breakfast. So for breakfast they would eat with the members of Lovell House. Harry had automatically dressed in his Gryffindor robes before he remembered there was no dress code at Salem. He opted for a pair of black trousers with a dark green shirt instead. After breakfast, they headed towards the potions room. Unlike the damp and cold dungeon of Snape's, potions at Salem got held in a purpose-made laboratory. This seemed to please Neville somewhat greatly. As they had arrived a little early, they examined the classroom after putting their bags at the front of the rows of desks. They sat down when the rest of the class came in, and they said hello. They got more odd looks when the other pupils heard the English accents. In return, they didn't look surprised when they heard all of the various American accents. The professor came into the room shortly afterwards. The professor was a tall white man with curly hair. "You must be the new arrivals," said the man. "My name is David Marcus, and I will be teaching potions for your next 2 years. I have had a look over your educational records from Hogwarts, and see that you are at least up to date with your work. Saying that though, I notice that Mr. Longbottom is the worst out of you. Can you tell me why?" Professor Marcus asked. "I was bullied by members of another house," Neville said, "and our potions master at Hogwarts was the head of house for the bullies. He wouldn't do a single thing to punish them. He also made sure that I got the bad potions ingredients," he added. "Well, I am sure your grades will improve here," Marcus said. He took the register of the class, and then most of the class rose and stood with one hand over their hearts. They started to recite something. Harry and the others remained seated but looked at each other oddly. "Any ideas?" asked Susan. "They do this every morning in American schools," Hermione said knowingly. "I don't think that we have to do it though," she added. "Well, we'll stand respectfully from tomorrow," Harry said. "I agree," said Parvati, "we might as well show respect for their customs," and the former Hogwarts students nodded in agreement. Once the lesson was underway, they got asked to make a pepper-up potion. This was easy for Harry and his friends, so much so that Professor Marcus asked them to start making an anti-poison potion. This took the rest of the lesson to complete, and many of the other pupils in the class also managed to make the potion. It was very different to have a proper potions lab at their disposal, and Neville's potion was exactly the right color as it should be. At the end of the lesson, Professor Marcus asked them to pour a sample into containers and bring them to the front for marking. "I will give you results next lesson," he said. Class dismissed, and they filed out of the classroom. They had the same group for defense against the dark arts, and it was Professor Dorn who took the lesson, something the group knew already. Tables lined the walls with chairs on top of them, and Harry assumed that they were being stored for the moment. "Welcome everyone," Dorn said, "and I see that you have already met your New Year mates. Now you all know who Mr. Potter and his friends are, and you know about Mr. Potter in particular. So I propose that Mr. Potter and a volunteer duel to see how well he can battle," and Harry suddenly looked a little apprehensive. "Sir," he said to Dorn, "the only time I have battled, it was a no-holds-barred fight. I have never ever dueled before," but Dorn laughed and shook his head. "Don't worry, you won't be killing anyone," he said. "Anything apart from dark curses and unforgivables are allowed. You have battled a Dark Lord on 2 separate occasions. I would like to see what you in action, if that is all right with you," and Harry reluctantly nodded. Dorn asked for volunteers, and picked one person out, a tall black-skinned student whose name was Patrick Obama. "Be careful, Harry," Hermione whispered as Harry withdrew his wand in order to fight. "You know me, Herms," Harry replied. "That's what I mean," she replied. "I'll be fine," Harry assured her. "I'm the only one who can defeat Voldemort after all," and he turned to face Patrick. On the signal to start, Harry's opponent sent a stunning spell at Harry, who simply stepped to the side whilst casting Impedimenta at him. This missed the other boy by mere millimeters. The class watched as the pair battled with fascinated looks, but the former Hogwarts contingent looked slightly bored as they had seen this all before. Sleps, said Patrick, and a viciously green-colored burst from his wand. Harry let it get towards him before dropping to the floor and letting it pass over him. Without speaking, Harry waved his wand and out came 4 Smurfs. Patrick and the class simply stared at the dancing Smurfs, and didn't notice Harry sneaking around the edge of the classroom to come up behind Patrick. With 2 quick movements, he relieved the boy of his wand and pushed him to the floor. Then before anyone could do anything, Harry raised his wand. Imperio, and everyone gawped at Harry using an unforgivable. The spell hit Patrick and lifted him into the air. Harry hadn't used an unforgivable, he had instead used the levitation charm on him. Harry and Hermione had practiced it over the summer, and Harry was more than able to say one spell while actually casting a different one. With the boy's own wand, Harry stunned him and then gently put him onto the floor. Harry Potter wins, said Dorn, and there was some applause, more so from Harry's friends. Hermione came over and gave him a quick hug and key on the cheek. After Dorn had revived Patrick, he turned to the class. What was wrong with Patrick's defense? He asked them, and Hermione put her hand right up. Miss Granger. He allowed himself to be distracted, she said, and that let Harry get around and disarm him, and Dorn nodded. 10 points to your house, he said, knowing they hadn't come up with a name yet. Now that is over with, I think we will start this year by reviewing the fight that had just taken place, and suggesting ways to overcome Harry, if at all possible. You can start in his lesson, and then continue for homework, and at the end of the lesson, Dorn dismissed them for lunch. That was incredible, Hermione said while they had lunch in the hall. Well, I didn't want to be in a bad state for our training session this evening, Harry replied. Tonight, exclaimed his girlfriend, we start Quidditch training this evening. She asked him. None of you are of the same standard as I am. If we are to form a team, then we better start training as soon as possible, Harry said, and Hermione agreed that it made sense. What she didn't tell Harry was that she was still scared of flying on a broomstick. But if Harry could face Voldemort 3 times, then she could go through the sky at a couple of 100 feet. From the way their lessons worked out, they had the afternoon off, on the first day as well. While Hermione and Padma made notes, Harry went up to his new dorm and retrieved his firebolt. He had to see what the flying conditions were like around the area inside the institute's boundaries. As he left for the grounds, he told Hermione what he was going to do. Are you sure? She asked him. I need to find out what the wind is like around here. If I think it is too bad to fly, then we'll simply watch a pensive memory of some of my matches, Harry said. The other thing is that I have been over a month without actually flying. I'll only be doing a few simple maneuvers and a quick power burst, he added. Well, be safe, Hermione said, and gave him a quick key on the lips. The others giggled or wolf whistled before Harry headed out to the grounds. A handful of others seemed to be doing what Harry was doing, and 2 turned out to be of Muggle origin. Harry introduced himself to all of them before showing off his firebolt. The fastest the others had was the Nimbus 2002, and Harry had a little pang as he thought about his faithful Nimbus 2000. The Whomping Willow had destroyed it during his 3rd year, and he had kept the pieces. He still had them in one of his trunks, but knew there was very little he could do about that. As he had got on, the word spread about that Harry was about to take off on flying display. And off we go, Harry uttered, and he rose into the air. The first thing he did was to do several circuits of the building and then of the Quidditch to see how the winds were. Everything went better than he had expected, so he did a little showing off for those watching below, including Hermione and the others who had come to watch. Although he was enjoying himself, he made sure that he was nowhere near any other person in the air. He didn't want to bump into anyone. After all, when he was done, he descended and got off to receive a hug from Hermione. This was a new Hermione that had come out over the time he had spent at the Granger residence, and Harry was amused by the change a little bit. While he was talking to people, there was a muffled boom and he snapped round to see that someone had strayed slightly too close to the protective wards around the institute. The tail of the broom was emitting bright, multicolored sparks and the rider, a girl, was screaming as she battled to keep the broom in the air. Every so often it was tipping forwards and dropped a good 50 feet before the girl managed to get it under control. She stopped screaming and managed to keep it level and in a lazy turn to the left. She can't land, Seamus said, not with that damage, and the crowd watched as the broom started to gather more and more speed. It went well past the limit that a Nimbus 2002 could do, and the smoke started to get heavier and blacker. Harry knew that there wasn't a lot of time left. "We better get a teacher," Hermione said, but Harry shook his head. "No time," he said, and he swung his broom underneath him. "Get away," the boy ordered, and the closest people to him did so quickly. While the numbuses of those people on the ground could go fast, the firebolt could beat them in terms of speed by a long shot. "Are you doing what I think you are doing?" asked a voice, and they all turned to see Dorn and Jackson with them. A woman in a long white lab coat stood behind them, and Harry assumed it was the school nurse or someone. "Sir," Harry said to Professor Jackson, "nobody's Nimbus can reach that person, but my firebolt could reach her. I'll go up there, match its speed and get her to climb onto my firebolt. When she is on, I'll drop back a little and blow it apart." The plan sounded a little bit on the wild side, but it was the best he could come up with. Harry knew it was the plan, but it would do for now. "Go," Jackson said, and Harry stood his broom on the tail and rocketed into the air. He quickly reached the same height as the stricken broomstick, and he urged every ounce of speed out of the firebolt. He raced after the now crippled Nimbus, and soon pulled up alongside him. "Taxi, ma'am?" he asked the bewildered girl. What?" she asked, her long hair flapping in its ponytail from the slipstream whipping about both of them. "Get on the firebolt," Harry said firmly, his voice brooked no argument. The girl did so quickly, and then to her amazement, Harry climbed on board hers. "Can I have this broom?" he asked. "Yes," she said weakly. Harry thanked her, and then tapped the top of his firebolt. It suddenly dropped behind and slowed down. Once it had reached safer speeds, it began the trip down to the ground where the nurse, both professors and everyone else was waiting. Harry meanwhile had managed to convince the broom that he was its new owner. Now all he had to do was to remember what he had once read. "Broom. This is Harry Potter, your owner speaking." "Yes," it replied. "Initiate auto-destruct sequence," Harry ordered calmly. "Authorization?" it asked. "Potter 47 Alpha Tango," Harry said carefully. He managed to get the broom heading towards the gigantic lake. "Second authorization code," the broom requested. "Code 11B2B3. Destruct sequence completed and engaged. Awaiting final code for 1 minute countdown. Code 000 destruct 0. 1 minute to self-destruct sequence. This broom will self-destruct in 50 seconds. Harry felt the heat as the broom burst into flames at the back. He cast a water spell, but knew it would only delay it. With a little luck, the broom would blow up before the fires reached him. "What is he doing?" asked Hermione. Panic spread over her face as the girl told her story. "He'll be keeping the broom over the lake so that when it blows, it will not take out any of the school," Dean said. "Him and his saving thing," Hermione muttered. She, nor any of the others, did not know that Harry had activated the broom's self-destruct feature. Harry kept the broom flying over the lake. The fire and the amount of damage made the turns hard to complete, and so he made 2 last turns so that it went from the bottom to the top of the lake. Harry looked down at the transparent display that was on the handle of the broom. He had only 10 seconds left, and so he made the severely crippled and nearly out of control broom go as fast as it possibly could. The counter actually went down to 0, but at 2 Harry was already off the thing. As he was falling through the air, Harry felt the explosion hit him full force and it buffeted him with all the fury of a magical object exploding. As Harry was falling to the ground, he reached into his jeans for his wand. While he didn't know something to keep him flying, he pointed his wand above him and cast a shield charm. The semicircle acted as a parachute, and Harry made a graceful landing in the lake. He could see Hermione speeding towards him on his firebolt. "Grab hold," she told him, and he held onto the main part of the broom as Hermione slowly took them to shore. The professors and the nurse waited to see him and were amazed to see not a single scratch on his body. "I have never seen anything like that," Jackson said. "Nor have I," Dorn said. 100 points, Jackson said, and a special action award, he added. "Thank you," Harry said, "thank you very much," and the nurse fussed over him. "Are you sure you are all right?" she asked in a concerned voice. "I'm fine," Harry replied. "I might be a little soaked, but I'm more than fine. It is thanks to Hermione that I didn't drown or anything when she rescued me on the broom," he added. "I flew on a broomstick," Hermione said weakly, and she fainted to the ground. "There's your patient," Harry said, pointing to the crumpled form of his girlfriend. After Harry had changed into dry and clean clothes, he sat in the armchair by the fire. Though summer still remained a little, the water in the lake had been cold, and so Harry was trying to get warm again. Hermione had been revived and told to take it easy, and so she was snuggled up next to Harry. There was a little popping noise, and a trunk appeared in the middle of the room. "Anyone?" Lavender asked. "It isn't mine," said Luna. "Who is it from?" asked Harry. Dean went over and read the label that was attached to one of the handles. "It is from Hermione's parents to you, Harry," he said. Harry looked at Hermione, who shrugged. The pair of them got up and went over to where the trunk was sat. "Why would they send it to you?" asked Hermione. "It doesn't look to be one of the trunks we brought in Diagon Alley," she added. "I bet they contacted McGonagall about something, and she got a trunk for the contents," Harry reasoned. He bent down to open it, and all at once there was a fluttering of white as an owl sprang forth and attempted to leave. Hedwig happened to be in the area, and she intercepted it and killed it with a stab of her talons. She knew the sign of a Hogwarts owl when she saw it. Harry saw the paper the dead owl had dropped, and frowned at it. All it contained was a series of numbers, and that didn't make sense to him. "We have to see Professor Jackson at once," said Hermione quickly. She knew what the numbers meant as she had read a book on the subject. "What is it?" Hannah and Susan asked at the same time. "These are portkey coordinates," Hermione replied, and she rushed from the room with the rest in hot pursuit. While Hedwig took the body away to feed to some wild dogs nearby, a second owl flew out of the trunk which contained identical numbers. Albus Dumbledore had accounted for something like this to have happened. Days passed and the group settled into the way Salem was run, and it was soon nearly Hermione's birthday. Harry had been writing and getting letters which Hedwig refused to let Hermione read. One letter she was allowed to look at was from the Ministry of Magic. In an extremely crafty deal, worthy of the Weasley twins, the own rooms at the Institute was now considered sovereign UK soil. The day before Hermione's birthday, they invited all their new friends round because Harry was going to take Hermione out for the next 2 days. Hermione got some books on Native American magical beliefs as well as other gifts. The biggest one was a chess set made by the others which had her and Harry as the king and queen on the white side. Hermione saw Harry looking over at her with a smile on his face, and she asked him what he was up to. "Just pack some essentials and a couple of changes of clothes," Harry told her cryptically, and then he held her in his arms and kissed her lovingly. Lots of cat calls and wolf whistles came when everyone saw the two of them. After the party was over, most of the former Hogwarts students went to bed, but Harry remained downstairs as he wanted to get a few things done before heading off himself. He was sure that Hermione would be surprised when she saw where Harry had taken her for a 2-day trip. He turned on the little lamp on the bedside cabinet and ensured that all of the needed paperwork was ready. Harry was up bright and early the next morning, and he showered, dressed and went downstairs. The small traveling trunks both he and Hermione owned sat by the sofa, and Harry sat down and passed the time by reading a book. As predicted, Hermione came down a good half-hour later. "Where are we going?" asked his girlfriend. "Away," was all that Harry said. "Do you think that I have enough camera film?" Hermione asked him, and the bushy-haired girl looked slightly panicked. "I should hope so," said Harry, and got up and held out the portkey they would be using. It had been determined that Harry was powerful enough to simply get through the wards as if they did not exist. "Ready?" he asked. "I guess so," Hermione said, and took hold of the trunk. "Activate," said Harry, and the two of them vanished from the room. They appeared in the middle of what looked to be a railway station somewhere in Britain. Hermione looked around and saw that no one had seemingly noticed them. "Are we in the right place?" she asked. "I know we are," Harry said, and so Hermione looked around some more. The station's name was Crovan's Gate on the NWR, but Hermione had no idea where that was. It was a big station with what looked to be a train depot. Cottages lined the road behind the station, and people gathered on the platform. As they waited for something to happen, a man in a blue uniform came up to them. "Excuse me, but are you Mr. Harry Potter?" he asked Harry. "I am," he replied. "Welcome to the Northwestern Railway. I was asked to keep an eye out for you, and we've got you and your good friend 2 first-class tickets as requested," the man said. Hermione noticed that he was called F. Abel, and that he was the station master here. Thank you, Harry said. I assume that the train is on time, and the man nodded. It is only a few minutes away, Abel said, and he led the two down the platform to where there was a very plush-appearing waiting room. As he predicted, they didn't have to wait that long and they heard a steam engine's whistle. Harry laughed at Hermione's confused face as they went outside. The steam engine was pulling a long train which was comprised of green and cream coaches. Porters put the trunks in the guard's compartment while Harry stared at Hermione's open mouth. She was gazing at the steam engine. It has a face, she said. I know. It has a face, Hermione repeated. It has a name, madam, said the engine, and Hermione nearly jumped out of her skin. I'm sorry, she stammered. My name is Hermione, Harry's girlfriend said. And I am Harry, said the raven-haired boy. The engine smiled at Hermione's reaction, and then seemed to perk up quite a lot after introductions. Hello, Harry. Hello, Hermione. My name is Thomas, said the engine. Are you going to Knapford? Thomas asked. Yes, said Harry, we have an appointment with your owner, and the engine smiled. You new to the island? Asked Thomas. We both are, Hermione said, seemingly recovering from her shock. Well, welcome to Sodor then, said Thomas. I'm setting off in a minute. You better get on board, and after saying goodbye to Thomas, the two of them boarded the train and sat down at first class. The train left smoothly, and after a few moments, a man wearing a white shirt and a red waistcoat asked what they would like for breakfast. Hermione and Harry both went for the Tidmouth Kippers, twice, and had some tea. As they heard Thomas working to pull the train, Harry remarked he was still a little hungry. The waiter came back 10 minutes later with a full English breakfast for him. He and Hermione watched the scenery going by as they sped through the countryside, and Harry asked Hermione if she was enjoying herself. I am so far, she replied. Thank you for such a pleasant ride, Harry said. You're welcome, sir, Thomas said, and then he went away to the sheds for a nice drink and to be fueled up with coal. The two watched him disappear to shed before turning and walking up the platform to where the ticket office was. Porters had taken their trunks to the office to be kept safe. As they entered, the room was like a walk into the past. Almost everything was wooden, and they could smell the polish distinctively. Large framed posters showed off many destinations on or around the island. While Hermione looked at the posters, Harry went up to the man behind the glass panel. Hello, he said to the uniformed man, I and my friend have an appointment to see Sir Topham Hatt, and the man looked up at him with interest. Your names? Mr. Harry Potter and Miss Hermione Granger, Harry told him. Wait here, and he went through a door. I always wanted to come here, said Hermione, and she gave Harry a hug and a key. I know, said Harry, and they broke apart as the man came back downstairs. Sir Topham Hatt will see you now, he told them, and he led them through the office and up the long steps. He knocked on a door before opening it and letting them past. In front of them was a slightly tubby man wearing a suit, and he rose to his feet and put out his hand. You must be Harry Potter, he said, and Harry and Hermione shook his hand. I have heard all about you. I am Sir Topham Hatt, but I guess you would already know that, and the man laughed. I'm glad that we were able to get here, said Harry. This is my friend, Hermione Granger, and he pointed to Hermione. I knew she liked the stories as a child, so I thought of bringing her here for a little birthday holiday, sir, Harry said, and Sir Topham had nodded. Drop the sir, will you? Call me the Fat Controller, everyone does. I know my engines and staff think I don't know it, but I have my ways of knowing, said the Fat Controller. They talked for some time about the plans for their holiday on the island. Harry explained that they had places at the railway hotel nearby and that was so they could be near to the railway. Hermione was excited to know that they would be traveling on the engine's footplates after getting special passes from the Fat Controller to tell the crews it was allowed. When the clock struck 9, he took them down to one of the platforms in the station. They had only just got onto it when a little green steam engine puffed up to them. He had been pulling a few coaches, but he was also pulling some heavy goods vans. You looked tired, said Harry. I am, sir, said the engine. You may go back to the sheds, Percy, and have a nice long rest if you'd like, said the Fat Controller kindly. Yes, sir. Thank you, sir, Percy said. These are visitors to the island, continued the Fat Controller. Could you take them in your cab please to the sheds? And Percy agreed. After saying goodbye to the Fat Controller, Harry and Hermione climbed into Percy's cab and felt the heat from the fire hit them. They got the road to the sheds where Percy was put on a turntable and then backed into a space in the shed. Harry and Hermione climbed down from the cab and thanked Percy. Percy though had fallen asleep almost as soon as his wheels had stopped turning. Percy's fireman dropped the fire while his driver took the two to see the other engines. They met a great big green engine called Henry and another big blue one called Gordon. They talked for some time until they heard a whistle, and a bright red engine backed into a space next to Henry. "Who are you?" asked the engine. "I'm Harry and this is Hermione," Harry said. "It's Hermione's birthday today, so I thought I'd bring her here for 2 days," and Hermione nodded. "I always wanted to come here," she said. "I've read all about you," and the engines looked very happy indeed. "We hope to ride on your trains as much as possible," Hermione added. "Well, I am about to take the express to Barrow," said Gordon. "You are welcome to ride with me as far as the station," and the two agreed. "This is the best present ever," Hermione said. "Well, as it is your birthday," said the driver, "would you like to pull the whistle?" he asked, and Hermione nodded her head like the little dogs you got in cars that sat on the parcel shelf in the boot. With a blast of the whistle, Gordon moved off for the station where they got off. They would ride the express to Barrow and back tomorrow, so they watched as Gordon coupled up and then puffed off on his trip. "Where do you want to go now?" asked Harry to Hermione. His girlfriend looked at the timetables she had been given. Not only did she have the passenger ones, she also had the freight timetables which listed all the freight trains that passed through the stations and where they would end up going to. "It says here that there is a freight to the docks," Hermione said after a moment. "We can catch it to there and then see what there is there," and so they waited. The freight was booked to stop for a few minutes to allow the boat train to arrive. When it pulled up to one of the platforms, Harry and Hermione showed their special passes to the crew who let them come into the cab. It only took a few minutes, but they thanked the green engine, whose name was Duck, and headed to the foreman's office to tell him who they were and what they would be doing. When he heard, he wished Hermione a happy birthday, and then took them for a tour of the docks. It took several hours, but they had a great time riding up and down the sidings and in and out of the single-passenger platform for those people getting on and off the boats. They got a cab ride back to the station. This one wasn't stopping, but the driver slowed them down well enough so they could alight safely. It was afternoon, so Harry treated Hermione to high tea in the station buffet before they sat on a bench and watched all the trains passing by. Hermione snuggled up next to Harry and kept thanking him for the day she was having. They watched all the trains rushing past and people getting on the stopping services. "I'm lucky to have you as a boyfriend," she whispered. "It is an honor to call you my girlfriend," Harry replied, and he kissed her tenderly on the lips. When they broke apart, Hermione snuggled as much as possible to the intoxicating scent of her boyfriend and watched a few others go by. A little while later, they stood up and went to have dinner. The man walked nervously down the corridor and knocked on the door. Even after doing this for numerous times, he was still a little apprehensive. "Enter," said a cold and cruel-sounding voice. The man opened the door, walked up to the throne. "Report," said the voice again. "My lord," began the kneeling figure, "I bring news of the lumbering old fool, Dumbledore. He intends to visit this Salem Institute with members of the Order of the Phoenix. It is his intention to go there in force and bring the Potter brat to this country. Once that is done, he will use his issue to gain control over the Potter fortune," finished the man. "Lord Voldemort is pleased," said the hooded and robed figure. "Tell me how many people he plans to take," he added. "They have not yet decided, my lord," said Severus Snape. "All that I know is it will be a lightning raid. The old fool even told me of his plan, as he assumes I am loyal to him. But it is to you that I am most loyal, my lord," Snape said. Voldemort nodded slowly the once and then waved his hand for Snape to continue. "Go on," he said. "Dumbledore sent Potter a trunk containing 2 owls. He said there was only one, but he later confided in me about a second. These owls had charmed parchment attached to them so that wherever they got opened, portkey coordinates would appear and the owls would fly back to Hogwarts." Snape paused for a moment before pressing. "Dumbledore disguised the trunks as coming from the Granger Mudblood's parents so that Potter would open it. It seems, my lord, that one owl was either captured or killed by someone or something as only the second owl arrived at the castle," Snape finished. "When does Dumbledore expect to attack this Salem Institute?" Voldemort asked. In 2 or 3 days. He must wait for enough Aurors to be free to join with him, those loyal to him of course, Snape said. This is welcome news, but I sense that Potter is not at this other school, Voldemort said. I do not know where he is, but I can sense Potter's thoughts as if he is asleep. His thoughts are confusing, even to me, Voldemort admitted. Snape was the only one he would say that to. Certainly not the fool Lucius Malfoy. How so, my lord? Snape asked. Potter is dreaming, Voldemort said. He is thinking of talking Muggle steam engines. I would dismiss this as an attempt to block my entry into his mind, only these are real memories. I have looked in the library, but I cannot find anything that would explain this. All I do know is that he and the Granger Mudblood are together in this place. Voldemort was quiet for a while. Snape stayed in place until he spoke some more. Severus, you have mudbloods and half-bloods at Hogwarts. Ask discreet questions about this place. Listen into convocations between them. The name, Thomas, seems to be significant, and Snape nodded quickly. It shall be done, my lord, he said. Voldemort dismissed him, and Snape left the chamber as quickly as he possibly could. He had no idea of a place with talking trains, but would resolve to look in the library and to listen in whenever a student said, Thomas. It might take some time to do, but he would find Harry. But he would also warn him of the 2 attempts on him. The Fat Controller had arranged for them to have cab rides that evening to Brendam Bay and back, and then a run to Farquhar and back. Unlike Thomas's normal train, this one didn't stop, and was normally nearly empty. The dinner at the hotel was great, and Harry and Hermione had a walk around town before returning to the hotel to change into different clothes. When they got to their rooms, the pair discovered brand new overalls sat on the beds, and they changed into them before headed back down to the station. Thomas was waiting for them on the platform as the sun hung low over the town. Hello, he said to the pair. Driver says you are coming for a ride in my cab, and Hermione nodded. We're going all the way to your branch line and then back again, she told the engine. I'm looking forward to it, and Thomas smiled. Thomas's crew took Harry and Hermione round the engine and showed them what they did to make Thomas ready to run. The few passengers got into Annie and Clarabel, Thomas's 2 coaches, and the 4 of them got into Thomas's cab. Would you like to do the honors? Asked the driver. I'd sound the whistle myself, but I'm busy and the fireman is putting more coal in, and he pointed to Thomas's whistle. Thank you, Hermione said, and she reached up for the whistle. The girl missed the wink shared between Harry and the driver. 2 quick blasts, and the driver pulled the lever and the train moved forward. They had a great time running all the way to the other end of the branch, and it was almost night. Harry and Hermione helped the fireman to light up the lamps on Thomas's front and back. They watched as Thomas ran round the train ready for the return trip. The stars shone brightly and the station lamps glowed strong as they waited for the signal. When it came, Thomas set off on the non-stop trip back to where they had started from. They sped through the countryside at night, and Harry and Hermione took turns to fire and to drive. By the time they reached Knapford station, they both had coal dust all over themselves, and they climbed out the cab and bid Thomas goodbye. They had a few cab rides back and forth from the station down to the harbor, before they noticed the time was just past midnight. A goods train, whose name was Douglas, came into the station and waited for the road ahead. Fancy a trip on this? Harry asked Hermione. Why not? She agreed, and they showed their passes to the driver and fireman who let them get into the cab. A short whistle later, and they set off into the inky black night with the warmth of the fire hitting them. You all right? Harry asked Hermione. Sure, she replied, just that I've been up for hours, so I'm a little tired at the moment. But this is great, Hermione added. Well, when we get back, you can have a good long sleep, said Harry, and the 2 of them watched the driver and fireman doing their work. The sounds of Douglas working hard to pull the goods filled their ears, and the pair of them looked out as they passed signal box after signal box, the bright lights shining out the darkness. I don't suppose you 2 would like a turn at firing? The fireman asked them. Really? Asked a delighted Hermione, and the bushy-haired girl was soon shoveling coal into the firebox as if she had been doing it for a while. When Hermione's arms ached, she passed the shovel over to her boyfriend. Harry put shovel load after shovel load in exactly where it was needed, and then the 2 of them took turns having a turn at driving the engine. They passed over a viaduct and the crew took over as they entered a yard where only the diesels worked. This was the railway that most people knew, the British Rail Network. Douglas stopped and then backed his mixed freight into a siding before the four of them and the guard set off for the return working. They saw it on the outbound sidings, so they puffed slowly over to couple up to it. As they did so though, they heard a faint whooshing noise. "I thought we was the only steam engine here," Harry said to the driver. "Aye, and we should be," he replied. They listened and they heard the noise again. "Who's there?" called Douglas. A faint voice answered them. "Are you a Fat Controller's engine?" asked the voice. "Aye," said Douglas, and proud of it. "Oh, thank goodness. I'm Oliver and this is my brakeman, Toad. We tried to get to your railway, but I ran out of steam and now I can't move," said the voice. As Douglas's crew, Harry and Hermione looked into the darkness, they spotted an old steam engine with a brakeman attached. "What were you doing?" asked Douglas. "Escaping," said Oliver. "From what? Scrap?" asked Douglas quickly. "Yes," said Oliver. "Then it's pleased me to help ye," Douglas said, and his driver backed Douglas a little bit so that the fireman could change the points manually. Two men could be seen who had to be Oliver's driver and fireman. The two crews met up and discussed a plan. With the help of Harry and Hermione, they wrote out transit labels and attached them to Oliver's cab sides. Then with a tin of white paint from the brakeman on Douglas's freight, they dabbed the word, "Scrap," every couple of feet on Oliver and Toad. A few moments later, and Oliver and Toad got marshaled into the train. "No time ta run around," said Douglas, "I'll have ta ruin tender first," and they set off as fast as they could. They had only just moved when a passing diesel saw them. "Yoo-hoo! A steam engine is escaping! Yoo-hoo! A steam engine is escaping!" and a door opened on the foreman's cabin. When they saw a red light they stopped, just before they cleared the station throat. Douglas's crew climbed out of the cab and went to speak to the foreman. "What's this then?" he said in a gravely voice. "A Great Western engine and a brakeman. You can't take these," the man added firmly. "Let's put more coal in," said Harry to Hermione, and the girl nodded. They quietly started to put coal into the firebox. This was easier because they had taken the shovel from Oliver before they had moved off. "Of course we can," said the fireman, "they're all for us." "See for yourself," he added. Douglas's crew showed the foreman the transit papers. He looked at them in the light of his lamp, before shining it over Oliver and Toad. "Well," pressed the driver. "Everything seems to be in order," the foreman grudgingly said, "but this is still peculiar," he muttered. "I could tell ye more funny things," said the guard, but the foreman was in a bad mood. "I'm sure you could," said the man, and he waved them off to the cab and the brakeman respectively. "We added more coal so we could get away quickly in case he decided to call anyone about it," Hermione said. "Good thinking," the driver said. "Right away, guard." The shout of the foreman was carried over the noise of Douglas's fire. A whistle blew and they set off again. They took the few miles of the main line before they crossed over the viaduct and into the Northwestern Railway's territory. As they did so, the four of them in the cab started to whistle the theme from The Great Escape by unspoken agreement. Once they got over the viaduct and onto the island itself, Douglas let off a whistle of his own. "We've made it," he called out to Oliver and Toad. "They's canna touch ya here," and they kept going along the tracks and went on into the night before they arrived at Knapford. They disposed of the freight in the reception sidings, then they took Oliver and Toad to a siding. They tried to be quiet, but the night foreman there heard them, and so he was taken into the plan as well. "I know just the place," he said, and he climbed into the cab. "What are you two doing here?" asked the man when he saw Harry and Hermione. Both had helped to fire and had coal and grease all over their faces. Hermione was looking forward to the promise of a nice hot shower when they got back to the hotel. "Special visitors," the fireman explained, "they have permission," and the foreman nodded. "Well, let's get this engine and the van into the siding," he smiled, and he showed them the way, jumping off every so often to operate the points. They tucked the pair safely away before heading off back to shed. "Thank you," called Oliver, and goodbye, as they vanished into what was left of the night. They only stopped to let the foreman off at the cabin with a promise to keep quiet until they had told someone higher up about their actions. Douglas wasn't going through the station, but he slowed enough to let Harry and Hermione climb down safely. "Thank you for your help," said Douglas's driver, fireman and guard. Peep peep. And me too, said Douglas. He was tired and wanted to sleep for a long time indeed. Harry and Hermione made their way along the track, a distance of only 100 feet, and walked up the ramp and onto the platform. Not knowing what else to do, they went into the ticket office where the lonely figure of the relief station master sat next to the fire. The air seemed a little colder, but still welcome after the inferno of the cab. I wondered when you two might turn up, he said, as the uniformed man looked at them. He explained that he had been waiting in the ticket office for them as he had nothing else to do. During the night, he had no duties to carry out, but he was there in case an overnight train was derailed, and then he would call people and organize the breakdown train with whatever engine was available. During the night, one engine was kept in steam in case of such an incident. We just want to see the inside of our showers and beds, Harry said tiredly. The night station master nodded, and led them to a door which connected to the back of the station hotel. The pair bid him a good night before heading up the stairs to their rooms. Hermione stripped off the moment the door was locked and pranced into the shower and let the hot water soothe her aches and pains before putting on warm pajamas and getting into bed. Harry, on the other hand, was so tired that he stared to shower before he realized that he was still wearing his overalls. It was through sheer will that he was able to get the soaking clothes off and complete his shower. He too put on pajamas and climbed into bed. His last thought was that he was glad Hermione had enjoyed her birthday. Dawn broke over the island, and Harry slowly opened his eyes to see the cause of his abrupt departure from sleep. Hermione was waiting for him by his bed. "Wake up, Harry," she said, "we've got so much to do," and Harry reached for his glasses. "You do know that it is almost 5:30. He questioned her, and Hermione nodded. "We have the rest of the island to explore," said the bushy-haired girl. She was as eager as any other time Harry had seen her excited. I'm up," and Harry pushed the covers off him. After Hermione had gone back to her room, he went for a shower before dressing in some jeans and a shirt before heading down for breakfast. His still wet overalls lay in the corner of the bathroom. The hotel was lucky in that it served many people going to work on an early train, so there was a small breakfast open at that time in the morning. After eating as much as they could, the pair went back upstairs where Harry closed and locked his door. Taking out his wand, he performed a drying charm on the overalls, but he preferred to leave the marks in. He met Hermione outside his door, and they headed down to the station where a station porter took them to the sheds. Peep pip pip peep, whistled the engines when they saw the two. "Good morning," and the pair responded in kind. "Where are you going today?" asked Thomas. "Oh, we don't know," said Harry, "just do as much as we can on our other day here," he added. "I hope you haven't forgotten that you promised to ride on the express," said Gordon. "Oh, we haven't," said Hermione. "Good," said the big blue engine. "Douglas told us about what you did in the early hours of today, and we all wanted to thank you for helping to save Oliver and his brakeman," Gordon added. "Well, we could hardly let an engine like that go to scrap, could we?" Hermione said, and the other engines agreed. The only two that didn't say anything were James and Douglas. Douglas was tired from the escape attempt, while James was the standby engine overnight. "Indeed," said Henry. "Ever since the diesels took over on the other railway, things have not been the same for steam engines," he added. "No, they haven't," said Thomas in agreement. "We are the last line of hope for a proper railway," said Percy, and Gordon looked at him. Harry and Hermione knew the two of them often had arguments over things Percy said. But when Flying Scotsman came here, the Fat Controller told him to let everyone know that we still used steam engines every day. "No, we are the last refuge for all that is good about railways. These new diesels have no," Percy railed off as if trying to think of how to end the sentence. "Soul," offered Gordon. "Soul. That's the right word, Gordon. These new diesels have no soul," Percy said. "We may disagree on many things," said the other engine, "but you are completely right on this one, Percy. Out of all those built at the same time as me, only Flying Scotsman exists. They rebuilt all the others into A3s, even did it to Flying Scotsman himself. Though he considers himself to be an A1 at heart. Most of our brothers and sisters on the other railway have been scrapped. Those that survive do so as unmoving exhibits in museums, or else on little preservation lines. That is no way for a steam engine to live out its remaining years." "You know what?" Gordon asked everyone. "What?" replied Thomas. I'd like to have that Dr. Beeching in front of me, Gordon said. I know I wouldn't stop in time, and the engine puffed away slowly. He never has been the same since he found out that all his Doncaster brothers and sisters got scrapped, Edward sighed. Oh, it isn't very often, but sometimes he gets a little upset, and Harry and Hermione nodded. Well, we don't like to use diesels, but there isn't any option where we live, Harry said. No steam engines at all, said Thomas in surprise. Well, only those at little preservation lines, amended Harry. Well, why don't you live in Sodor? Asked Percy innocently. Well, why not? Hermione questioned him. After we have finished studying, perhaps, Harry said, and Percy beamed a bright red, almost the same red as James. Well, we can't stand here and talk all day, said a voice, and they turned to see the fat controller standing behind them. Now you all know what work you have to do today. He asked the engines, and they said yes. Well, off you go then please, and the engines puffed onto the turntable one by one. Good morning, said Harry and Hermione to the fat controller. Hello, you two, he replied. So, what do you want to do first? The man asked. Well, we thought of a few passenger runs. We promised Gordon we'd go on the express though before we left, Hermione said. Well, I hope you have a good time, he said. I have to go to an early meeting. Rather than use my car, I decided to catch a cab ride in Thomas. As far as possible, and that explained why he was wearing overalls like the footplate crew and Harry and Hermione. Could we join you? Asked Harry, at least as far as the station. We could ride on the steps if we held on tightly to the handrails, and after a thought, the owner of the railway agreed. The little party got on Thomas and set off for the station where Thomas always pulled an early train before going to Annie and Clarabel for the rest of the day. Percy always made sure that there was a lot of steam heat in the heaters in the two carriages before passengers boarded. The day station master nearly had a heart attack when he saw Harry and Hermione hanging onto Thomas's sides, but said nothing when he saw his boss was in the cab. After watching Thomas depart with his early train, the pair of them waited for Henry to back down on his train. They would ride in the cab as far as Wellsworth, returning on a local stopper. They both loved going through the countryside, and the smell of warm oil and coal filled their nostrils with a smell unique to steam railways. Harry wondered if he could bottle the smell to take back to Salem with them. Hermione was remembering as much as she could from Henry's crew, Charlie Sand and Sidney Lever. The pair of them had been crewing trains for many years, and sometimes Henry refused to work if both were ill or otherwise absent. Care for a go? Offered the fireman, and Hermione jumped at the chance. Is she always this eager about stuff? Asked the driver with a chuckle. Only about school work, Harry told him, laughing at the sight of Hermione going like a blur. I think that Hermione is doing a good job, called Henry. Looks like you've been made redundant, said Henry's driver to the fireman, and the fireman took it in good stead. They made a few stops where passengers got on and off, and continued all the way to Wellsworth. Henry pulled up slowly to the platform before stopping at the top of the slope down to track level. Harry and Hermione got out Henry's cab and thanked the crew and Henry for a pleasant ride, and they saw him off on the rest of run. So where next? Hermione asked Harry. Well, we could go to the other side, her boyfriend replied, and catch a train back to Tidmouth, or we can wait 10 minutes and get one to Knapford. I suppose we could always get one to Brendam Docks again and see what is going on there, and the two of them discussed their plans as they waited at the edge of the other platform. They decided to catch the boat train to the docks, so they waited for it to arrive. To their surprise, the engine was not a steam engine, but a diesel locomotive in bright green paint. Hello, the engine said, are you two our visitors? He asked. We are, said Harry. My name is Harry, and this is my best friend Hermione, and Hermione gave a little wave. I am a Metropolitan Vickers, diesel electric, type 2 inches said the diesel, but you may call me Boko, everyone does. You seem a little surprised to see me here, Boko said. We are, said Hermione. Gordon said that diesels are not exactly in his good books. Ah yes, said Boko. Well, Gordon makes an exception in a few cases. My case is that I was sold for disobeying an order given to me by my old owner, and Harry looked surprised. What do you mean? He asked. I refused to tow steam engines to scrap yards, Boko said. When I told Gordon that, he changed his opinion of me somewhat, and Boko chuckled. Are you going to the docks? Asked Hermione. Yes, replied Boko. Well, we are heading the same way, she said. Is it possible that we can ride in your cab? And Boco's driver agreed at once. After making a stop due to a faulty signal, they reached the docks and Harry and Hermione went to visit the foreman. He was delighted to see them again, and they had some tea before leaving to stand outside and watch Boco go past with the boat train. After that, they met with two yellow or gold-colored steam engines called Bill and Ben. The foreman warned them that they would often play tricks on unsuspecting people or engines. According to him, they still talked about when they had talked of putting Gordon into the sea. They remind me of the Weasley twins, Harry said to Hermione. God alone knows what would happen if they ever met up, she said, and there was a doubt if the island could stand up to the combined forces of trickery. They took a small green steam engine, the engine's name was Duck, back to the main station, and then they went to the buffet for a bacon sandwich each. They ate them sitting on the platform. After they had finished, they went up to the waiting Gordon who was going to pull the express. He said hello to them, and they got in the train in the break coach. They sat with the guard who chatted to them about his time on the railway, and Harry and Hermione laughed at several of them. Some included times when Thomas was in trouble, mainly the time he was nearly arrested. Once they arrived at Barrow, they helped to stable Gordon on a siding before heading over to the mess for some tea. When they got there, however, the five of them found that the kettle was broken. The other railway's mess's kettle was working, so they hatched a plan. While the guard created a distraction by blowing steam and making Gordon whistle at odd intervals, Harry, Hermione and Gordon's crew launched a daring commando raid on the mess. They gathered up some tea bags, milk and sugar before doing a runner for Gordon. As they had no hot water, they siphoned some off Gordon's boiler and added the tea bags and milk to suit. The tea was a little bit sweet, and had a taste of oil and coal, but Harry and Hermione thought it was still very good indeed. The return trip was made an hour or so later, and the pair rode in the coaches until they came to a stop at a signal. It turned out that the signal was broken, so the driver received permission to proceed on caution to the next signal. The pair of them went up the track to Gordon, and climbed into the can to help the fireman out. Snape was able to find out quicker than expected, and he managed to slip out of Hogwarts without Dumbledore knowing. Once he was past the boundaries, he apparated to where Voldemort was. He made his way to his master, and reported that he had news. "What news do you bring?" "I have discovered what the words you took from Potter's mind mean, my lord." "Very good, Severus. Tell me what you know." Voldemort commanded. "The talking trains are located on the island of Sodor. It is located off the west coast of England, and it is unique for having steam and diesel engines that can talk. Thomas is apparently one of these engines. And Potter is still there." Voldemort mused. "Who do we have here at the moment?" he asked Snape. "I do not know, Master," the man replied. "I only concerned myself with getting the information to you quickly. I did pass Bellatrix, Lucius and Pettigrew though. I believe they would be more though, I am uncertain," and Voldemort considered something in his mind. "Summon all those in this house to appear in my presence in 2 hours. Send word to others who are our best fighters as well. If Potter is still on this island, then we might be able to strike him down and remove the last obstacle in my way. It will be easier than normal, my lord." "Oh, how so?" "This island has no magical persons living on it." "Even better," Voldemort said. "Now go and do as I have ordered." Snape bowed and then left the room. He told the others he saw, and then left the house. He went right back to Hogwarts, and headed for where Dumbledore resided. Once he was informed of Voldemort's plan, Dumbledore sent word of who the other Death Eaters were to be found. Amelia Bones was suspicious of where the information had come from, but when she sent orders to the homes of those named, she found them all there, taken by surprise. After making himself out of breath, Snape returned to Riddle Manor, and told Voldemort about the capture of those he was sent to get. He had only just been able to get away without being spotted by the Aurors. "I am sorry I failed you," Snape said, but Voldemort waved him off. "It is of no matter. I have enough fighters to do the job. This day will go down in history as the day that Potter stopped being a treat to me. We will leave in 3 hours. That will allow for anyone who escaped arrest to arrive here. You have done well, Severus. You shall return to Hogwarts and stay there until I call for you, or you have news or information I should have." Harry looked out the window from his room, and he was surprised to feel a little sad at leaving. He had grown a liking for the island of Sodor over the last couple of days, and he was certain about possibly coming back at Christmas for a while. He and Hermione had visited the Fat Controller earlier that day and discovered that Oliver was on his way to the works to be mended and put back into working order. A knocking noise disturbed Harry from his thoughts, and he turned to see Hermione enter his hotel room. "We have a few hours before we are supposed to leave," she said to him. "Not enough time to do much," Harry said in reply, but Hermione held up a small paper bag. "But we do have enough time for some train rides," his girlfriend said, and she showed him the film for the camera. She had brought it with her, as per Harry's instructions before leaving Salem. Harry had been using his to photograph all of the trains he could bring into the view of his own camera. "Come on," and he grabbed his wand and jacket, and followed Hermione out the room and onto the platforms. James was just pulling in with an express train, and so the pair greeted him before they boarded Henry's train to Great Waterton. Harry was pleased that he had made the right choice in bringing Hermione here for a little birthday holiday. As the time for their departure drew closer, the pair went to say goodbye to the Fat Controller. To their surprise, he took them down to the yard where Gordon, Thomas, James, and Duck were all on shed. "It's time for Harry and Hermione to go," said the Fat Controller, "but I thought you might want to say goodbye to them before they do so," he added, and the engines present all bid them farewell. "There is one thing I'd like to know, Hermione." "Oh?" asked Gordon, "and what might that be?" he inquired. "I noticed that all the engines whistle as they enter or leave the station, just at the cemetery. But it is always at the exact same spot as well. Why is that?" Hermione asked. Even on holiday, Hermione still wanted a bit of information. "Well, the man who wrote the books about us died a few years ago. He was very well respected on the island by all the people," said the Fat Controller. "And engines," added James quickly. "Oh, yes. The engines as well." The Fat Controller went red for a moment. When the Reverend Audrey died, that being his name, his family thought it was only fitting that he was buried here. And now, every time the engines go past that spot, they always whistle in respect. He retired as a priest many years before he died, but he continued his life's work on the railways of Sodor. He even wrote a book about Sodor, its people and its railways, finished the Fat Controller. Harry and Hermione understood at once that there was no finer place. They boarded Thomas's cab one more time, and he took them to the station before he had to take a train of trucks to the quarry. "Hogwarts. We have enough people to get Harry by force," Dumbledore said to the group in his office. The group was made up of Tonks, Mr. and Mrs. Weasley, Remus Lupin, Daedalus Diggle and a few Aurors. "How do we know where he will be?" Lupin asked. "It isn't as if we have a building plan of the place," he added. "I will trace Harry's magical core. It will stand out strongly against any other present in the school," Dumbledore said. He took out a portkey which everyone took a hold of, and the group was transported to what looked like a living room. "Salem, private dorm." "Oh shit," Dean said, and anything else was cut off by the stunner which took him out. "Let's move," Dumbledore said, but the wards had detected a breach, and had sounded the alarms accordingly. Salem, principal's office. Jackson was doing some work in his office when it happened. He looked up to see a breach in the wards where the former Hogwarts students lived, and he headed towards that point as fast as he could run. He heard the sounds of fighting before he reached the battle. Younger students fled past him as the older ones held a rearguard action. Jackson didn't know who the people were except that they wore garments similar to that of Death Eater members. "Halt and stay where you are. Put down your wands," Jackson ordered. The group ignored him and continued to fire stunners and curses all over the place. Thinking quickly, the principal cast as strong a shield charm as he could, and then told the older students to get away as fast as possible. In the back of his mind, the man knew they had to be after Harry. As he was about to turn away, Jackson saw a glimpse of a long white beard underneath one of the masks. "Riddle Manor. As much as I am against the Muggles, we are only to attack and harm Harry Potter and his mudblood friend," Voldemort ordered. "You may use curses and stunners, but nothing else on the Muggles. You may cause as much confusion and chaos as you want, however," he added. The group assembled before him accepted his orders without question, and with the blink of an eye, the whole lot of them vanished. To the island of Sodor. Island of Sodor. Knapford. Harry and Hermione waited for the train to take them to Coven's Gate. As a final farewell gift, the Fat Controller made them both honorary members of the railway, and told them that they were really useful people. As they watched James pull in with a trainload of dry goods vans, there was an all too familiar popping noise. Harry's head snapped round to see Voldemort stand at the far end of the platform with many of his followers. "Hello, Harry," said the Dark Lord. "OF****** was all that Hermione said, and she drew her wand as quickly as possible. The other side started sending out spell after spell after spell, and Harry and Hermione deflected them away from hitting the innocent people. Chaos and confusion reigned as people scrambled for the exits, some even jumped down into the 4-foot in an attempt to get away from Voldemort. "Everyone get away!" Harry yelled, and then took out a Death Eater with a well-placed shot to the head. It wasn't a pretty sight. "It is no use trying to fight me," Voldemort sneered, "why don't you surrender? I'll make your death be a little less painful," he cackled. "Sod off," came the reply, and Harry attempted to stun him, but the spell was intercepted by a Death Eater who took the shot for Voldemort. Windows, plant pots and information boards all turned into debris, and the metal fasteners and mounting brackets turned into deadly missiles. Hermione was forced to back up so much, that she caught the back of her head on a hanging basket. One rather nasty person tried to kill her, but he only succeeded in hitting thin air as Harry pushed Hermione to the ground. The noise from the battle was deafening, and added to that fact was the sound of the engines whistling in panic. They had never seen anything like that before, and they wondered what was going on all of a sudden. "Stop that noise," Voldemort commanded a trio of followers. They spun at once, and automatically sent killing curses at both Edward and Gordon. Both engines saw it coming, and thought this was their end. However, the spell work just ricocheted off the boiler, and resulted in only giving them a massive dent. "Oi! Get off my effing engines, you bastards!" yelled the Fat Controller. Voldemort turned to see a well-dressed man come charging up the platform like an Olympic marathon runner. Showing that looks could be deceiving, he charged up to the nearest Death Eater, and floored him with a good right hook punch to the jaw. He didn't stop there, and he tore into the surprised Death Eaters. A few seconds later, and the Fat Controller was helped by Harry and Hermione producing 2 wide-angled spells which stunned or badly injured many of Voldemort's followers. The 3 of them, 1 Muggle and 2 magical persons, tore through the ranks with a renewed strength. Showing that even a fat person has uses, the Fat Controller managed to get 1 weak punch on Voldemort. The Dark Lord staggered back more from surprise than anything else. He tried to get away, but found Harry had made an anti-apparition shield around the station. "Retreat," he ordered his followers reluctantly, and with a wave of his wand, sent the Fat Controller spinning away from him. His followers, those who could move, ran down the end of the platform and onto the tracks. "They're getting away," said Hermione. "It's best if we let them go," said Harry, but the unsteady Fat Controller disagreed. "Not bloody likely," he muttered, and he dashed into the cab of the nearest engine, Gordon, and released the brakes. The man put the regulator and reverser to full forward settings, and Gordon rocketed down the platform. "Poop poop," Gordon said, "attack an innocent steam engine, will you?" And he plowed into 3 of the attackers. 2 of the Death Eaters were killed instantly, whilst the 3rd was flung just far enough for Voldemort to include him in the number of those escaping. Silence held for a while, but then was shattered by the sirens of the police, fire and ambulance services as they rushed to the station. "What a way to end that little holiday," said Harry to Hermione. "Too much confusion and delay," said the Fat Controller. As he turned away, he suddenly stopped and looked at one of the dead Death Eaters. "Something wrong?" asked Hermione. "Apart from the fact my railway was attacked by wizards and witches." "I know this man," the Fat Controller said, and Harry and Hermione looked at the badly broken figure of what had once been a person. "A number of years ago, some Canadians came to see me. They wanted to change the way the railway was run, and offered me a large sum of money to do so. I refused, of course, but it is odd that I should see this person here again," and he walked off shaking his head. "Are you all right, Gordon?" asked Harry, and he patted the engine's side lovingly. "I feel a little battered," the engine replied. He really sounded as if he was in a lot of pain. "You did good, Gordon," Harry assured him. "You did really good," and then he and Hermione went up the tracks and onto the platform near the waiting room and offices. The police had arrived and had been taking the statements down of those witnesses, and neither of them wanted to speak, they wanted to go home. They spoke to the Fat Controller, and he arranged for Thomas to take them ECS to Coven's Gate. After bidding them all goodbye, Harry and Hermione shifted their trunks inside the brakevan from James's train, which was detached for the trip, and sat in one of the empty coaches that Thomas was arranging for another engine. "And I thought Hogwarts was bad," Hermione muttered. After getting out at the station, they headed off to the same spot they had arrived at, and then used the portkey to return to Salem. What they found was a state of complete chaos. "Salem, what the hell has happened here?" asked Harry as he took a look around the room. "Thank God you're back safe," said Dean, rushing up to them with his wand in his hand. "Dumbledore attacked the school with some others," he told them both. In a flash, Harry was ready for battle, but Dean pushed his wand down. "They've gone. We think they had to be after you, but vanished after they found you and Hermione not present, and it was then that Jackson came into their own house area. First of all, I am glad to see you are safe and sound. Secondly, your old head teacher was here with some of his followers. We suspect that he was here to try and take you back to England for some reason," and Hermione was worried. "Did anybody get hurt?" she asked. "A few got cursed badly, and one had an arm removed. He is having treatment even as we speak. Apart from that, we only suffered minor structural damage which has been fixed already," and Jackson looked at Harry. They meant business, and Harry nodded. "Dumbledore will take some time to see what went wrong for him, and work out a new plan. We on the other hand, had an interesting finale to Hermione's birthday holiday," Harry told him, and he explained briefly what had happened. "Whatever they might try, I have changed the wards. They can't use the portkey again. I have also ordered a lockdown of all the gates, and placed stronger anti-flying charms around the gates and boundaries of the grounds. It will be hard to do anything at all from the outside until we lower them to a standard setting," Dorn said, and Jackson thanked him. "Where are our friends?" asked Harry quickly. "In the hospital wing," said Dean slowly. "Why? You know that person who had an arm removed?" Dean said, and Harry and Hermione both nodded. "It was Neville, and so the others are there." He stopped speaking as the two returned holiday makers had broken into a dead run out of the common room. "Make a hole," shouted Hermione. "Gangway. Move," yelled Harry, and the two of them raced to the hospital wing. After the attack, Harry and Hermione dashed through the corridors, and made the other students go up against the walls to avoid being run over by the pair. They skidded round the corner and into Salem's hospital wing. It was clearly evident as to where Neville was lying, as he was the only person occupying a bed. "Thank God you're here," Seamus said as he turned to see the running couple enter the wing. "How's Neville?" Hermione asked. "Not too good," Luna said in a quiet voice. "He lost a lot of blood, and some of the potions are not working correctly," and she looked as if she had been crying quite a bit. "Dumbledore has a lot to answer for," Harry muttered darkly. "So what happened?" he asked the others, not including Hermione of course. She had been with him at the time of the attack. "Dean was in the sitting room when it happened," said Lavender. "From what we have been able to gather, Dumbledore was here to force you back to Hogwarts," and Harry was fuming. "What the hell does he want?" he shouted. "I heard that he was going to make you marry Ginny," said Parvati. "What?" Hermione's shout was as loud as a sonic boom, to Harry at least. "I heard the same sort of thing," said Padma. Both the Weasleys were there as well, and there was a silence as Harry considered something. "Who else?" he asked. "Who else was with the dickhead?" And the others looked at each other before Susan answered him. "Professor Lupin," she said quietly. "The bastard," Harry spat angrily. "There was a few others, but I could only tell those few I have met," Susan said. Hermione stopped before starting again, "was McGonagall involved?" she asked them. "No," said Hannah, "that much is for certain," and Harry and Hermione both felt relieved. "Well, at least that is good," Harry said. "How long is Neville going to be out for?" he asked, looking down at the seemingly sleeping boy on the bed. He at least had his arm back on, but was a deathly gray color in terms of skin color. "At least another 4 or 5 hours, said Luna said. "The nurse said she was keeping him under sleep because of the damage to his arm. The nerves need to heal themselves again," the haired girl said. "I promise you all that this will not go unpunished," Harry said. "But what can we do?" asked Lavender. "Everyone believes him over anyone else. No one is going to trust any evidence that we present," and Susan gave a weak smile. I spent a lot of time with my aunt over the summer to get some extra money to spend, she said. I picked up a few tips on how they investigate crimes. Even though the Americans will investigate this, perhaps we should go after this ourselves, said the former Hufflepuff. I'll help as well, said Padma. I mean, we all know about Dumbledore better than anyone at Salem. We should try to figure out what his aim is, and try to think when he might attack Harry next. Him and his group left as soon as they discovered you wasn't here, Harry, and the person concerned agreed. Let's be careful here, Hermione said. Do you realize that we are going up against Albus Dumbledore? Does he realize that he is going up against Harry Potter? Harry remarked to her in reply. He isn't our first concern though. While we were away, Voldemort decided to attack us, and there was a series of gasps from everyone. What? Said an alarmed Hannah. I'll tell you about it later, Harry assured her. He felt drained now after what had happened on Sodor, and it was all he could do to stay awake. My plan is going to bed for an undetermined time. Dumbledore won this round, but he will not win the war. He is going to be brought down, even if I have to do it with my bare hands, and with that, he strode from the room. He'll be all right soon, said Hermione softly. She looked down at Neville, and then said that they had better leave him in peace. They left him alone in the hospital wing and returned to where they lived. Harry had already gone to bed, but Hermione was still worried about him though anyway. Harry was certain that Dumbledore had had a hand in Sirius's death, though he had mentioned that he might not have actually killed him himself. As she half listened to more details of what had happened, Hermione thought about when would be the good time to tell Harry about his parents will not being read. Hello, Earth to Hermione. Dean's waving hand brought her out of her deep thinking. Sorry, she said, you was saying. And Dean rolled his eyes before speaking again. We just wondered when we should contact Neville's grandmother, he said. We should let her know that Neville's all right, but to his surprise, Parvati shook her head. She hasn't even been told about him getting injured, the girl pointed out. Besides, isn't it better to find out how bad Neville is going to be? Assuming that his arm is never going to be fully healed, she added. Perhaps, Dean conceded, so what do we do? He asked. They all looked at each other, before they turned to look at Hermione. What? Asked the bushy-haired girl. Well, in the absence of Harry, you're the next best thing to a leader, Lavender said. Oh great, Hermione deadpanned. Well, before I say anything, there is something you should be told about, and she told them about the unread will. That's illegal, said Susan. Dumbledore could be fined for that, or even put in Azkaban for a year. How the hell has he got away with that? And Hermione said she didn't know. The first thing we should do is to get as much documentation as we can, Padma said. Where can we get that from? Asked Hermione. Well, we can request a lot of it from Gringotts, said the former Ravenclaw. Some of it though will have to got from the Ministry, and Hermione frowned. I don't think they will let us just walk in there and take what we want, she said at last. They all tried to think of something, and it was Hannah that figured it out. Susan would know where everything is because of her aunt. All we do is to make her Harry's lawyer, and then she can get what she needs. All Harry has to do is to register the appointment of Susan, and then everything is wrapped up nice and legal, and it sounded a good plan. I'll talk to Harry about it when he is in a better mood, Hermione promised. The main problem is what to do about Dumbledore's attack. I am sure that the Americans will want to investigate and maybe prosecute him, and Seamus snorted. Jackson told us that they probably won't do that at all. From what we've been able to gather, the only serious attack happened on Neville. And that took place right here, he said. Everyone else was hit by stunners or jinxes at the worst. Because of that little trick that Harry did, it means that the attack happened on UK soil, and Hermione suddenly smirked. That's why he did it. She laughed. Harry knew Dumbledore might attack, and the plan was easily seen once explained. Hogwarts. Headmaster's office. So where was the little brat? Asked Molly Weasley. I do not know, admitted Dumbledore. We had traced his magical signature, but he clearly wasn't there. He cannot have had time to hide, not could he have hidden himself with magic. I would detected the powerful burst from him, and he thought about it for a moment. Well, at least we got something with his seed on it, said Lupin. I can have the potion made by the middle of next week at the earliest, and a smile crossed over the faces of both the Weasley adults. It will be a normal period before birth? Asked Mr. Weasley. Yes, said Lupin, but I will try to cut it down by a month if possible. Too much altering of what I have, and we may well have to try and get more of him for another attempt, and he went on to explain that it was a complex potion. All Ginevra has to do is drink it, and there will be no effects to her. Except the fact she is carrying Harry's child, Dumbledore said. Good, said Mrs. Weasley. Ginny is most willing to help in the plans, she assured the headmaster. And Ron is pleased with what he has been given, she added. Ron had been made head boy and Quidditch captain. This was the price which Dumbledore was willing to pay in order to get hold of some of the Potter fortune. Hogwarts. Potions dungeons. It was clear that Harry had not got the message, so he had to think of another way. That was why Snape was down in the dungeons where he normally resided, and he looked around to see if anyone was nearby. Satisfied, Snape reached out and removed one of the ingredients from the bench in front of him. He was just in time because at that moment, Lupin came into the room. Can I help you? He asked. I was coming to speak to you, but found you not here. I was about to go when I saw the potion bubbling. I read your notes and added the material from the Potter Brat for you, Snape said. Thank you, Severus, Lupin. I am surprised why Dumbledore didn't ask me to brew it, Snape remarked. Most likely so that if Voldemort tries to read your mind, you can possibly prove that he didn't ask you. I don't really know to be honest, Lupin said. All that matters is that we get everything that the brat owns, and Snape nodded and agreed. Now that he had removed the vital ingredients, Snape could now do his best to hurt Harry. But first he would tell him in a letter what the Order was planning on doing. Salem. Several hours later. I'm back, called Neville as he came into the living room. The others turned to see him walk up to them, and Luna jumped up and gave him a massive hug. I was so worried, she sobbed into his jumper. Neville just held her tightly, and stroked her hair softly. Good to see you up and about, said Harry, and he looked at the newly repaired arm. So you okay to do everything then? Harry asked him. Oh yeah, smiled Neville. I have a 10-year guarantee on this. If it fails, then I get my money back, and Dean laughed as well as Hermione. Well, you picked a good time for you to get back to us, said Harry. We was just discussing Dumbledore's attack, and how we plan to get back at him. It seems that the will of my parents hasn't been read, so I have ridden to Gringotts and asked for the will to be read. No doubt Dumbledore will try to pass off some law against me having it, but we'll not let that happen, and Harry went on to explain exactly what was going to happen. He had arranged for the will reading to happen at Christmas, so they had a few months to prepare for the event. After hearing it all, Neville was sure it would be a most interesting session. Well, it will all be heard in a Gringotts office, he added. Actually, I have asked for it to be heard in court. That way he cannot disprove what was said, Harry said. That was my idea, said Hermione. Well, Hermione helped a bit, Harry added quickly, and Hermione gave him a half-hearted glare. Well, whoever thought of it was onto a good thing there, said Neville, and he sat down with Luna perching on the chair arm to his left. So what do we do until the case? I imagine that Dumbledore will try something. He always acted oddly when he came visiting over the summer. It was almost as if he was reading my mind, and Harry's neck snapped round so he was looking at Hermione. Are you thinking what I am thinking? She asked. I think so, Harry replied. What? Asked Hannah. Dumbledore was reading my mind all the time we were at Hogwarts. I bet he did it to others as well, Harry said. I got that feeling myself, but I thought it was just that he knew so much, said Seamus. Can we do anything about that? Asked Luna. We can kill him, suggested Lavender. Let us not be so drastic. How about we think of something that won't land us all in prison? Hermione said. Before she could speak again, Dobby appeared in the middle of the living room. He looked around for Harry, and then held out a letter to him. A letter, Harry Potter, sir, said the elf. Harry took it, and then scanned it for any charms or spells. The only one that was on the letter was a charm which meant it could only be opened by the addressee. Thank you, Dobby, said Harry, and the elf beamed before popping away. Who do you think sent it? Asked Neville. I have no idea, Harry shrugged, and he opened the letter. Dear Potter, Dumbledore is planning on making Ginevra Weasley pregnant with your child. Once you are born, you would be killed. I have prevented that however, but I thought you should be informed. I owe a debt to your mother, that is now paid. Signed, A Friend. Of all the two-timing low-down things, Harry exploded. Can Dumbledore have done this? He asked, passing the note so that Hermione and Padma could read it. Possibly, Padma said. So long as there is the seed in the potion, it could be true. But the letter says that it won't happen, she added. We can't assume that this is accurate though, Hermione interjected. Though I have heard of this myself. It is like the magical version of IVF, and Harry caught on. Dumbledore is planning on getting a child by me. Once he or she is born, he will kill me and get Ginny to hand over a large sum of money to him in the order. The bloody bastard, he swore, and Harry sat fuming as the others waited for him to calm down. When he was, Hermione sealed the door with a tricky little locking spell that would take some time to undo. Time for a council of war, she said when she got questioning looks. She conjured some pen and paper and propped it up against her knee. So what do we know about Dumbledore? Starting from the top, he tried to get Harry to give up most of his life this year, Neville said. He also tried to stop him from speaking to his friends, added Luna. Ordered him to turn in his Quidditch equipment because he wouldn't be able to play, said Susan. Don't forget that he tried to prevent him from attending Sirius Black's will reading, Hannah said. And his parents, Dean said. Tried to bribe him with being a prefect, Seamus said. He's a bastard, said Lavender. And he resorts to potions and stuff when he doesn't get his way, said the twins. Hermione wrote it all down, and then started to think of things. Harry, she said, looking up. Harry replied. Do you think that you could get the reading heard sooner? Hermione said. If we do it now, then the potion will be easier to detect on Ginny. We will have to sound out someone though for our own testing. I wouldn't put much doubt into anyone that Dumbledore suggests, except Pomfrey, she added. I don't think she is in on it. Pomfrey wouldn't hurt anyone, and I bet she'd even treat Voldemort if he needed it, and Harry thought about it. What do you think? He asked Susan. Well, the earliest it could happen is this weekend, she said after a moment's thought. But I have had another thought just now. If Harry was to die, then there is a chance he might try to put Hermione under a spell and make her marry Ron Weasley, and Harry froze in the act of picking up a cup of tea that Dobby had left. Why he had brought it with him, he did not know. That the only method? He asked. That or a marriage contract, Parvati said. Marriage contract, said Hermione in surprise. I thought that was illegal now, she said. Not in the wizarding world, Padma said. It is like a muggle one though, but with a few tiny changes. With a wizarding one, Hermione would be forced to accept the offer, and Hermione frowned. Why? She questioned the girl. Because she is muggle-born, Harry said slowly, and the others nodded silently. There is a way out of it though, said Lavender. Oh, Harry could propose to Hermione. As she would be engaged, not even Dumbledore could order the marriage contract to take place, and Lavender blushed, and then the Potter twins looked sad slightly. Girls, what's wrong? Asked Dean. It's the reason why we know so much about marriage contracts, said Parvati. Our father entered us into them when we were both very young, said Padma. We don't know our husbands, but our father has said that he will get a lot of money for us both, and she burst into tears and fled up to the girls' dorm. I didn't know, said Harry. Not even Lavender knew, said Parvati. It seems stupid and horrible, said Hannah. Selling off your children to gain money and status, Susan shook her head. Harry's mind was spinning with thoughts of the recent attack. Dumbledore, his parents will reading and now this. Why don't you go and sort out your sister, Pav? Suggested the raven-haired boy. Parvati looked oddly at Harry before going upstairs. What are you planning? Asked Susan. As your lawyer, I really should know, she joked. I was thinking about getting the twins out of their contracts, Harry said seriously. You can only have one wife at a time, Neville pointed out. I know that, said Harry. So what are we going to do? Asked Hermione. The girl had forgotten about her own problems for the moment. When we go over for the will reading, I will request a meeting with their father afterwards. I will see what I can do for them. I might not know them as friends as well as Hermione or Neville say, but they are friends nonetheless. I will not see them go off into a life of what seems to be little more than rye, Harry said. What are you going to do? Asked Seamus. Tell him that you are going to steal his children. More or less, Harry said. Or less, and the rest of them could see Harry was being perfectly serious. Dear Albus Dumbledore, you are hereby requested and required to attend the will reading appertaining to the deceased persons James and Lily Potter. Due to a request by the primary benefactor, the reading will be heard in court. Please present yourself at the ministry by 10 a.m. this Saturday. Failure to attend in person, failure to appoint a proxy or to otherwise inform the goblin in charge of the reading will result in your forfeiting of any and all bequeaths. Griphook. Potter Family Accountant. Dear Phileas Flitwick, you are hereby requested and required to attend the will reading appertaining to the deceased persons James and Lily Potter. Due to a request by the primary benefactor, the reading will be heard in court. Please present yourself at the ministry by 10 a.m. this Saturday. Failure to attend in person, failure to appoint a proxy or to otherwise inform the goblin in charge of the reading will result in your forfeiting of any and all bequeaths. Dear Remus Lupin, you are hereby requested and required to attend the will reading appertaining to the deceased persons James and Lily Potter. Due to a request by the primary benefactor, the reading will be heard in court. Please present yourself at the ministry by 10 a.m. this Saturday. Failure to attend in person, failure to appoint a proxy or to otherwise inform the goblin in charge of the reading will result in your forfeiting of any and all bequeaths. Griphook. Potter Family Accountant. Dear Minerva McGonagall, you are hereby requested and required to attend the will reading appertaining to the deceased persons James and Lily Potter. Due to a request by the primary benefactor, the reading will be heard in court. Please present yourself at the ministry by 10 a.m. this Saturday. Failure to attend in person, failure to appoint a proxy or to otherwise inform the goblin in charge of the reading will result in your forfeiting of any and all bequeaths. Griphook. Potter Family Accountant. Harry received a letter from Hogwarts that same day from Dumbledore. Dobby delivered it in the middle of potions, and Harry had to remind him to not pop in unless it was very important as it disturbed classes. Dobby apologized and demanded punishment, and Harry knew something that would serve. I want you to clean up this mess, change the air in the room, and bring everyone a glass of whatever soft drink they want, Harry said. Dobby did as he was told, and soon everyone was drinking cool drinks during the remainder of the lesson. It was during break that Harry opened it, and he laughed at the contents. Dear Harry, I know that we have not started this year as well as previous ones, and for that I would like to apologize. I understand that you have transferred schools along with several of your friends. Yours and their places are still open for your speedy return. The main point of this letter is due to the will reading of your parents. Even though you are emancipated, I cannot allow you to attend for fear of Death Eaters kidnapping you. You of course will trust me enough to appoint me as your representative. I will ensure that you get everything that is cleared by me as being non-dangerous. Please sign the form enclosed and return it as soon as possible. Albus Dumbledore. Harry's reply was exactly 10 words long. Dear Albus Dumbledore, why not get stuffed? Yours, Harry Potter. I can't believe that he has the cheek to demand that you not attend your own parents' reading, Hermione said. Well, I think my letter was to the point, Harry replied. I have had enough of him interfering in my life. Personally, I am surprised that he didn't get investigated when I accidentally revealed the little matter of Ariana. Then again, he is supposed to be fair, right and just. I think I am going to enjoy tomorrow, he added. I think you will enjoy it too much, Hermione said. I wouldn't know about that, Hermione, said Neville. I am rather looking forward to tomorrow as well. What is that chemical formula again? Asked Hannah. She was working on something for potions. Oh, that big worded one. It goes like this, Hermione said. This is going to take some time, said Harry. Want me to put on some coffee? Neville laughed. Hermione finished. She was pleased that she had only taken 5 pauses to say the whole thing. What is it? Hannah asked. Titan, said Hermione, and Hannah looked at her. Why didn't you give me that at first? She asked. You never asked, came the grinning reply. Oh, are we finished? Harry said, catching the eye of the others. Only we celebrated Christmas about 6 weeks ago, and Hannah looked ready to curse him. Susan had to step in and calm her best friend down. How about we just finish there? She suggested. I bet you could do with a nice good long time spent outside in the sunshine, and her friend agreed. The two went out, and it left the others to finish planning for tomorrow. The reading should only take a few minutes, Luna said. We have the whole day afterwards to enjoy, and Harry looked over at Hermione. He had an idea on where to spend the rest of the morning, and the whole of the afternoon. All it involved was the cost of a bit of money and of time. After what had happened, and what they had done, Harry assumed that it wouldn't be too much trouble to do what he planned. "So are you all coming with me tomorrow?" he asked. "Well, I know I am," Hermione said. "And me," Neville said. "Where Neville goes, I shall follow," was Luna's simple statement. "We're coming too," said Dean and Seamus at the same time. "We're in," chimed the trio of Padma, Parvati and Lavender. "And I guess that the girls will be coming as well," Harry said, referring to Hannah and Susan. Despite the fact that he had only been together closely with them for a short while, Harry had bonded with them all. He now knew what it was like to have friends, those that really were his friends, and not those money-grabbing beggars like the Weasleys. He didn't count Fred or George in that though, as he knew they didn't hold with most of what their mother said. "You better tell Jackson that we are leaving tomorrow," Hermione reminded her boyfriend. Harry nodded, and left to tell the principal about where the group was going. While he could go when he pleased, he thought it at least a courtesy that he informed Jackson anyway. He also had to be told about the others, but when he met him, Jackson said that as long as they left from inside their own rooms, it would be classed as British territory and therefore not his concern. He did thank him though for letting him know about them leaving, but then asked Harry to tell Dobby to stop bringing drinks to the entire school. It seemed that when Harry said all the students, the elf had taken it to mean all the students in the school. On his way back, Harry called to the hospital wing to get a sleeping draft from the nurse. He was surprised to see there was a man there instead. "Ah, you must be Harry Potter," he said. There was a trace of a Southern drawl about him that was refreshing to Harry's ears. "Name's McCoy. Leonard McCoy. I used to be chief medical officer aboard the USS Enterprise. Then I took early retirement and found myself working here. I hear that I missed some rather good events," McCoy said. "Something like that," Harry said. "Well now, what can I do to help you, my boy?" McCoy said. "Me and the rest of my friends need to go to our ministry tomorrow, but W need a sleeping draft. Just the one because we don't need a full 8 hours, time difference and all," Harry said. "Only be too happy to help," McCoy said. He went to the storeroom and brought back a vial of the potion. "A little sip each should do," the man said. "Thank you, doctor," Harry said. "Call me Bones," McCoy said. Harry bid him farewell and then returned to the private suite. "Got it," he called as he came in. They all lined up and took a little sip, before heading up to the dorms to sleep. Because of the time difference, the group would have to wake up at 3:30 a.m., and have just a few minutes before they took the Flo and Portkeys to the ministry. Harry's solution to the problem of them all needing a shower was to get Dobby to check them into the lake, then dry them off right away with a snap of his fingers. Once they had all got a cup of tea, nothing else mattered before that. They went to the fireplace and then traveled through it to the house Harry had near the institute. Once there, they said a quick hello to Winky who was doing some repair work, and they went outside to Portkey away to the ministry. Their arrival caused several people to look at them, but no orders came to arrest Harry. This might have had something to do with the fact his 10 companions immediately assumed a ring around Harry with wands drawn. Under those circumstances, and not wanting to be known as the person who ordered the attack on Harry Potter, the guard let them pass without inspection. They took the lift down to as far as possible, and then down a flight of stairs to courtroom 10. "Ah," said Harry brightly, "home sweet home," and as he expected, Dumbledore, Lupin, Flitwick and McGonagall were present. What he didn't expect was that the Weasley family, the entire Weasley family, had also turned up. "What are they doing here?" Hermione hissed. "They didn't get invited to the reading," said Susan. "I would have known about it otherwise," and Harry wondered what trick this was by Dumbledore. There was only one way to find out, of course. "What are they doing here?" he asked Dumbledore, speaking to him for the first time months. "The Weasleys are my advisors," Dumbledore replied. "May I ask you the same about your companions?" and Harry was about to refuse to speak when an odd thought came across his mind. "They are also my advisors," he said. "All of them," said Dumbledore, raising an eyebrow at that. Behind him, the Weasleys looked on in interest. "Of course they are. I'll even name them for you," Harry said, and began to list them off. "Hermione Granger, my information advisor. Neville Longbottom, magical plants advisor. Dean Thomas, sports advisor. Seamus Finnegan, Guinness advisor. Hannah Abbott, painting advisor. Lavender Brown, bunny rabbit advisor. Padma Patil, Star Wars advisor. Parvati Patil, how to get rid of annoying assholes advisor. Susan Bones, legal advisor. Luna Lovegood, my personal oral say advisor. Now if there isn't anything else to talk about, Elle would like to get started, and Harry conjured chairs for them all to use. Inwardly, he laughed at the different advisory roles he had. Dumbledore was wondering if Harry was being serious or not. To her credit, Luna had a knowing grin on her face. Harry wondered what was going to be said. He also felt nervous in case his parents appeared in some form. A door to the side opened, and in came Griphook with a large file in his hands. He sat at the court scribe's desk, underneath a watching member of the Wizengamot. "Good morning everyone," the goblin said. "We are all here for the will reading of James and Lily Potter." "Before we start, why are the Weasley family here?" Griphook asked. "They are my advisors," Dumbledore explained. Said Griphook. "Very well then, let us start. The will has been left in the form of text which I shall read out to you all. Firstly though, is anyone here acting as a proxy?" Everyone shook their heads. "Good. I do so hate those little issues. This is the reading of James and Lily Potter. Anyone has left something, will be given it afterwards, or taken to the vault should it be too large to carry. I shall now begin. We, James and Lily Potter, being of sound mind and judgment, do hereby make the following gifts to the following people. To Minerva McGonagall, Lily leaves her entire collection of Transfiguration books, 100,000 galleons and the rights to McGowan's toffee. James leaves you 100,000 galleons as well, Ash's Highland shortbread, half shares in Bell's Whiskey Company, and the property of Dunslebane Manor. James would also like to hand over the homework he never handed in. To Remus Lupin, we leave you the sum of 100,000 galleons, 2 newly made suits to be made after this reading, and orders to stay away from Harry. We knew you was secretly spying on us for Dumbledore, so stay away from Harry or else. To Phileas Flitwick, we leave you the sum of 200,000 galleons, our entire collection of swords and dueling pistols, some rare and out-of-print charms books. The goblin reading this will shall give you a list of what they are, half shares in Bell's Whiskey Company, and several R2D2 suits. To Albus Dumbledore, we leave a Barbie doll, a nightlight, James's dirty underwear. As they haven't been washed for at least 10 years, you can imagine the smell. We also leave you a year's membership to the Gay and Lesbian Alliance. To Griphook, if that old stubborn battleaxe is still hobbling around that hovel he calls a bank, then we leave the sum of 100,000 galleons, 4 Picasso paintings and the book Banking for Dummies. This is a thank you for all the hard work in managing our accounts, you awkward bugger. Please also take care of our accounts until Harry takes over as head of the Potter family. To our son Harry, first of all we are sorry that we haven't been able to see you grow up into the exceptional young man we thought you would be. Both of us hope you are enjoying living with your godfather, Sirius, and not those relatives of your mother, the Dursleys. They hate magic, so we have kept you away from them. If of course Sirius is unable to carry out the functions of godfather, then you should have gone to either the Longbottoms or Minerva McGonagall. Now to what we leave you, you get everything: 1 the houses, money, lands, heirlooms, Muggle magazines. James, 50% shares in Manchester United, 50% shares in Hull City, ownership of the Daily Prophet, all of James's shares in both the Nimbus and Firebolt Broom companies, and all of our love and hopes for the future. If the idiot is still around, then be careful of Albus Dumbledore. He is a manipulative old codger, and will stop at nothing in order to get what he wants. He has tried at least 3 times already to take you away from us, for the greater good, and we believe that he may try again after our deaths. Be careful, have a good life, and do as many girls as you humanly can do. You just wait until I get you home, James Potter. This concludes the reading of the will. Griphook opened the file again, and passed a sheet of parchment to Flitwick, McGonagall, Lupin and Dumbledore. He passed the rest of it to Harry, who was on the verge of tears. Apart from seeing his mother and father in the mirror of her eyes, this was the closest he could remember being to his parents. Just a moment, Dumbledore said. I believe that the Potters were under a type of mind control, and therefore didn't know exactly what they had been writing. As Chief Warlock, I overturn this will, and declare this one to be the correct and actuate version. He handed over 2 pieces of parchment which Griphook looked like I believe you will find that it gives me control of the entire Potter estate, and custody of Harry," and he looked at the raven-haired boy who had a few tears running down his face. "You will come with me, Mr. Potter. During the holidays you will live with the Dursleys. After lessons, you will train for several hours in order to defeat Voldemort. I have arranged a marriage for you with Ginny Weasley. You will therefore sever your relationship with Miss Granger at once. You will also not see these people you call your friends. They are only after money. You should not be stupid like your parents to oppose all that I offer you," and Harry jumped to his feet so fast, he sent both his chair and Hermione flying. Almost as fast as lightning, Harry drew his wand on Dumbledore. "Albus Dumbledore, you have impeached the honor of myself, the Potter family, and my friends. For that I demand satisfaction," and Lupin called out, "Aurors!" And almost instantly Aurors appeared in every doorway out of the courtroom. Dumbledore had planned for such an eventuality as this. "Aurors, you will place Mr. Potter under arrest and take him to Hogwarts," Dumbledore said. "Like hell," Dean said, and he, along with the others, arranged themselves behind Harry with wands out and ready for battle. The Aurors moved in on the huddle, and the 10 friends brought the wands up. Then Molly Weasley stood up, and spoke to the room. "I, Molly Weasley, enter my daughter, Ginevra Molly Weasley into a marriage contract with Harry Potter," and Harry looked over at her. "I so enter because she is pregnant with Harry Potter's child," and McGonagall looked at smiling Ginny with a look of surprise on her face. She knew of no way that the girl could have got pregnant by Harry, and this puzzled her. Judging by the look on Flitwick's face, he was thinking exactly the same. "Oh, isn't it wonderful, Harry," Ginny said. "Now we can be together, have children and have a happy family. We can live with my family, and we'll be so happy. I can be a much better wife than Granger can ever be," and the way that Ginny was talking made Harry think of the child catcher in Chitty Chitty Bang Bang. "I, Arthur Weasley, do enter my son, Ronald Bilious Weasley into a marriage contract with one Hermione Jane Granger. The intended cannot refuse due to her blood status." Mr. Weasley spoke so fast that Harry couldn't interrupt him speaking. Hermione gasped as she understood what had been discussed the previous day at Salem. "Because of the fact that Granger is only a mudblood, I use my status as a pureblood to acquire her as property. As such, my first order is that she comes over to me at once. Second is that she ceases all contact with Harry Potter, or any of his friends present with him at the moment. My third order is that she hand over her wand. I have decided that she will no longer be educated." Ron leered at Hermione. "No," Hermione said in a frightened whisper. She was pushed into the middle of the mass by Dean and Seamus, and she now stood next to Harry, who held her hand. "Come here now," Ron demanded. "Oh Harry," Ginny sweetly said, "why do you hesitate? Surely you want to be with the mother of your child. Why stay with that slag? She is nothing to me. Marry me, and you can give me anything that I want," and Harry shook his head, let go of Hermione and pushed his way through the circle. As he did so, the mass shifted and reconfigured so that it gave maximum protection to Hermione. "I don't think so," Harry said. "I've not had say with you, Ginevra. I know that most of your family are in on this deal, and that's fine. The only ones I respect are Fred and George. So you claim to be pregnant with my child, do you?" And Ginny nodded. "I haven't been with anyone else, my dearest," said the only Weasley daughter. "What about Michelle Corner?" Harry said softly enough for only his side to hear. "I don't believe you. I demand a test to be performed," and to his surprise, Dumbledore agreed. "I'll fetch Poppy," he said. "I don't think so," Harry shot out. "I want a healer from St. Mungo's. It was just as well that I arranged for one," and Griphook snapped his fingers and a male healer appeared next to him. He blinked a few times and looked around. "Glad you could make it," Harry said. "I was wondering if you could perform that spell for me," and the healer nodded. He went over to Ginny and muttered several spells as he waved his wand over him. "The girl is not pregnant," he said at last. "I do not believe it," Dumbledore said. "Miss Weasley is pregnant," he insisted. "From what?" "A moonbeam," Harry said. He could see both Flitwick and McGonagall performing silencing charms on themselves so they could laugh all they wanted. "Healer, perform the spell again," and the result was exactly the same. "This girl is not pregnant," he said again. "Thank you for your help," Harry said, and then man left the courtroom. "How can this be?" Ginny said, still with a smile on her face. "Perhaps this might explain it," and Harry threw the little letter he had received to Dumbledore. The headmaster uncrumpled it and then read the missive. His face paled visibly as he did so. "Whatever matters," Ron said with another leer, "at least I still get the mudblood." "Granger, come to me at once," he ordered. Hermione was about to move when Harry spoke. "I, Harry James Potter, do hereby call the life debt owed to me several times by Ronald Bilious Weasley. I, Harry James Potter, do call the life debt owed to me several times by Ginevra Molly Weasley," and Harry felt a rather Slytherin-like pleasure at the looks of immense panic on their faces. He saw the grinning faces of Fred and George, and he made a mental note to ask for pensive recordings of this whole event. It was sure to prove very entertaining viewing. "Looks like someone forgot about that," said Lavender with a chuckle. "Life debts. Neither of us owe you a life debts at all, Potter," spat Ron. While all this was going on, the member of the Wizengamot was using an auto-quotes quill to record everything that was said. Griphook had sat on his chair, put his feet up on the table and watched the whole event. "You don't? Well, let's count them back then, shall we?" Harry said. "In my second year at Hogwarts I saved Ginny from dying at the sole shadow of Voldemort. That was nearly at the cost of my own life. Third year I saved you from having your soul beaked out of you. Fourth year, and I saved you from death holding out against Voldemort. True, I had some help, but I was able at least to weaken him a bit. And last year, I saved both of you by taking on several Death Eaters at once. Don't forget you was stupid enough to mess with the brain jars," and Harry watched the faces of Ron and Ginny drop as they realized Harry was telling the truth. "Oops," said Luna quietly. "Your lives belong to me now, but I have not got time to give you a lot of instructions for now. My first order of you, Ron, is that you are not to marry Hermione. You shall tear up the contract at once," Harry ordered. And then Ron did as he was told. "As for you, Ginny," Harry said, and he went over to her and handed over a wand. "Take this wand and put the tip against your head," and Ginny was compelled to do so. "What are you doing to my daughter?" shrieked Molly Weasley. "Silence," Harry bellowed, his eyes glowed with fire. The red-haired woman simply whimpered. "Now Ginny, I want you to kill yourself," and Ginny looked at Harry with surprise. "Harry." It was Hermione's voice. "Not now, Hermione," her boyfriend said firmly. "I gave you an order," Harry said to Ginny, "now do it," and with tears in her eyes Ginny nodded. Avada Kedavra, and to the surprise of many on the room, nothing happened at all. "That was a false wand," Harry said. Ginny was sobbing uncontrollably now, but Harry seemingly had no regard for her life. "You wanted to get pregnant with my child, did you?" he asked, walking around and looking all over Ginny like she was a used car he might buy. He didn't want to treat her like this, but he knew this was the only way. "This has gone far enough," Dumbledore said. "Call off the debts, Harry. You and I shall return to Hogwarts where you will be taught in isolation," Dumbledore said, and he made a move towards him. "Don't even think about it," Harry said. "You touch me, and I'll rip your head off. You might think that I'm the mild and meek Harry Potter. Well, not any longer. This is a Harry who has had his parents murdered. Been abused most of his life by those who were not even supposed to look after me. I've seen the death of friends and people I consider family. This is a Harry Potter who has stared at the face of death so many times, we are on first-name terms. I'm the boy who lived. Well, that's fine. I couldn't help that from happening, so I am that person." Harry paused to look at the room. Flitwick was not saying much at all. McGonagall was surprised that Harry was being like this. Dumbledore seemed to be thinking of how he could still get what he wanted. Ron looked like he had lost everything. Most of the other Weasleys had pale faces. Griphook looked very amused at the whole event. His friends looked as if they had heard this before, and then there was Ginny. The girl couldn't move because Harry hadn't told her to yet. She stood where she was and sobbed. "I think perhaps everything is a little out of control. If we meet in my office at Hogwarts, I am sure we can sort this out," Dumbledore said. "I don't think so," said Harry, looking at the older wizard. Then he looked at the sobbing Ginny who was trying to wipe her eyes with her sleeve. "You wanted to be pregnant with my child, did you? Well, I'll grant you that before I leave. Come with me," and Ginny had no choice but to follow Harry. The Weasley tried to stop him, but Dumbledore said that they could lose their magic if they attempted to do so. Harry and Ginny walked past the Aurors and into a side room. Ginny went in first and Harry shut the door behind him. "What are you going to do to me?" she asked. Well, as you more or less belong to me, I thought I'd have my way with you. Strip, he commanded. Ginny blinked in surprise. What? She questioned him. You heard me, Strip, Harry said, and after a moment's hesitation Ginny put her hands on the top of her blouse and started to undo the top button. As she began to undo the second, in her mind she could see images of Harry doing whatever he wanted with her. As quick as a flash, Harry brought his wand up and stunned Ginny. You can come out now, he called, and the healer cancelled the spell which had made him invisible. This is the person? He asked Harry. Yes, he replied. Ginny is a good girl, find out what is wrong with her. Send me details via Gringotts, will you? I'll need them for later on, and after receiving a nod from the healer, Harry walked out the room and returned to the courtroom. What did you do to my daughter? Demanded Mrs. Weasley. What do you think? Harry replied, and Mrs. Weasley went ballistic. That's my daughter, you scum. How could you do that after how we treated you? She shrieked. How could you do what you was planning after I had saved your daughter's life? Harry said in reply. He then looked at the others in the room. Hermione and the rest of the wild geese looked as if they had been in a standoff. Most of the Weasleys looked horrified that things had not gone their way. Flitwick and McGonagall had gone and Dumbledore looked as if he was plotting a scheme or two. The Weasley twins looked like Christmas had come early for them. Harry hoped that they had got everything possible, and with them it was a certainty. Perhaps we could seek a neutral party to help us solve this problem, Dumbledore suggested. Harry had finally had enough of him. Why don't you off Dumbledore? Harry bellowed, causing everyone to jump. I have had enough of you telling me what to do. You think that I am going to live with someone of your choosing. Have you not heard of the Emancipation Proclamation? He asked. No, Dumbledore said, I have never been a fan of hip-hop, and Harry sighed. Just forget about it. Now I am very busy today, so I have 2 more things concerning life debts, and then we are done, Harry said. I, Harry James Potter, do order Ronald Bilious Weasley to not make any attempt to engage Hermione Jane Granger in a marriage contract for the next 24 hours, and Ron looked both surprised and pleased. Harry would enjoy seeing his face later during the pensive recordings the Weasley twins would be sending to him later on. And now for the other thing. I, Harry James Potter, do now collect on the life debt owed to me by one Hermione Jane Granger. The Weasleys, Dumbledore, the member of the court and the Aurors gasped. Hermione did the same and then wondered what Harry was on about. As part of the debt owed to me, I order Hermione Jane Granger to be engaged to me, and to become my wife at a later date, and he grinned at Hermione as she realized what he had done. As part of the debt she owed him for saving her life in the first year and other times he was making her accept a marriage proposal. She didn't mind one little bit as it meant she was now safe from any new contracts. Hermione squealed with delight as she ran over and hugged him tightly, keying him in full view of the other people in the courtroom. Thank you, she whispered as she pulled away from him. With a huge smile on his face, and with Hermione's hand in his own, he walked out the room with the rest of his true friends with him. That might go down as one of the best performances of your life, Neville said, and he shook Harry's hand. Dean and Seamus did the same while the girls hugged and keyed Hermione. What did you do to Ginny? Asked Seamus. I took her into that side room, told her Strip, and as she was starting to undo her blouse, I stunned her. I want to know if she was doing this willingly or if she was under potions, spells or mind control charms. If she was, then she'll get all the help she needs. If not, then I'll kick her ass all the way to Mars, and Hermione came up and held on tightly to Harry. She was overjoyed that she would no longer have to worry about Ron. She and Harry intended to get married anyway, so it didn't really matter that it was part of her life debt to him. She did wonder though if he'd invoke it in the honeymoon night, just for an added spice. So what are going to do now? Asked Lavender. Now I have a meeting with Padma and Parvati's father, Harry said. Griphook has arranged for it to happen at the bank. I am going to see what I can do about them not being sold off as if they were nothing more than objects. They are not objects, he added, they are my friends, and the girls smiled and thanked him for whatever he was about to do. As this was a private meeting, only Harry and the twins could in, the others had to wait outside in a waiting room. Hermione did wonder if Mr. Pottle had been in the Order during the Dark War, but couldn't remember if he had been or not. Good morning, Mr. Potter, said Mr. Pottle. Victor Potter was just taller than Harry, well-built and had black hair. He watched as Padma and Parvati greeted him in Hindi as was the family custom. First of all, I would like to thank you for bringing my daughters here with you. It makes things much easier for later on. Now on to business. What is it you wish to discuss with me? He asked Harry. Sir, I would like to know your intentions towards Padma and Parvati, Harry said. My intentions? Ah yes. I have found them both husbands who will pay me a large sum of money each to marry one of the girls, a dowry if you will. Not only that, but I will also gain some power by the exchange, Mr. Potter said. I'm sorry, Harry said, for a minute it sounded like you planned to sell them off just so you got money and power. I must have been mistaken, he added. I have decided what they will do. I am their father, and they will do as they are told and marry their chosen husbands. Please arrange for their belongings to be sent over from where you are now, and Harry kept his cool with the twins' father. Mr. Potter, they're some of my truest friends. I protest at the way you are treating them. Before coming here I read up on your customs, and to be honest it isn't right. I know that from where you come from, it is legal, but this is England. We don't sell our daughters off for money and power, not anymore, Harry added. What do you propose then? Asked Mr. Potter. They will be treated decently, given food, drink, clothing, warmth, and in exchange they will produce many sons and daughters, and Harry looked at each of the girls to see that they looked terrible and depressed. Something suddenly shot into his mind. What if I was to buy them off you instead? As head of the Potter family, I have more wealth than the rest of Britain put together. I will pay their dowries instead, Harry said calmly as if he was discussing Quidditch teams. I am afraid that this is most impossible, Mr. Potter chuckled, though it is a good tactic to have used against me. I am sorry, but my decision is final. I was wondering, Harry said, what happens if either or both of the husbands abuse either or both of the girls? What would happen then? He asked, and Mr. Potter blinked. If they hit their wives, I am certain that they deserved it, he answered after a moment of thinking. Now we must be going. Daughters, you will come with me now, and it was Parvati who spoke. We don't want to go, she said. What you want is irrelevant, said her father, you are nothing more than property to be sold off to whomever I so choose. Now come with me, we have weddings to plan, and this time it was Padma who spoke. But we might be made to go back to India, she said, or at least not to see our friends, and Victor Potter was not happy. That is no concern. If you ain't, then you can give Mr. Potter here your wands. After you marry you shall have no use for them, and to Harry, this was a no-no. Why are you doing this to us? Asked Parvati. Because I can, was the simple reply. The girls looked at each other and nodded. We're staying with our friends, they said in unison. If you do not come with me, then I will cast you out of the family home and out of the family itself. I will see to it that nobody marries you. If you don't do as you are told, then I will destroy your lives. Mr. Potter bellowed. Victor Potter, Harry said, getting slowly to his feet, I will give you a choice here and now. Sell the girls to me, and the older man shook his head. No, he said firmly. I, Victor Potter, do hereby cast Padma and Parvati Potter out of the family home and out of the family itself. Now then, let's see you carve out a living without any hope. Perhaps you might get jobs in a brothel. I hear they like Indian and Asians mainly. And there was a loud snap as Harry's anger from the will reading bubbled over, and he apparated from his seat to in front of the standing Mr. Potter. He jabbed his wand under his chin. Get out of this room, while you are still able, he snarled. Have everything that has belonged to Padma and Parvati packed up and sent to me via Gringotts, and Mr. Potter took the safe option of leaving quickly. Haarrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrr and the others came into the meeting room. Harry explained what had happened, and the other girls went over and started to comfort the distraught teenagers. "Don't you worry about a thing," he said, "I won't let you go without a thing. If there is something you want, then let me know and I'll get it for you," he assured them. "But how can we repay you? We have no money, save what is in our school accounts," the girls said in between sobs. "Being my friends is payment enough," Harry said. What was needed was to spend the rest of the weekend doing something so that they could all calm down after the day's events. The question was where to go, and it was then that it struck him. "I'll be back," he said, and he went off to find Griphook. After directions from several awestruck goblins, 4 of which asked for his autograph, Harry knocked on the office door. "Come in," Griphook called. Harry walked into the officer, and Griphook waved Harry to a seat. "What can I do for you, Lord Potter?" he asked. "It's Harry Potter or Harry. I hate titles," Harry started. "I was wondering if there was any chance of purchasing a property. My friends and I are in need of somewhere which is not on the list of properties that Dumbledore knows about. I'd go to the house in America, but I wouldn't put it past him to know where it is, even with the wards in place," Harry finished. "A wise decision and choice," said Griphook. The goblin had raised concerns about Dumbledore's actions on more than one occasion, but it seemed as if nobody cared. If they did, then they kept very quiet about it. "Would you like me to bring you the complete list of properties, or would you like to narrow down the choices?" he asked. "Can you select everything that is in the island of Sodor, please?" Harry said, "and have it sent where I just had my meeting," and Griphook said he would sort that out at once. Harry returned to see Padma and Parvati missing from the room along with Luna. "Don't worry," said Hermione. Luna took them to the toilet to sort themselves out, and Harry put away his wand again. "Anyway, where did you go?" she asked him. "Had to see a goblin about a house," he replied, and then he waited with the others until the 3 girls came back. As it happened, they returned moments before Griphook came in with a small file. "This is all of the properties we have," he said, and he gave the file over to Harry. Each bit of parchment shows the location, age and current condition of the property. They start from the smallest ones, with the larger ones at the back of the file. Some are magical properties, and some are muggle ones that are owned by all sorts of witches and wizards for one reason or another, Griphook explained. "What are you looking for?" asked Hannah. "Holiday home," Harry said. Hannah was puzzled by this comment. She knew that Harry had dozens houses, from both the Black and the Potter families. Harry and Hermione skipped to the larger ones, and 9 out of the 10 other people in the room looked at them in puzzlement as they discussed bedrooms, locations and transport links. Griphook had drinks brought in while they waited, and it was about midday when Harry said they had found a place. "That is good news," the goblin said. "Which one have you decided to buy?" he asked. "Alcroft House," Harry said. "Oh, I know the place well," Griphook said at once, and Harry raised an eyebrow. "I used the place last month for my holiday. Stayed indoors during the daylight though, of course. But I did like the wonder of seeing the stars in wide open fields," and he took the parchment with the rejected places in, and kept the picked one in his hand. "How long will it take to buy?" asked Hermione. "Only a few minutes," Griphook said. "You are lucky, of course. The house is fully furnished, which is an oddity. Most places are cleared out before viewings start," and Harry tilted his head slightly. "We'll be back in about 20 minutes or so," Harry said. "We have some shopping to do," and he led most of the confused people out of the bank and stepped into Diagon Alley. "Before we go anywhere," said Seamus, "care to explain what is going on, Harry?" And Harry gave a hearty laugh. "Well, after everything that has happened, I thought we could all do with some time off. As it is the weekend, we have more than enough time to have some fun. Griphook is buying me a property on an island, and I think you will all find it very interesting indeed," Harry said, smiling. "I have no idea what is going on," said Lavender, "but if Harry thinks it's safe, then it's safe in my book," and Harry was truly surprised at the faith that was put in him. "Thank you," he said to her. "Now then, I have something for us all to drink, then we're going shopping for some clothes," and he pulled a vial of some liquid. "Is that what I think it is?" asked Neville. He took his little sip along with the others, and then was handed one of Harry's cards. They split into teams of 2s or 3s, and lined up at the end of the alley. "Now then," Harry said, "we've all had pepper up potion, got debit cards, and so on the count 3 we go. 1, 2, 3 go." And the hyper teens tore down Diagon Alley and went shopping faster than on supermarket sweep. After a mad dash around shopping, they returned with parcels all shrunk down to fit inside what was called a shopping trunk. Harry was glad he took the time to buy one of those. They returned to Gringotts, where Griphook waited for them with some papers. "I see that your little shopping trip was a success," the goblin said as Harry put down the trunk. "It was," he replied. "Did you get everything sorted?" Harry asked. "I was able to do it without any major problems," Harry's favorite goblin said in reply. These are ownership papers, a list of wards that are on the property and keys. Your keys are the master's, but you may copy them as many times as you wish. You may flow to the place whenever you wish, just remember to do the standard ownership announcement when you get there, Griphook reminded Harry. After thanking him, and putting the documents and keys in the shopping trunk, Harry led the way to the nearest flow network. Allcroft House. And Harry jumped into the flames. The others followed him, and they arrived inside what appeared to be a late 19th century manor house. Wow, gasped Susan, this is like out of a fairy tale, and the others agreed with her. Harry cleared his throat and spoke to the house. I, Harry James Potter, do hereby take ownership of this house as its rightful owner, and there was a flash of light that lit up the room as the ownership was recognized by the wards. With regards to flow access, only the following people are allowed in: Hannah Abbott, Susan Bones, Lavender Brown, Seamus Finnegan, Hermione Granger, Neville Longbottom, Luna Lovegood, Padma Patil, Parvati Patil and Dean Thomas. Anti-Portkey wards are to remain in effect, and another flash of light, this time gold as opposed to the blue before, lit up the room. Let's get rooms sorted out, and then we can look around the house, Hermione suggested, and they went upstairs and discovered the bedrooms actually took up half the first, and all of the second floor. Harry's friends insisted that he take the master bedroom as it was only fair on account that he owned the place. Harry's room had a huge double king-sized 4-poster bed, ensuite bathroom, a walk-in wardrobe, a lounge chair as well as an old-fashioned writing desk with wooden chair with a leather seat and back. Several huge windows gave a view over the front garden and the road beyond. In the distance, Harry could Knapford Station and he wondered what Luna would make of the talking steam engines. As for everyone else, they found that their bedrooms all had e-suites bathrooms, but had drawers and stand-up wardrobes. Each had windows overlooking the front or back gardens depending on the location of the bedroom. Harry took the shopping trunk around and handed out the packages of clothes, books and other assorted items that they had brought. Once they had sorted things out, they all met downstairs where they had arrived. This place is awesome, said Neville. I thinks it's almost like a miniature Hogwarts in a way, he added. Only without Dumbledore, Parvati noted with a smile, then she sobered up and looked at Harry. My sister and I would like to thank you for looking after us and sticking up to our father, and Harry waved her seriousness away. I was only helping friends in need, he said lightly. Now according to these plans of the house, there is a library, an indoor swimming pool, games room, study, dining room and perhaps a ball room, Harry added. Perhaps, commented Lavender. Well, it's either a dancing type of ballroom, or there is an indoor football pitch. I'm inclined to go with the ballroom theory, and it did sound the right idea. I guess this must be a sitting room, Hannah remarked. The chairs and the sofa give it away, and then Harry wanted to look at the kitchen. He went there with Dean, who Harry knew to be a good cook, and they found a chef's wet dream. Several stoves and ovens lined the walls, a huge counter sat in the middle of the room, other smaller tables did the same, and upon opening a drawer Harry found complete sets of cooking knives. The ovens were not gas or early electric, but wood or coal-burning ones. Harry looked at Dean. If only Delia Smith was here, the black-skinned boy said. He opened cupboards to find immaculate copper cooking pots and pans, and Harry found china plates in another. Taking his wand, he cast an unbreakable charm on them all as they looked very fragile. Sweet Merlin, Susan said as she came in to take a look around. Someone tell me I'm not dreaming this, and her best friend obliged by hitting her with a stinging hex on the backside. Not dreaming, she muttered as she rubbed the affected area. Pantry's over here, called Neville. He had opened a door and the others could see wooden shelves sat into the stone walls. 3 cheers for Harry, said Luna, and the others gave 3 cheers out of the blue to Harry, who blushed a bright red. We'll having lunch here, said the boy, and he looked at his watch. Let's save the rest of the house until later. What do you say we go into town and meet some friends of mine? Harry said. You have friends here? Asked Padma. Where here is, said her sister. We know 1 or 2 people, Harry said, and they saw the wink that he gave to Hermione. She knew now exactly where they are, and she started thinking the same thoughts as Harry. After leaving the house, Harry locked the door and they walked down the garden to the large metal gates that marked the property boundary. Once outside, they looked up and down for a bus stop but couldn't find one. Let's head that way, Harry said, pointing at a sign that said Main Road, this way in white letters on a green background, with an arrow to show which way to go. They had a 5-minute walk where they found a junction with the main road into town. They waited until a bus came. It has a face, said Parvati. Oh, you just wait, Harry said, and he paid the fare all the way to the train station. As they traveled along the many roads, Harry and Hermione watched as the others acted like little kids in a sweet shop. They gazed out of the windows at the green fields which slowly gave way to a built-up feel of habitation. When they see the trains, they are going to go nuts, Hermione said, and snuggled up to Harry as much as she could on the bus. They got off at their destination, and Harry said they needed to go inside that train station. To the constant surprise of most of them, Harry and Hermione were greeted by many of the staff, some by name. Is the Fat Controller in? Harry asked to someone he clearly knew. I think so, the man replied, and he went behind a glass-paneled wall and picked up the phone. After a few moments, he came back out and nodded. Go right up, Harry, he said. Cheers, Charlie, Harry said. Right, he turned to his friends. Follow me, and they followed him blindly. As they did so, Dean and Seamus looked at the posters on the walls, and suddenly knew where they were. We on the island of Bloody Sodor, burst out Seamus. Indeed, boomed a plump and suited man. Oh dear God, Dean's mouth opened and closed like a fish out of water. No, I am not God, but in this railway I am the next best thing, said the Fat Controller. It is good to see you back so soon, you two, he said to Harry and Hermione. Good to be back, Hermione replied, and how is Oliver doing? She asked. Well, on his way to being fixed, the Fat Controller replied. He has been telling us all about the escapades he and his crew got up when they got as far as they did. It would make quite an interesting story, he added. So, Harry, who are your friends? And Harry introduced them one by one. I just brought Allcroft House, Harry said to the owner of the railway. Oh good, said the Fat Controller. It was about time that someone got the place, it was sad to see it empty for so long. I understand though that it was occupied for a short while a month ago, someone who could only come out at night because of a skin complaint or so I heard, he added. It was at this point that Harry's friends had questions to ask, and the Fat Controller answered each and every one. With a knowing smile and look at Harry and Hermione, he picked up his phone and spoke into it. Is Thomas still on shed? He is. Good. Can you have him couple up to a coach please and have him come to the station when he can? I would like him to pull an important train, and he put down the receiver. They asked a few more questions as they all trooped down to the platforms, and they could see all the other engines working in and out of the station. Poop poop poop, Gordon said. Harry and Hermione are back. Harry and Hermione are back, and Luna was the first to speak. Excuse me, she began, but it just speak. And Gordon let out a little hiss of steam. It has a name, Gordon said, my name is Gordon. Any friend of Harry's is a friend of mine, he went on. I'm glad I had to go to the works after what happened recently, the bright blue engine said to Harry. Oh, yes, the works people found several other minor problems with me, so they did the work there and then, Gordon said. Now if you excuse me, I must be off with the express, and he puffed majestically out of the station. I can believe that steam engines are alive, Hannah said. How? She wondered. Alive. Magic, said a voice, and Harry and Hermione spun round to see the new arrival. Good to see you two again, he said to the pair. Hello, Thomas, Hermione greeted him. These are our friends, Hannah Abbott, Susan Bones, Lavender Brown, Seamus Finnegan, Neville Longbottom, Luna Lovegood, Padma Patil, Parvati Patil and Dean Thomas, and Thomas said hello to them all. Welcome to Sodor, he whistled. Will you please take them on a special trip round the island please? Asked the Fat Controller. Of course, Thomas replied, and they got into the special observation coach. After getting the right away, Thomas gave off a whistle and carefully pulled away from the busy station. The group could not believe their luck in being friends of Harry, and they all made a silent vow to help Harry as much as they could. They wondered several times if this was elaborate hoax, but Harry and Hermione assured them that this was quite real. Harry was feeling content that he had people he could call his friends. People who wanted to be friends with Harry, and not Harry's bank vault. It still seemed odd though, but Harry expected that this was because he had only had Hermione as a true friend. He had always been suspicious of Ron. Harry. Hermione's voice shook him from his thoughts. Yeah, he said. What would you have done if Ron didn't have a debt he owed to you? She asked him. I'd have done time inside, Harry replied. Harry's use of a Muggle phrase told her that he was fiercely protective of her. You mean kill him, right? And Harry nodded. It's lucky that I liked porridge then, he joked, and then the moment was past. You know something? I wouldn't change this for all the tea in China, Harry told Hermione. After getting away from the Dursleys and escaping Dumbledore's clutches, I didn't know what I wanted except to be with you. Now I have friends, and I still don't know how to act like a friend, and Hermione thought about it a while. That's understandable, she said, for most of your life you was made to have no friends, and whilst at Hogwarts, you faced danger at nearly every turn. You had people putting themselves across as friends, but you don't have to worry about that anymore, and Hermione hugged him tightly and then kissed him on the lips gently. Thanks, Harry whispered in her ear. What do you think would have happened if Dumbledore had put me in Azkaban? He asked his girlfriend. If that had happened, then the rest of us would have launched a full-scale tactical beep on the place and sprung you out of jail, she replied. Harry chuckled as the pair watched the others at various parts of the carriage look out of the windows at the scenery rushing past them. From appearances, Thomas and his crew seemed to be taking the group to all the places they had taken Harry and Hermione on. Their first visit to the railway. They had to stop at Coven's Gate so that Thomas could refuel and fill up his tank with water. While this was going on, Harry and Hermione took them to the far side platform where they could see several engines under repair in the works. From the state that one was in, Oliver was in the middle of being rebuilt. Harry wasn't sure about the others, but was certain that he could spot Edward inside. He assumed that it was because of boiler trouble, and Harry knew Edward suffered from it badly. Peep pip pip peep, whistled Thomas. He was waiting for them in a bay platform, and so they went back to him to board the coach. I am so glad that you are able to see us again, the blue engine said to Harry and Hermione. I suppose that you might want to get back so you can refuel yourselves, he added with a wink. You really are a useful engine, Hermione said, patting Thomas's side. They got in, and Thomas pulled them back to Knapford where they ate lunch. Best afternoon ever, said Harry and nearly cried in happiness. He had just realized something. Something wonderful and something beautiful. Harry Potter had found his family. Things had not been going Dumbledore's way. Harry had slipped from his grasp again, and he had also called in life debts owed to him by the two youngest Weasleys. Harry had walked out of the courtroom with Ginny, and yet had not returned with her. The potions he had given to her had been sabotaged, and he couldn't think of who had done it. After Harry had left the courtroom for the second and last time, he tried to look for Ginny but couldn't find a single clue vis-a-vis her whereabouts. One thing that annoyed him was the fact that she hadn't even been seen in St. Mungo's. He promised that he would find Ginny and bring her back safely to the fold of the Weasley family. He decided to call an order meeting for later that evening. Voldemort looked at the man in front of him, and spoke in cold tones to him. Report, he ordered. My lord, Snape began, Potter had the will of his parents read this morning, and Dumbledore was surprised by the outcome. Oh, how so, Severus? Voldemort inquired. The will made mention of the suspicions of the Potters. They didn't think that they could trust Dumbledore as much as other people did at the time. They left him nothing, and gave nearly everything to the brat, Snape went on with his report. I have been told by Dumbledore that he attempted to have the will overturned, but was later told the bid had been rejected. The youngest Weasley, Ginny, has disappeared and has not been seen since. I understand there is a panic over her disappearance. One rumor has it she has been taken by Potter as a say, and Snape filled Voldemort in on the plot with the potions. You felt pity to the Potter boy, Severus. That surprises even me. I was rather under the impression that you hated him a passion, Voldemort cackled. That is true, my lord, but I owed his mother a life debt, long before I joined your service. When you killed Lily Potter, the debt passed on to her son. I tampered with the potion as I believed that the lumbering old fool would have killed Potter. Besides, my lord, I know you have been upset by the fact that Potter had been killed before you had done the deed yourself, and Voldemort nodded. You have done well, Severus. We will slip into the shadows, and build up our forces. I will only allow small raids to ensure that the magical population of this country know we are still around, the Dark Lord said. We shall wait until Potter and his friends have finished their educations. Pass the word to all my Death Eaters now, and all those yet to come, that if they see Potter or any of his friends, they will disengage from combat at once. Also pass the word that we shall make no attempt on any ministry location or on Hogwarts. The same goes for Gringotts as well. We shall lull them into a false sense of security, and then take them when their guard is down," and all the Death Eaters in the room started chanting Voldemort's name. Dumbledore had spent almost the rest of the day calling people he knew, but he now had found out what had happened to Ginny after the will reading. She had been taken by the healer to St. Mungo's and put through several tests. He was unable to discover exactly what the tests had involved, only that the results had been sent to Harry. The person in question now had evidence of what he and the Weasleys had done to try and get the Potter fortune. It was unclear as to what action Harry would take, but it was certain that he would be doing something. Another attack on Salem was out of the question, as was an attack on whenever Harry came back to Britain. Dumbledore would have to keep a careful watch on what went on in the world of Harry James Potter, and wait for the right time to bring him under his power. Then again, there was always Hermione's parents. The group arrived back at Salem the next day, and they went right back into lessons. Potions and defense against the dark arts went past Harry as he thought about the will reading. The healer he had asked for would be spending the results in the post, and he wondered about the results. This train of thought vanished as Hermione leaned in for another key, and he returned the gesture. "Are you all right?" asked Hermione. "Yeah," Harry replied, "just that I wonder about the results of the tests. What should I do if it turns out that she was acting under her own free will?" He asked. "I see your point," his girlfriend conceded, "but we'll cross that bridge when we get to it. For now we have another training session ahead, and we've only got this and 2 more before our first game against Washington," and Harry nodded. "How is Dean coming along with the robes?" he asked. "He finished the designs this afternoon, and Lavender and Parvati are making them up now," Hermione said, "and they should be ready to try sometime next week. For now, we'll just have to fly in our normal stuff," and Harry smirked as he thought of the uniforms they would be wearing. "If I remember rightly, then the brooms should be here sometime next week as well. That way we can have a full dress rehearsal of our tactics on our own brooms," he said. "You shouldn't have spent your money on us," Hannah said. "I can spend it on Hat I want," Harry told her, "and I want to spend it on my friends," and Hermione understood. "Well, if you don't need me, then I'm off to meet a friend," Susan said, and she left her seat in the living room and headed out the suite at a run. Hannah watched her best friend charge out of the room, and briefly gave thought about going after her. Then she decided against it as she herself had friends that Susan didn't know yet. She, along with Lavender and the Pottle twins, headed off down to the lake to do some reading. Neville and Luna had gone off to one corner and had started talking behind a privacy charm. Dean was working on making outfits for them to wear for the Quidditch team, assisted by Seamus. It turned out that he was pretty good with a needle and thread, almost as good as being an artist, and so Harry had delegated the task of tailor to him. Hermione took the chance to talk about some things to Harry. "I want to thank you again for what you did," she started, "but what are you going to do about Ginny if it turns out she is clear of potions or mind control?" Hermione asked him. "I aren't sure, my own," Harry replied. "All I do know is that I have to deal with whatever Dumbledore tries, and then take on Voldemort. My fear is that I die before I get to marry you," he added, and Hermione leaned in and cuddled him. "You are not going anywhere," she told him. "And I will be by your side. I don't care how we get married, so long as it is at Christmas," and Harry started to form a plan in his mind. "With a partner like you, I think that I can take on the world," he said, and smiled at Hermione's giggles. "I think that I'll have to send Ginny to Azkaban, even if I do basically own her life. Ron made no actual attack on me so far, so I don't know about him. Dumbledore is a tricky little bugger though," and Hermione nodded. "He is well respected by many people, but I think he has lost the trust of Flitwick and McGonagall." Judging by the look on their faces, they appeared to be disgusted with what Dumbledore was planning on doing. "It seems as if he is keeping things from 2 members of the Order. Whatever you do towards the school, I would leave them out of it," Hermione said, and Harry agreed about Flitwick and McGonagall. "So what exactly do we do then?" he asked. He was unsure as to what he could do. Legal matters of the wizarding world were a mystery to him, but at least he had Susan to ask, and Hermione to research for the finer points. I am not sure, Hermione said, but you should start making a list of everything Dumbledore has done that you consider to be wrong. That way we can present a case to the Wizardgame that is as accurate as we possibly can get it, she finished. It sounds good, Harry said, but I am not so sure about the timing. With Voldemort on the loose, we better not upset the balance of power so quickly. Let's just get on with our lives for now, and worry about the old fool later, and he key at the top of Hermione's head. There is something else I wanted to speak about, his girlfriend said. Go ahead, Harry replied. About this marriage contract thing. Well, I had a quick read about them, and it seems that there is a way to ensure that that council of idiots recognizes it, Hermione said, and then she blushed a nice shade of red. What? Asked Harry. I need you inside me, Hermione said, and Harry's jaw dropped. That wasn't what I was expecting, he said at last. It was more or less along the lines of a promise ring or something like that, and Hermione blushed even redder. Luna and Neville watched from behind their invisible soundproofing at the two teens talking to each other. Harry and Hermione paid them no notice at all. Well, a ring would be nice, Hermione admitted, but it is one of only two ways that the Wizardgame would realize that is a true contract, and Harry's mind hit upon something rather clever. It was times like this that he understood why the Sorting Hat wanted to put him into Slytherin. That would only apply to marriages taking place in the wizarding world, right? He asked, and Hermione nodded. She wondered where he was going with this. So we get married in a Muggle church instead. You're Muggle-born, so is Dean, I might as well be one, Seamus is a half-blood as the others are. Neville and Luna are the only purebloods as far as I can recall. This had the effect of taking Hermione's mind off the thought of having to have say with Harry. It wasn't that they didn't want say with each other, it was just the fact that they had wanted to wait until they had been married first. You think it's legal? Hermione asked after a while. I should think so, said Harry, though we can check with Susan to see if she knows. It has to be on account of Dean and Seamus's parents getting married in the Muggle world. If it isn't, then it is time to change the law, and Hermione looked at him. And what do we do if we are blocked? She asked. Then we simply do it anyway and not tell anyone until after the event. Harry said, and he winked at her. He got up off the sofa and then pulled Hermione to her feet. Harry, time for Quidditch practice, Harry said, and he cancelled the silencing spell that was over Luna and Neville. It was something they had discovered that Harry could do, before they had first arrived at the Salem Institute. A train thundered past on the line a little below the office, and the man watched it go past before turning back to his post. In the last 24 hours, he had had an engine fail with a broken reverser, 2 on-loan diesels fail with mechanical problems, his car break down, and which resulted in having to take several different modes of transport to get to his wife's birthday party, even acting as a relief fireman for a steam train, and he hoped for a quieter week to end on. Amongst the letters was one that had an American postmark. He opened that at once, and read it. It was odd enough, but he had had several locations licensed in case of this sort of thing. It was a shame that Wilbert wasn't around, he would have loved to have officiated. Ginny was returned to the burrow the day after the will reading, and she looked none the worse for wear. She told the rest of the Weasleys, minus the twins, about what had happened the moment she had left the courtroom. After she had been unstunned, she had found herself at St. Mungo's. A large team of healers had put her through more tests than she had ever been through when she was a little girl, and several tests determined once and for all that she was not carrying Harry's child. What was ascertained was the fact she was not a pure. All this was put into the report that would be sent to Harry. Normally this was not done at all, but this was part of what was entitled after someone was slurred in this manner. During the tests, Poppy Pomfrey had come and offered her help. This was firmly refused, and Ginny told Dumbledore about this as well. She had repeated her tale after her mother had fire-called Dumbledore to their house at once. It seems as if Harry has outsmarted us. I admit that I didn't expect him to all in life debts, but I will not allow him to OD so again. After I have finished here, I will go to the ministry and check the records and see who else owes Harry a life debt. I will do what I can to remove those so he cannot try that trick again. We cannot allow him to become another Dark Lord. If he does, and he joins with Voldemort, then we would stand no chance of survival, Dumbledore said. You think he might turn into one? Asked Mrs. Weasley. He may well do, Dumbledore replied. This is why he must be brought back to us, by force if need be. The marriage between himself and Miss Granger cannot be allowed to go ahead, of course, so I will try to get that stopped," he added. "How?" asked Ron. "I will have a motion made that will stop them from being married by any member of the Wizengamot," Dumbledore said carefully. "But what about the instructions that Potter gave to Ron and Ginny?" Mr. Weasley said. "I will cast an Imperio on him, and have him cancel out everything," Dumbledore said. "Now I must return to Hogwarts and tell Minerva a cover story. Both herself and Phileas must not know about our plans. If they were to find out, then I would imagine a lot of people would be unhappy," and Dumbledore left for Hogwarts. The Weasleys started to plan on what they would be getting each, and how they would spend it. Little did they know that Harry was one step ahead of them. Practice was pretty good when you allowed that Harry was the only one that played normally, and so he considered it a success. Harry wondered about the upcoming match, and if they would actually win. As he needed to finish the flight suits, Dean had remained in the tower, along with Lavender, who was a dab hand at sewing. When Harry had seen them, he was half tempted to actually have the still-to-be-delivered brooms painted in the correct colors, but refrained from actually doing so. There was a bet going round the 10 English people and 1 Irishman about how many of the students and staff would get the joke. "This has gone on far enough," said Mrs. Weasley. "My boy should be married to the Granger girl, and look at what has happened." She added. "Setbacks, I assure you," Dumbledore assured her. "While gaining control of Mr. Potter is of a high concern, the main priority is learning more about why Voldemort has suddenly dropped out of sight. Severus has given me no reason from the Dark Lord, so I can only assume that he is up to some kind of masked attack," and Lupin nodded. "It is most unlike him to simply drop off like this. He didn't do that in the last war, so the question is what is he doing, and nobody could come up with an answer. We shall have to wait and see. My sources at the Ministry have sent me no information, not even a broken window pane, on any activities." Dumbledore stroked his long white beard for a moment. "I shall ask Severus to see what he can find out in a few days. Best not to have him make too many trips and alert any Aurors watching," and after a while the meeting broke up. Severus Alan Rickman Snape was not having a good day. The Hufflepuffs had been doing better in their potions work than his own Slytherins, and he piled more and more work on them. As he glared at the frantically working students, there was a knock at the door. "Come in," he bellowed, and in walked a Gringotts goblin. "What do you want?" he asked. "Per the instructions of the particulate will of Lily Potter, I have been asked to give you this," and the goblin handed over a letter and then left the room. Curious as to the contents, and knowing that the class was looking at him through quick glances, Snape opened it up and read the contents. As he did so, a small magical photograph dropped out of the envelope, and he looked at it closely. "Lily," he whispered. The voice he used was one of many different emotions: wonder, surprise, sadness and nostalgia. "Class dismissed," he said. "Sir," said Malfoy. Since Harry had left, he had been doing as much as he wanted to other pupils. Despite the best efforts of the teachers and Peeves, Draco Malfoy had not yet been expelled. The rest of the class, Hufflepuffs and Slytherins alike, had taken the good fortune and quickly scarpered. "I said go," Snape said. He still looked at the photograph in his hand. It was one he had thought lost a decade and a half ago. "I don't underst," Malfoy was cut off. "I don't care if your father is a friend of mine. It will not stop me from picking you up and throwing you out of this classroom. Now go," Snape bellowed. McGonagall would mention later that she had heard Snape speak, from the top of Gryffindor Tower. Malfoy ran from the room as quick as he could. "Sorry sir," he called. Snape snarled and then sealed the door with a locking spell. He went into his office, sealed that as well, and sat down to look at the photograph. Where had he gone wrong? The date of the first Quidditch match came, and Harry watched as people took their heated leather seats. When he turned away, the black-haired teen tugged the cap firmly onto his head. "Good crowd?" asked Hermione. "Looks like everyone and his mother is there," Harry said. Hermione, like himself, was wearing an almost identical flight suit. The only difference was that Hermione's had a pale yellow sash going from left to right across her front. In fact, those that were playing had different sashes. Harry's was blue, Hermione's yellow, Dean's purple, Seamus's orange. Neville's brown, Parvati's pink and Susan's sash was an off-white. "Are you nervous?" asked Neville. Sort of, Harry replied. I mean that we've never played against this lot, even in a practice game. Just be careful out there, and if you think the move is getting too risky for you, I want you to pull out at once. I'd rather lost the match than lose a player. At that moment, the doors to the dressing room opened, and sunlight filled the space. "AAANNNDDD, here come the Thunderbirds," said the match announcer, and Harry led his team out and into the air. A small number got the joke, and all of them laughed. Welcome one and all, to the first game of the season. This is Professor Jackson, and I will be giving the commentary for you today. When the cheers died down, Harry saw the referee release the bludgers and the snitch. He mounted her broom and flew into the air. After one last warning, he threw the quaffle into the air and the game began. As the snitch had disappeared from sight, Harry flew up and out of the way of the game to keep out of the way. He watched as the quaffle was passed between Neville and Dean. It took nearly 10 minutes for the first points to be scored, in the Thunderbirds' favor. Neville had held the ball right up until the very last moment. He had to dodge a bludger hit towards him by a Washington player, but Neville just rolled his broom completely round in a spin and then threw the ball into the hoop. And that's 10 points to the Thunderbirds, scored by first-time player Neville Longbottom, Jackson said, his voice carrying up to Harry still where he had flown up to. Washington took the quaffle, and restarted the game. After an hour, the score was 40-30, with Harry and his team winning. There was a small, "ooh," from the crowd and Harry saw a Washington player get hit by a bludger. He couldn't see who it was, but he heard the referee blow his whistle for a timeout and noticed Neville flying towards him. "Harry, some kid called Hardy took a beater to the head. He's alright, but he isn't going to be able to play the rest of the game. I think that a substitute is coming on to play," Neville said, referring to a substitute player. The whistle blew to restart the game. Thunderbirds took the quaffle and immediately scored 3 times. There was a flash of gold right past Harry's nose and he set off in pursuit of the snitch. He followed it right round the stadium and even screamed right in the middle of the main game, making several players scatter. The other team's seeker had clearly seen it as the blonde-haired boy was right behind him. Then something very strange happened and Harry noticed that his broom was slowing down. He lost sight of the snitch and Harry turned round to see what was causing the trouble. The other team's seeker was holding onto the back of Harry's firebolt. He laughed and let go, flying back towards the Washington side of the pitch. Harry put his broom through a couple of maneuvers in case the other seeker had cast a jinx on it. After a while, the game was level at 100 points each. Harry decided to do one of his secret tricks. He called a timeout, and flew to announce his plan to the team. "Right then, we are going to use Plan A. Get ready to assemble into your places," Harry said to the agreements of the players. He called to the referee to tell him that he was ready to restart the game. Once more the whistle blew and the team rose into the air. A few seconds later the team had formed into a ring and charged towards the Washington goal. The Washingtons just stared at the tactic that had never been used before, as the Thunderbirds team passed them. Harry was in the lead and when he pulled up, the team broke up the ring and made a confusing jumble of players. Then Dean came, flying down from the sky and leveled out, flying through the middle of the jumble. He tossed the ball into the goal and scored, taking the game to 110-100. The game really got heated after that and somehow, despite the best efforts of the Thunderbirds team, Washington broke into the lead and took the score to 110-160. Even though Dean, Neville and Seamus tried their best, they couldn't get a single shot past Washington's keeper. For all her fears of flying on a broom, Hermione was actually having the time of her life. She wished she had joined the Gryffindor team years before. Harry was cruising gently down one side of the pitch when he was nearly knocked off his broom by a passing bludger. Dean and Seamus saw it and chased after it at once. Suddenly there in Harry of him, the snitch whizzed past, and Harry once more set off in pursuit. This time he flew above it, then aimed his firebolt slightly down so that he would intercept the golden ball. He was just about to reach out and grab it when, wham! Harry fell off his broom and went plummeting down towards the ground, and as he spun he saw the Washington seeker flying away from his broom and smiling in triumph. Harry managed to get his hand into his pocket and withdraw his wand, which was difficult considering he was falling from a great height, and cried, "Accio," and his broom zoomed towards him. He managed to get on it and pull up and away from the ground before impacting it, though Harry's shoes collected grass stains. Though he hadn't heard it, the referee had blown his whistle and stopped the game and was surrounded by the entire Thunderbirds team as well as several Washingtons. Harry flew towards her to add his own protest. "Mr. Potter, are you all right?" asked the referee. "Yes, thank you," Harry replied. "What exactly happened?" the man inquired. "I saw the snitch and flew to catch it. I was almost on top of it, when this idiot flew his broom into mine and rammed me off it," Harry said, giving an honest account of the incident. He was panting and almost out of breath. "Professor, that's a lie. I never went anywhere near Potter or his stupid broom," the other team's seeker said, trying to weasel his way out, and the entire Thunderbirds team erupted in protest. It took several seconds to restore calm. The referee flew over to where the teachers sat and had a hurried talk, after which he flew back to the players. "Mr. Antilles, I have been talking to the teachers and they agree with both Mr. Potter's and the Thunderbirds team's version of events. I am taking 250 points from Washington House for trying to kill Mr. Potter, and also I am sending you off the field in disgrace, again for nearly killing Mr. Potter, meaning you miss the next game for your team," he said, pointing towards the slithering changing room. The other team's seeker, now identified as Antilles, looked at Harry with a sneer on his face. "Oh, and your head of house has been informed and will deal with you as well," the man added, and Antilles turned his broom and flew slowly to the ground. Dean, Neville and Seamus cast sonorous charms on themselves and led the crowd in a sing-along version of the funeral march as they escorted Boy down. With most of the school there, he must have felt humiliated at the sound, Harry thought. The game restarted with a rejuvenated Thunderbirds team and Jackson repeating the fact that the other team's seeker had been sent off. What some people didn't realize was that Washington had already used their reserve player, and didn't have another seeker as Harper was playing in goal, making Harry's job easier. He was so happy, that he treated the crowd to a quick display of aerobatics, making it look as if he had seen the snitch. He didn't want the Washingtons to protest after all. With a newly inspired team, the Thunderbirds demolished Washington. In only 10 minutes, they pulled into a draw and then went past, and at the end of the 10 minutes the score stood at 250 to 160. The game lasted well into the afternoon, and Harry spent the time going round and round the pitch helping out the rest of the team when he could. During a pause so that one of the Washington players could get back on their broom, Hermione drifted over. "Harry, when will you catch the snitch? It's been long enough, and with no other seeker, you could have won this game ages ago," and Harry smiled. "I could have done that, but where would all the fun have been? Always give the spectators a viewing. Just remember what you need to do when we win," Harry reminded her, and his girlfriend nodded and took up her place again. The game restarted and Harry had caught the snitch in his view. He really went for it this time, urging every ounce of speed out of his broom. Harry even cast a weight-reducing charm on himself to gain that extra speed and catch the snitch. There was a last-chance effort to score points for Washington, who still after several hours hadn't got higher than 160 points. Harry was speeding along the pitch when he glimpsed the snitch going the other way, and he turned around whilst still going flat out on his firebolt. Later post-match checking would report in Harry pulling over 8 times normal gravity. The firebolt rocketed through the air, and he dived and rolled to avoid players from all sides. Stretching out, he deftly plucked the snitch from the air. The stadium erupted into cheers for Harry's team as he pulled up to a stop alongside Hermione, Dean and Seamus. The rest of them came up to the group as the score was read out: 400 for the Thunderbirds and 160 for Washington. Jackson was continually repeating the final score until he stopped due to a sore throat. The team formed up with Harry in the lead, all of them muttered a spell. There was a loud banging noise which quietened everyone, and the spectators looked up to see smoke forming over the refugees from Hogwarts. There was a trumpet blast, the sounds of multiple drum rolls, and then the team came zooming out of the smoke, each trailing 20-foot Union flags. Show off, called Seamus. "I need a nice long soak," Harry said. "I'd take a shower if I was you," said Luna. "You want the bathtub, I guess," Harry smiled. "I don't think it's that," Hermione said, and handed over the parchment to Harry. "Dear Mr. Potter, you recently engaged my services for the purposes of examining Miss Ginevra Weasley. I present you my report of her current medical status with mention of her mental health. Name: Ginevra Molly Weasley. Age, 15. Occupation, student, Hogwarts. Current medical and mental health. Miss Weasley has been examined by the highest-ranking healers, and we can come to the conclusion that she has been acting under her own will, and also verify that no potions or spell has been used. Per the order and request, a mind healer was called and entered Miss Weasley's memories. She has independently verified that Miss Weasley was acting under her own will. The mind healer also took copies of several incidents that may be of some interest for you and your intended. Please be assured that none of will speak about this matter, unless asked to do so in a court of law. Doctor Who. Harry wasn't sure what was the wizarding practice, so he showed his friends the memories and they all reacted with the same sort of emotions. Despicable, said Dean. Disgraceful, muttered Neville. Disgusting, said Seamus said, and for some reason the word was said in a Scouse accent than his normal one. What are you going to do? Asked Hermione. Harry was fuming with what had happened, and had been thinking. For some time. First of all, I am going to get a shower, then I will have something to eat, then sort out a church and then defeat Albus Dumbledore once and for all. And with that, he left the room in a cloud of anger. There was silence as the others watched the door slam shut, and then at each other. He went too far, Hermione said. This time Dumbledore went too far, and she would have exploded unless the other girls hadn't pulled out wedding brochures. Dumbledore and the rest of the order were sat in Dumbledore's office and trying to come up with a plan. Operation Drug Harry had been a failure, and Operation Bun in the Oven was a complete disaster. It would take their collective minds to get Harry under their control, and it was for the greater good that they did so. Once they had given him enough potions and used mind control charms, it would be easy to have Harry go to Voldemort and kill him. Once the Dark Lord's death had been confirmed, Dumbledore would arrest Harry for murder and lock him up in Azkaban. Some quiet words from him to the Dementors, and there would be a nasty accident where he died. It was really lucky then that Ginny would be carrying Harry's child. We will have to wait until Potter comes back here, Snape said. It would be impossible to capture him whilst he is in America, and Dumbledore agreed. I will try to discover which houses that Mr. Potter owns, and then have charms placed upon them. It is his duty to serve us, and he should stay under custody, the headmaster said. What if he has made it unfloatable? Asked Lupin. A record of that should be in the ministry, Dumbledore said. If it is not, then we will have to ask Gringotts, but Mrs. Weasley snorted. That isn't going to help, she said. If you remember rightly, that goblin who came to the reading seemed to me as if he was supporting Potter, and Dumbledore admitted she had a point. If that is the case, I'll call for a ruling from the Wizengamot, and then the talk turned to one of Harry's money. After working hard to track him down and rescue him from the evil that lay on his path, the Order expected some kind of reward. What happens, asked Mr. Weasley, if the boy becomes more powerful than we can handle? We eliminate the problem, Dumbledore said. Magical Creations class was quite interesting in what it did, and Harry, Hermione and Neville worked on a broom. It took a long time to soak each piece of wood in a special potion, take a large branch to shape it and then to put it all together. For the most part, the broom looked like any other one that you could buy. It was only after the rest was put together that one would see the difference, and this was the key to the entire project. This is looking good, said Professor Furlong. Thank you, sir, said Hermione. We think we might be ready to test it later on this week, she added. We won't do the other stuff until we're sure this is safe, Harry told Furlong. If this works, said the professor, you will have a lot of broom manufacturers after the design plans, and Harry nodded. That is why we will only make them ourselves, and only sell them to Aurors, he said. That way they will be used for good reasons, and that was the whole purpose of Harry's plan. The rest of the former Hogwarts students were also making brooms, but these only shared the same shape as the one that Harry, Hermione and Neville were making. On the workbench in front of them sat 4 incomplete brooms, and one pair was attached to a large plank of wood. The rest of the class watched at the ingenuity of the group. They always tried to make Muggle appliances work in a magical environment. I'm just glad that you're writing this, Hermione told Harry. I know I have got over my fear of riding a broom, but I don't think that I will be cut out for the role of test pilot, and her boyfriend laughed. Don't worry, he said, this will be perfectly safe, and the trio moved over to help their friends, Hermione making notes on what they had done before going over. When class was over they put the different brooms into protective trunks to keep them safe, and then went for lunch. The rest of the students at Salem watched in amusement as the 11 got served with fish and chips, with mushy peas of course. From talking to students, fish and chips was something that not many had tried. Several who had been to England had tried the traditional dish, but none had liked it very much. The group found the packages sitting on the end of the table, so they picked them up, went to sit by the lake and had a rather nice picnic. By prior arrangement between Harry and Dobby, the food always came wrapped in newspaper as it always should do. Harry, Hermione, Dean, Seamus and the Pottle twins claimed it tasted better that way, and the purebloods had not thought so at first but had agreed after a while. As they sat on a large conjured blanket, thoughts turned to Dumbledore and his plot to gain control of Harry. "I don't see why we can't just let the press know," Luna said. "I mean I know my daddy would publish it as front-page news," and Harry smiled. "I know that, Luna," he said, "but not many people read the Quibbler, and most people think it is a bunch of nonsense. We'll have to come up with a way to get Dumbledore put away for some time," Harry added. "The question is how we do it," Hannah said, licking her fingers clean. "Not as if we can take him to court over something minor," said Susan. It was then that Padma thought of something. "Maybe not minor," she said, "but could Harry simply not take Dumbledore to court for attacking those under his care? At the very least he could take him to court for attempted financial and line theft," and Hermione raised an eyebrow. "Line theft?" she asked. "I'm not surprised you don't know about it," said Padma. "Line theft is when a person or persons try to get someone pregnant so that they can take the money after an accident happens to the head of house. In the wizarding world, any child that is proved to be fathered by the head of house has to be acknowledged as that person's child, and this did not please Harry one bit. "So who do we reckon is part of this then?" he asked. "The Order minus McGonagall and Flitwick," Hermione said, and she reminded them all about how disgusted they had appeared with Dumbledore. "Just once," Harry said to no one in particular, "just once I would like a year where nothing happened," and he shook his head ruefully. "When do you think we should try for a court case?" asked Seamus. "Why not after Christmas?" suggested Lavender, "because then there would be no way that Dumbledore could try splitting you and Hermione up," she said to Harry. "Makes sense," he said after a moment's thought. "We'll go with that then," and with a wave of his hand, the litter vanished and the blanket returned to their suite. They went off to History of Magic and learnt more about the witch trials held at Salem. The documents piled up higher and higher, but this made him happier and happier. Griphook was in his well-furnished office at Gringotts, and the goblin was working through just over a decade and a half of financial records for anything that looked odd. Harry had requested it some time before, but the records had proved most hard to find. Dumbledore had made the records a secret, and then put the request for the records to be made secret a secret itself. Now though, Griphook was beginning to find patterns in the documents he was reading. Every year varying amounts were spent on the properties that made up the Potter estate, but this was acceptable. Griphook looked deeper into the records, and found that the Dursleys were paid hundreds of thousands of pounds each year of look after Harry. The goblin knew that none of this money was being used for its intended purpose. He also found that Dumbledore had been paying himself several million galleons per year, with $500,000 being shelled out to the Order. All these transactions had Harry's signature, but when checked against the dates in the many different ledgers, Harry had to have been signing his name since the age of 2. Griphook spent a long time checking the figures, and once he was sure that everything was correct, he sent a complete copy to Harry and then went to see the head of the bank. The meeting did not go as well as Griphook expected it would do, and he was left wondering if his boss was working for Dumbledore. What Griphook had done was to request that proceedings be started against Dumbledore for mismanaging Harry's accounts. The request had been refused with the leader saying that Dumbledore couldn't have done everything he was accused of. He would have to watch what he did from now on, and Griphook idly wondered if he would be murdered anytime soon. It was an age-old solution to problem solving in the goblin community, but Griphook was wise enough to know that times were changing and the old ways would one day vanish. When it got round to the next magical creations class, Harry, Hermione and Neville took out their project from the protective trunk, and they laid the broom out on the workbench before them. "I think that today might be the day," Neville said brightly. "Well, let's see if we can cast the charms correctly," Hermione warned him, and she set about casting various charms on the broom. Once she was satisfied with her work, Harry took over and put his hand out over it. Up, he commanded, and the broom rose into the air a good 2 feet. Hermione wrote down the success in the notebook. 5 points to Sodor, Furlong said as he came over to inspect the progress. Very well indeed. I will give you 3 an excuse note so that you may go outside and test the flying ability, and he wrote the note out for them. They went out into the grounds and Harry once again ordered the broom into the air, this time to a much better height. Have you got the talking box thing? Neville asked as Harry sat on the broom. Yeah, Harry replied, and he tested that it worked with Hermione. The details of the first test flight would be easy enough, a simple once around the grounds at a height of 10 feet. This was so that if something went wrong, at least Harry could roll off and not get serious injuries. The broom set off and Hermione kept in touch with Harry, who fed her information about how the broom was handling in flight over the walkie-talkie. When Harry returned to where he had set off from, Hermione examined the broom for any problems but found none. Neville watched the other two interact and smiled to himself in thought. He thought they made the perfect couple. Now you may do faster and higher flights, said Hermione, and Harry nodded at her. Off we go, he said, and rose much faster and higher than he had done so. When he got to the lake, Harry suddenly put the broom into a tight left-hand turn and was surprised at how well it reacted to his touch. The production versions would need detuning, but as this was the prototype it didn't matter all that much. On the last flight of the day, Harry took it to within a dozen feet of the wards surrounding Salem and felt nothing. He would be breaching them next week though, and he would have to return the broom so that they could add the next pieces on. Once they had landed, Harry told Hermione and Neville about everything that had happened and it was all put into the notebook. 2 weeks later, the next flight of the broom took place with all of the class watching Harry hovering outside the school boundary. They wondered exactly he would be doing as they knew the broom wouldn't get past the wards. Apart from the class, Professors Jackson and Dorn also watched as Harry slowly got to the edge of the wards and bounced gently off them. You see that the wards around Salem prevented Harry from getting past, Hermione said, but this broom has a trick that will allow it to get past them, and she pulled out the walkie-talkie. All right, Harry. You may come in now, and Harry suddenly went at twice the speed he had just been at. When he got close to the wards, he seemed to fiddle with a box underneath him, and 2 small wings popped out, one for each side. With most of those on the ground looking stunned, Harry sailed cleanly through the wards, retracted the wings and made a perfect landing in front of them. The crowd burst into applause and Harry took several bows. How did you manage to get past the wards? Jackson asked. It was difficult to think of a way, Harry said, but Neville came up with the solution, and the other boy on the team nodded. The wards around the school stop magical items from entering unless the correct phrase is said, Neville explained, so all we had to do was to turn the magical core of the broom off, and Dorn was a bit confused. How do you keep flying? I assume that the wings have something to with it. He asked, and Hermione nodded. The wings help the rider to get past the wards, she said. All that happens is that you glide down with no power for a bit, and then turn the power back on after you get past the wards, and Dorn and Jackson were stunned. Both men realized that fighting dark forces became much easier if one had a broom that could get past the wards put up. Is that it, or can it do anything else? Asked Jackson. The broom can also be used to spy on Death Eaters or anyone for that matter, Harry said. We thought about what use it would be if it would only just go through wards, so we came up with this, and Neville pulled out a hollow piece of wood that fitted over the handle of the broom. It had a single solid brass attachment to which Harry fitted a magical camera. Basically, we've just turned it into a spy plane, Hermione said proudly. All you have to do is to disillusion yourself and the broom, and then pass silently through the wards. Once past them, just turn on the magic again and fly around taking pictures of anything interesting. Once done, you can just simply get out again by the same method you used to get in, and after questions from all 3 professors and the class, Harry was asked if they had a name for the broom. He, Hermione and Neville grouped into a huddle for a moment and then said that they would name it the Blackbird. Talk then turned to the creation of the paired brooms made by the other refugees from Hogwarts. Flying a broom can be a bit tiresome, said Parvati, so we came up with an idea to pair 2 brooms up. They sit in the grooves made in the wood, and they fly nearly as well as if of their own, and Lavender took over. We sacrificed a small bit of handling for reliability and speed, she said. These brooms, when docked, can reach the average cruising speed in 3/4 of the time it takes for a single broom, not including a firebolt of course, Lavender added. They demonstrated the broom adapter, and they christened it the Gemini after the legend of the twins. Lavender remarked that at first it was going to be called the Patil class after Padma and Parvati. Jackson, Dorn and Furlong were most impressed with the hard work put in, and they all headed back to the school. The brooms got placed in their protective trunks and then taken up to their dorms. Harry saw the large folders first, and he approached them with caution, and scanned them for portkey use. When this proved false, he picked one up and started to read it with interest. The others watched as he turned all combinations of read, and it was Hermione who spoke first. "What is it?" she asked gently. "Griphook sent me the records of every transaction made to her from my accounts until I became head of the Potter family," Harry said. "Dumbledore has been stealing from the Potter vaults and giving it to himself and the Dursleys. All in all, they've stolen millions of pounds," and Hermione was as angry as Harry was. "They complained that you were a burden on them," she hissed, "and all this time they gave the money Dumbledore was giving them to Dudley to spend. I'd start thinking about suing your relations, Harry," and Harry shook his head. "Maybe later," he said, "we've got more important things to do first like a wedding," and all talk went to the wedding planning. 3 months later, Harry had sent Dobby and Winky to the house a few days in advance to make sure that there was an ample supply of food in the house. All the preparations had been finalized, and they just needed to transport over to the house. Over the last few months Harry had taken the Blackbird on a number of proving and test flights, and it now boasted a much more elaborate surveillance package. It also no longer needed to be turned invisible as Hermione had come up with magic storage device which would allow it to cloak itself for up to 1 minute. This was enough to make one pass over a target and then get out as quickly as possible. Harry was disturbed from his thoughts when Dobby turned up in front of him with a letter. "This is for you, Harry Potter, sir," the elf said. "Thanks, Dobby," Harry said, and the elf beamed with delight and then vanished. The letter was simply another request from Ginny that Harry meet with her. And how many of the order? He thought to himself. He threw it on the fire and then went for a walk around the institute. He was somewhere near the potions labs when he came upon a slightly worried Hannah. "Have you seen Susan by any chance?" she asked. "Not for a while," Harry replied. "You two have another argument." He added, "Over the last few weeks, Susan and Hannah had argued over something that Susan was keeping a secret. Harry was of the opinion that it must be important if she kept it from her best friend. "No," Hannah said to him, "but I've asked amongst our friends and nobody has seen her for some time," and Harry's expression went into battle mode. "Oh, I don't think she has been kidnapped," the former Hufflepuff added. "Well, if I see her, I'll let her know that you're looking for her," Harry said, and the two went their separate ways. The hand went lower this time, and it dipped into the wetness. The young woman beeped in delight, and the owner of the hand pushed the fingers in. "Oh, more, said the redhead. "I hope you can handle it," said the other person. As it was done, the redhead reached forwards and pulled hard on the nipples of the gasped as the enjoyable pain took her to new heights. Harry had nearly forgotten about Susan being missing, having a wedding to attend in several days' time, but he heard beeping sounds coming from one of the larger Defense Against the Dark Arts classrooms. He stopped for a moment to listen for it again, and sure enough he heard cries of pain and pleasure. His first thought was that it might be a lesson, but the school had broken up a few days before, so it couldn't be that. Taking out his wand, Harry scanned the door for any privacy charms and found several. Thinking that it was prudent to break through them in case something was badly wrong, he waved his wand several times. Putting his hand on the handle, Harry turned it and opened the door to a bizarre sight. Susan was laying BPD on top of a desk with her head straining up a bit to fit in between another girl's legs. The other girl was receiving exactly the same treatment as she was giving her partner. Harry tried to back out slowly but failed when he hit another desk. The two girls snapped their heads round to stare at Harry. Hi," he said weakly. "Hello, Harry," said Susan. The other girl has got off her and was sitting on the edge of the desk. Neither of them seemed too concerned that Harry was looking at two very well endowed and very BPD young ladies. "Would you mind shutting the door, please? I don't want an audience," and Harry did so automatically. Harry Potter? Questioned the other girl. A pleasure to meet you, and Harry nodded. I hope you don't mind if I don't shake your hand, he said, and tried very hard to keep looking at her or Susan's face. It's understandable, she replied. I guess you found out my secret, Susan said slowly. About you liking girls. Harry said, I never judge people on their say-UAL preference. I judge them on what they say and do, he added. I have no problem with you being a lesbian, and Susan giggled, which shook her ample bosom a bit. Keep looking at her face, keep looking at her face, keep looking at her face. I'm not a lesbian, she said, and she slipped off the desk, went over to Harry and keyed him deeply. I'm bis-UAL, and Harry went a deep shade of crimson. Oh right, he managed to say, so who is your friend? He asked. This is Miriam Ivy Christmas Patterson, Susan said. She likes girls as well. This I can see, Harry assured her. And you like them as well, Miriam said, looking down at Harry's crotch. There was a very noticeable bulge in his jeans. Would you care to join us? She asked. I think I will have to take a rain check on that, Harry said. It was at this point he made the mistake of looking down, and he caught a glimpse of Miriam's entrance. Whereas Hermione was hairless, Miriam had a thatch of golden curls and Susan had the same but in her normal hair color of red. I better get going, Harry said, but Susan asked him something with a serious look on her face. I want to tell everyone when I'm ready, she said, so what are you going to tell Hannah? The girl asked him. She sent me to find you for some reason, Harry said, I'll think of something to tell her, and he left the room after telling the pair that he would set up some stronger wards for them, giving them the password. He cast a glamour charm on himself which made him look as if he wasn't carrying a tent pole around in his jeans. Harry made his way back to the dorms where he saw Hannah reading a book. Did you find Susan? She asked him. Oh yeah, miles away there, Harry said. I was thinking about the wedding then, sorry. Yeah, I found her in one of the larger Dada rooms, he said. What was she doing? Hannah said. She was with someone else, Harry said. She said she was trying to use someone's core against them, and Hannah reached for her wand which was on the coffee table in front of her. I wonder if I should give her some help, the girl mused. I wouldn't bother, said Harry. From what I saw, Susan had it pretty much licked, and then he went up to his dorm, hopped into bed, closed the curtains, slapped half a dozen privacy charms around the whole thing and started to get rid of the bulge. An orgasmic scream came from Miriam as Susan pushed her over the edge, and Susan beat Miriam dry. That was amazing, she said, not a little out of breath. The fact that Harry had caught them, and it had turned them both on somewhat more. You've lied to me, Susan said. What? How? Miriam said. Christmas does come more than once a year, Susan replied with a grin. They arrived at the house with all their things, and Dobby and Winky took all the trunks to the various rooms. Once this was done though, one trunk remained in the living room and Dobby appeared in front of Harry. What does Harry Potter want Dobby to do with the last trunk? Asked the elf. Take it to Susan's room please, Harry said, and the elf did as he was told. Susan was puzzled as to what was in the trunk, but she caught the little wink that was in Harry's eye. He would have sworn that she flew upstairs leaving a puzzled Hannah behind her. You do know something, Harry, she said, so what is it? But Harry shook his head. That's for Susan to tell you, he said, and Harry went off to deal with a few minor details for the wedding. Hermione asked where he was going and Harry replied that he was going down to the station for a bit. Hermione got up and joined him for the bus ride into town, and they both went to the ticket office to announce themselves. The two of them talked for some time to the Fat Controller about many things, and he told them that Oliver was now back in working order and that he was working on Duck's branch line. Harry and Hermione were pleased and planned to visit him sometime during their time on the island. It was mid-afternoon by the time they left the Fat Controller's office, and as they left Harry whispered something in his ear to which the man nodded. Everything will be ready, he said assuredly. On the way back to Allcroft House, Hermione kept asking Harry what he had meant. Her fiancé had refused to answer her, saying only that he was sure she would like the surprise. You just concern yourself with planning your hen night, Harry told her. Hello, Bertie, this was to the bright red bus that had pulled up. Hello, he said, driver says that he will have me ready, Harry cut him off. Shush, he said quickly, but this added more to Hermione's confusion. She spent the trip trying to figure everything out, but nothing seemed to make sense to her. 2 hours before, what does Harry Potter want Dobby to do with the last trunk? Asked the elf. Take it to Susan's room please, Harry said, and the elf did as he was told. Susan was puzzled as to what was in the trunk, but she caught the little wink that was in Harry's eye. She ran up to her room, opened the door, closed it again and then went over to the trunk that sat in the middle of the space. Bending down, the redhead undid the catch and then jumped back as the lid burst open and something came rushing out. Surprise, said Miriam. Miri. Susan was surprised. How are you here? And Miriam giggled at the question. Well, I'm emancipated like Harry, so he asked if I would like to come along with you lot to wherever here is, said the girl. Well, there's not enough rooms at the moment, Susan said. I think you'll have to sleep with me, not in that sense though, she added quickly. I think that was Harry's plan, Miriam said, and she brushed some of her brown hair out of the way of her eyes. When Harry had met her, the hair had been all over. Miriam had quickly changed back to her normal brown color as dyeing her pubic hairs was a bit too much. Susan helped her out of the trunk and then got her stuff out. Looks a bit cramped in there, she said as she peered in. Not really, her companion said. There was a nice armchair to sit in and I had a few books to read. All I had to do was wait until someone came to let me out, but there was no toilet in there. Can you point me to one? And Susan pointed out her ensuite bathroom. She was not sure how long Miriam had been in the trunk for, but she was in the bathroom for nearly 10 full minutes. When she came out, the pair sat on the bed and Susan was silent until she took a deep breath before speaking. I think it's time we told Hannah about us, she said. I thought you was going to tell her, Miriam said. I was, but I couldn't really think of what to say. I had hoped that Harry could help, but if you're here now, then I suppose it is better for Hannah to meet you now, Susan said. She called for Winky and asked the elf to bring Hannah to her room, and the other former Hufflepuff looked at Miriam with some surprise. Not to be rude or anything, but who are you and what are you doing in Harry Potter's house? Hannah asked. My name is Miriam Ivy Christmas Patterson, Miriam introduced herself. Susan has told me a lot about you. Harry invited me to come over for his wedding, and Hannah raised an eyebrow. You know him? She asked. We're intimately acquainted, Miriam replied, and she didn't know how she got the blush off her face. Well, now that we know each other, Susan cut in, there is something I need to tell you. Susan couldn't say it and Miriam gave her hand a squeeze. I'm Bai's UAL, Susan blurted out. So? Asked Hannah. You don't mind, Susan said. Of course not, her friend told her. I just wish you told me sooner, and Susan was glad that Hannah didn't mind her coming out. They all went downstairs where Miriam introduced herself to the others, and Susan told them about her preferences. None of the others seemed to mind either. You're Bai's UAL? Asked Dean. Yeah, Susan said, and for some reason Dean broke into a grin. Good call, Seamus said, and handed his friend a handful of galleons. It was some time later when Harry and Hermione came back. Present time. We're back guys, Harry called. Someone else has arrived, Seamus called. Oh, you've met Miriam, Harry said. How does he do that? Padma asked her sister. Harry couldn't read minds, could he? No idea, the twin replied. I think you've got some last-minute planning to do, Harry said, and the girls, now including Miriam, went off to plan for the wedding. So any ideas for your stag? Neville asked. Get drunk, drink some potions, get drunk some more and then find a decent takeaway, Harry said. Hermione is going to love the wedding, said Dean. And at least Dumbledore can't get his hands on her for Ron to have, Harry murmured. What time are we setting off? Asked Neville. About 8:30, Harry said after a moment's thought. Well, that gives us 28 hours for Operation Get Harry Drunk, said Seamus, and he started plotting as only the Irish can plot a good stag night. Harry excused himself and went to his room, shortly to be shared with Hermione, and noticed something on the writing desk. When he went over to look at it, he saw it was his history homework. Dobby must have put it out for him. Harry wondered what they would think at Salem when he handed this in. Battle of Wolf 359. By Harry James Potter. The Battle of Wolf 359 took place in the years 2366-67, and was fought between the Borg Collective and the United Federation of Planets. The attack cost the lives of over 11,000 crew members and civilians, and an unknown number of Borg drones. The Federation assembled a fleet of nearly 40 ships and every one of them was destroyed. In addition to those ships lost, several vessels of the Mars perimeter defense were destroyed without firing a shot by the Borg cube after the battle was over with. Prelude. The Federation first encountered evidence of the Borg in the year 2364, when 7 colonies on both the Federation and the Romulan side of the Romulan neutral zone were scooped from the ground. It was first thought that the Romulans, not seen for a number of decades, had attacked them, but the Romulans denied this as they had also had colonies attacked. The next encounter was in the year 2365 when the omnipotent being Q took the USS Enterprise, under the command of Captain Jean-Luc Picard, to System J-25. Upon arrival there, the hostess of the 10 Forward Lounge, a woman named Guinan, made several requests to Picard that they leave at once of the nearest starbase, a trip of over 18 years. Picard decided that as they were there, they should at least have a look at a nearby planetary system to gain some information about this unexplored system, before heading back to Federation space. Lieutenant Governor. Commander data revealed that sensor readings showed that the planet had supported an advanced civilization. It was shortly after this that the Enterprise encountered a cube-shaped vessel. After using hit-and-run tactics, 18 crew members had been killed when the Borg used both a cutting beam and a tractor beam to gain some of the Enterprise's hull. After launching another, this time unsuccessful, attack on the Borg cube, Captain Picard pleaded and begged Q to return them back to Federation space. Q remarked that any other man would not have asked for help, and then did as Picard requested. Enterprise went to Starbase 83 for repairs and overhaul, and the records of the encounter sent to Starfleet Command. Pre-battle. In late 2366, the colony of New Providence was removed from the surface of its planet, and it was confirmed that it was the work of the Borg. Admiral J.P. Hansen arrived to get first-hand accounts of the devastation, and brought Lieutenant Shelby from Starfleet Tactical with him. Shortly after Admiral Hansen left orbit, a Federation supply ship was making a run when it reported that it was under attack by a cube-shaped vessel. The distress call was cut off, and the ship was not heard from afterwards. It is assumed that the ship was lost with all hands. From data transmitted by the vessel before it went silent, Starfleet established a possible location for the cube, and Enterprise was dispatched to intercept it, and possibly either warn it off or destroy it. This did not work, and Enterprise, sustaining heavy damage to engineering, was forced to take shelter in the Paulson Nebula. The Enterprise's first officer, Chief Engineer and Lieutenant Shelby, whom had remained on board, worked to try and come up with ideas on how to defeat the Borg. Captain Picard meanwhile ordered the ship to prepare for major combat, and ordered that a saucer separation be activated and placed on hold to allow the civilians on board chance to escape if need be. The Borg drove the ship out by using magnetic charges, and the Enterprise was forced to make a run for it. After another battle, the Borg boarded the Enterprise and took Picard by force. An away team sent over to the Borg cube discovered that Picard had been turned into a member of the collective. When the Borg showed signs of escaping, Riker sent a boarding party over to drop them out of warp. The party was returned to the ship and Enterprise used the main deflector as a weapon. The Borg had adapted by using Picard's memory of the meeting where the plan to use such an attack was discussed, and Enterprise was without warp drive for several hours. Admiral Hansen promoted Riker to captain, and gave him the Enterprise to command. Shelby became his first officer. At the same time, Hansen informed Riker that he was assembling a fleet at Wolf 359 comprised of almost 40 starships. The Klingons had been contacted and would send a few ships, and even the Romulans had been considered. Battle. The following ships, listed by category, present at Wolf 359 included Miranda-class USS Saratoga, USS Reliant and the USS Hoagland. Excelsior-class, USS Melbourne, USS Roosevelt and other members of the class. Nebula-class, USS Melbourne, USS Bellerophon, USS Endeavour and many other ships. It is interesting to note that 2 Melbournes participated at the battle. This was because the Nebula-class ship had only just been completed, and not all systems were operational. Starfleet also, in desperate need of ships, called up the USS Republic, which was a Constitution-class vessel, a training ship, and pressed it into service. The Republic had not traveled more than 4 light-years distance in over 60 years. The USS Eagle, another Constitution-class vessel, was taken from the Fleet Museum and manned by a skeleton crew of cadets who joined the battle fleet. While Eagle and Republic were old ships, over 100 years old apiece, they battled with distinction. Many survivors reported that the 2 Constitution vessels were amongst the last to be destroyed. The battle commenced when the Enterprise was still under repair, and several ships were destroyed in the opening wave. The first ship to be attacked was the Excelsior Melbourne, which had most of the primary hull destroyed, and it spun away with heavy damage. Many Orbeth-class ships bravely attacked at this point, but all were lost within a matter of seconds, though one managed to limp on for some time. The Saratoga was held in a tractor beam and was fired upon until its shield failed. The Borg then used a cutting beam to slice in her hull, causing major damage on all decks and making the warp drive go critical. With the death of the ship's captain, First Officer Commander Benjamin Sisko assumed command and ordered the crew to abandon ship. It is interesting to note that the Borg did not attack the escape pods for Saratoga nor any of the other ships. Whilst the Saratoga was under attack, several ships were ordered to attack the tractor beam's emitter so that the vessel might escape. All 5 ships were destroyed with loss of most of their crews. Admiral Hansen, aboard his Galaxy-class flagship, contacted the Enterprise and informed them that the battle did not go well and that he was instructing a withdrawal and ordered Enterprise to regroup with the fleet at a location that he did not manage to mention as the signal was cut off, and no further messages were received from her. It is presumed that Hansen's ship was lost with all hands. Knowing that Enterprise was on its way to assist, and with the Admiral's ship destroyed, the other ships pressed home the attack in hopes that any damage made would be enough to slow the cube down. The delaying action did work slightly, but it was no good. By the end of the battle, all 39 ships had been lost for very little damage to the cube. Any damage sustained was repaired in next to no time. Upon conclusion of the battle, the cube resumed its journey on a direct course for Earth, leaving behind shattered starships and thousands of dead and wounded in escape pods or crippled ships. Aftermath. After making emergency repairs, the Enterprise proceeded at maximum warp to Wolf 359, but upon arrival it found a graveyard of ships burning in space. Scans of the system revealed that no subspace emissions or active warp drives could be detected. It could be thought that the survivors, unaware of Enterprise's arrival, either reduced power to a non-detectable level or otherwise masked their power signatures. The Enterprise slowly made its way through the debris field and passed close to the Nebula-class Melbourne, which Riker had been due to assume command of only a few days before. Enterprise went through the ships and then continued pursuit of the cube. It eventually destroyed the cube after rescuing Captain Picard, and during testing of the Borgified, Picard managed to say the simple message of sleep. LT Commander Data understood this to be an instruction to trick the Borg into believing it was time for their regeneration cycle to begin. This was a stroke of good luck for the crew, as Riker had ordered a ramming course set at maximum warp towards the Borg cube, thinking that if they would die, they would take the Borg with them. After little more than a few minutes, the Borg power system went into overdrive and exploded, causing the loss of the cube. Enterprise warped away from the detonation, but was knocked out of warp by the sheer force of the explosion. The crew of the Enterprise sent a message to Starfleet Command, who dispatched rescue ships to pick up survivors from the escape pods and those trapped aboard their shattered starships. Enterprise limped on little more than half impulse to Earth Station McKinley, where it underwent a full repair, refit and upgrade to nearly every system while the crew were given shore leave. It took years before Starfleet was able to get back to its pre-Wolf 359 levels. The fleet remains are still at Wolf 359 to this day. Conclusion. The Federation were not prepared for such an attack, and the varying ships reflected this. Even with several hours' notice, Starfleet was unable to get more than a handful of heavy cruisers such as the Excelsior class together. As a result of this, ships not designed for battle became part of the fleet, such as the Orbeth-class ships, and the Apollo-class scouts. Many ships sailed into battle with very little combat experience, as Starfleet had not fought a major engagement in decades, though it is doubtful if this would have proved to be of any use. After Wolf 359 took place, production took place of the Defiant-class escort ship, the term escort being a lightly veiled cover for the term warship, to combat the Borg should another attack take place. As of writing, the prototype ship, USS Defiant is currently stationed at Deep Space Nine. One reason why the death toll was so high was because of the fact many ships went into battle with civilians still on board. With very little time to do anything, most ships carried them to the battle site, where some of them offloaded as many as possible into shuttles and headed away from the battle. When investigation of the site began, it was discovered that shuttles full of civilians were amongst the destroyed ships, and this indicates that some choose to return to fight alongside the starships. Any effect this may have had would have been negligible. All personnel, Starfleet or civilian, were awarded the highest medals of honor for their actions. Result: although the Borg were later stopped by the USS Enterprise in Earth orbit, the battle was a complete disaster for the Federation, and it would leave it dangerously short of ships for years afterwards. To this day, the Battle of Wolf 359 remains the single biggest loss of life the Federation has ever endured. The end. Harry would just have to hand it in when he got back to Salem. While he was aware that the teacher had talked about historical battles, she had not mentioned the fact it had to have really happened. At the very least, he might get points for originality. He heard someone creeping up on him, and he spun round to see Hermione with a blush on her face. "I thought I had you that time," she said. "So what are you looking at?" And Hermione looked at Harry's assignment and sighed. "There is no way you can do a Star Trek battle," she said. "Why not?" Harry complained. "Nobody told me it had to be real," and Hermione shook her head with a grin. "So what can I do for you?" he asked. "Well, someone is getting married, so I thought I'd come up and see if you knew what to do on your wedding night," his wife-to-be said. "Ah well," Harry faked not knowing, "I think I might need a refresher course," and the door with a flick of Harry's hand. Even through 3 floors, the others downstairs could hear the bedsprings begin to squeak louder and louder. Dean managed to last a good 10 seconds before he jumped up, and picked up his wand. "I'm going to find myself a decent hot curry," he said, and he went out with Seamus, Luna and Neville close behind him. 30 seconds in, and Hannah, Susan and Miriam decided to go out into the garden as they couldn't stand it. After taking a full 2 minutes of the Ballad of Bouncing Bed Springs, Padma, Parvati and Lavender decided to go for a long walk, casting warming charms on themselves first due to the cold that had set in. They had heard on the radio it would be snowing in a few hours' time, and so they turned the walk into a shopping trip. Harry had given Dobby and Winky some time off over the holidays, so it would be a combination of all of them making Christmas Day dinner. The entire day will be filled with present opening, feasting, drinking and playing games, and it would only stop when the Queen's speech came on the TV. The island of Curry. Sodor's only curry house. "I'm glad I remembered this place," said Dean. The 4 of them sat at a table with huge dishes of curry in front of them. "Don't tell him I said this, but I think Dobby couldn't beat this." Neville was enjoying his first proper curry. The Pottle twins had claimed they could make a curry so hot it could be used to melt steel. Harry had decided to take them up on this and therefore was having a full kitchen put into their suite. "And Muggles eat this stuff," Luna said. "Quite a lot do," said Seamus, "and this place does a bloody mean one," and he took several mouthfuls. "Well, it is very enjoyable," Luna said. As they ate, they talked about the wedding that would be in a matter of a day and a bit. Luna and Neville couldn't get enough of their meals though, and so a full second meal was ordered. They waited until it was cooked, and then all 4 ate everything that was in front of them. Curry, rice, chips and poppadoms, everything was devoured. As they slipped their beers, Harry had provided fake ID for them. Seamus wondered when Harry and Hermione would stop making out. Their American friends used the system of baseball first, second, third and home run. "If the other week was anything to go by, then we've got another hour to wait," Dean said, and he looked at his watch. "What time is it?" asked Neville. "Nearly 5:30, came the reply. "Well, we've enough time for another, yes," Luna said. Dean wondered about if he had got Luna addicted to curry. Was there a Curry Anonymous? "We've got to go," said Seamus, catching the look on his friend's face. When Luna got up, she started to fall to the ground and Neville only just caught her in time. "Try not to get your feet tangled up in the chair," he said. This would be the last time for a while that Luna had a beer. Now the tree knew why she wanting more curry. Luna Lovegood had the munchies. Most of the friends had ended up in the living room watching TV. Luna was in the downstairs toilet praying to the porcelain god. She would have a small, very small, glass of champagne at the wedding for the sake of decorum, but apart from that, Luna promised to not touch another drop until she was at least 17. The poor girl had been in the toilet for a full hour before she came out on her hands and knees, and she begged one of them to levitate her to her room. Lavender did it and took up some potions that would help her recover. At least she won't have a hangover in the morning, Harry said, chuckling. I hope they have enough soft drinks on this island for Luna, Hannah said. Out of curiosity, Hermione said, how many did she have? And Dean grinned. 1, he replied. She can't be. Hermione was cut off by Seamus. As well as the other 3, the boy grinned. Better give her some more potions, Susan smirked. They talked for a while until they decided to get some dinner, but nobody really knew what to eat. Dean, Seamus and Neville said they would get something much later as they remained full from the curries. After eating, Harry and Hermione went to sit out in the back garden where they snuggled together and watched the sun setting over the island. I never ever thought I would meet a person who would love me as much as you do, Harry, Hermione said quietly. Well, I didn't have much of a happy family growing up, but I promised to be a good husband, Harry said. Hermione smiled at his promise, and she kissed him on the lips. This kiss turned into something more, and Hermione closed her eyes in pleasure. I love you, she whispered. Harry was about to reply in kind when he saw that the garden in front of them was rippling slightly. He blinked and sure enough the view was shimmering, and it was not because of the warmth, this being winter after all. Keep keying me, Harry said in a low whisper, and let my hand go where it wants, and Hermione knew that something was wrong. She put her arms around his neck and pulled him in so she could battle with his tongue. While this was going on, one of Harry's hands slowly drifted down to hit inside of Hermione, and removed her wand. Harry, Hermione said, Expelliarmus. Harry bellowed, and a beam of red light hit the center of the ripples. There was a yelp and a thud as something hit the ground, and both teens saw Neville lying on the ground stunned. The blackbird sat a few feet away from him on the grass. In Neville's hands sat a camera, and Harry and Hermione got the idea of what was going on. Neville had used the blackbird to take a picture of them keying, but he hadn't thought about Harry's keen sense of what was going on around him. Hermione revived him and gave him a warning about trying to trick them with the blackbird again, and the boy ran off back to the house as fast as he could. I don't think he'll try that again, Hermione giggled. No, said Harry, now where were we? And he cast a disillusionment charm on themselves. Hermione looked at her bedroom clock, noted the time and sighed to herself. In just over a day's time, she would be getting married to Harry. Hermione being Hermione, she had read books on say tips, and understood that it would be painful the first time Harry entered her. If someone had asked her about it, Hermione would reply with something like she didn't mind as long as it was with Harry. With one last look at the clock, Hermione closed her eyes and went to sleep. Harry fell to sleep almost as soon as his head hit the pillow. While most people would think about their wife-to-be, Harry was in his special place. He was never able to work out why, but it was always a large grassy field, a warm sun, and a big and encompassing duvet. The thought of that woke him up, and he rolled his head over to look at the time. When he saw it was almost 3:40, he decided to go to sleep again. The Potter twins lay in their beds thinking about their father. He had cut them off from the family, and all attempts to contact him or their mother had been rejected. This made them sad because Christmas was a time for family. While it was true that Harry had said he would look after them both girls knew they had to repay him in a manner. Under normal conditions, the pair would give themselves to Harry as loves, but they knew Harry was against that sort of thing. Each girl decided to pay Harry back for everything he had spent on them. Lavender was fast asleep, so were Hannah, Dean, Neville and Seamus. Miriam and Susan were not. Luna was being sick. The murders happened quickly. Harry woke, showered, dressed and headed down for breakfast. He could smell the fact that somebody was manning the kitchen, and he found Dean and Seamus manning the cooker frying sausages, bacon, mushrooms, tomatoes, more sausages, more bacon, hash browns and bread. Morning, Dean said, and filled up a plate of food for Harry. They knew how much Harry loved food, coming from not getting any while at the Dursleys, and so they always ensured he had loads to eat. This resulted in Harry making comments about only want one wife, not another two. In his heart though, he could never be angry at them as they only tried to look after him. It was all that they could do after everything he had done. "Cheers," Harry said, and tore into the plate before him. Neville joined them shortly afterwards, and they ate while listening to the news stories over the radio. After they had finished, they all cleared up before heading off to prepare for the wedding the next day. As Harry was out of the loop until the evening, he sat around and wondered what he could do. As he flicked through the paper that someone had purchased, he heard the whistle of a steam engine. Going upstairs to his trunk, he pulled out his oily overalls, put them on, and apparated to the toilets of that station. Harry wasn't supposed to apparate at all, but the ministry only detected the departure and not the end arrival point. And Aldcroft House was warded against magical detection anyway. He left and headed up to the offices and checked in with the station master, only to find the fat controller coming out of the offices. "Ah," he said when he saw Harry, "what are you doing here?" The man asked. "Well, I've nothing to do until this evening, so I thought that I could come down here and help out a bit," Harry said. "You've come just in time. Some freight needs to be collected from the mainland, and Thomas should have been off to collect it. His driver and fireman though are on holiday, so I was going to drive him myself. I was just going to see if there was a fireman around," the fat controller said. "I'll fire for you," Harry said at once. And they went off to the sheds where Thomas was sitting in the morning sunshine. His smart blue paint looked lovely, and his brass shone like new. Steam came from his pipes, and a faint trail of smoke came from his funnel. It looked as if Thomas was the spare engine today, as Harry could see James and Percy asleep in the shed. "Hello, sir," Thomas greeted the fat controller. "Hello, Harry. I would have replied to your letter, only I had no arms to hold a pencil with," and Harry smiled. "You just remember the 3 R's, he told the engine. "I will be responsible, reliable and right on time," Thomas chuckled. "You are a cheeky little engine," the fat controller said as he climbed into the cab. "I might be cheeky, but at least I know Harry is a human," Thomas called back, and then put on a passable impression of the fat controller. "Thomas and Gordon will be repaired, and everyone who was involved will get a new coat of paint," and the fat controller shook his head. "Ah yes, there was that. That is my normal reward for good work. I simply am not used to things other than engines," he said, and after glancing at the gauges they set off for the main line. Harry put plenty of coal into Thomas's firebox and the fat controller gave Thomas his head, and the engine fairly rocketed along the line at slightly over his top speed. They had to stop at Crovan's Gate so that Thomas could have a rest and take on water. Harry and the fat controller handed her over to a shunter crew who attended to Thomas while they had a mug of tea. "You should do this more often," Harry said. I know. But there are always things that stop me from being on the footplate. I'm a railway man, not a damned secretary," the other man said. They finished their teas, and then went off back to a refreshed Thomas. "Signalman says the line is clear between here and Vickerstown," said the shunter. Harry thanked the man and then climbed into the cab. "Let's go," Thomas said, and go they did. As they passed through the countryside, Harry started humming a tune. "Dum dum 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 der dum dum dum. Dare dum 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 der dum. I need a healer here quickly. We'll take her to St. Mungo's." "No you won't. Take her to Salem. I trust them better than any of your lackeys. 25.5 hours to go." "I'm getting married tomorrow to Harry," said Hermione, "I just can't believe it." "Never in," she was cut off. "In my wildest dreams, the others finished for her." "I'm so nervous," Hermione said. "There is no need to be," said Hannah. "I know that, but what if something happens?" asked the bride-to-be. "Who do you mean?" asked Lavender. "Dumbledore or you know who." And the question was valid enough. Either one of them could attack Harry and Hermione's wedding, though this was remote from the sight of Voldemort. He was not likely to start another attack so soon after the one against them, but if he was then Christmas would be the perfect time to do it. As far as the group knew, Dumbledore didn't know where they were. "Forget this," Padma said cheerfully, "how about we just simply forget this, and start the hen night early?" She suggested. They all went upstairs and changed into pajamas and slippers, and then came back down again to start on the movies. "What shall we go for first?" asked Susan. "Sister Act," said Hermione, and Susan loaded the video into the machine and hit the play button. When it go to the end with them all singing, Hermione wondered if Harry had arranged for them to be at the wedding tomorrow. "Totally great," said Parvati. She had found herself humming along to most of the songs. They watched more films and ate more chocolate until Hannah glanced at the clock. Time we got ready, she said, jumping up and clearing the mess with a wave of her wand. Get the war paint on, girls, said Lavender, and then they attempted to drag Hermione up the stairs to get ready. When she protested, Luna simply relieved Hannah of her wand and then stunned the bushy-haired teen. Magic, Luna said with an air of authority. I love it, and then handed the wand back. I am afraid that we lost her twice. She is on life support at the moment, and that seems to be keeping her steady at the moment. Once I am happy about her life signs, then I will try to operate and remove the bullet. I don't care how much time it takes or how much money it costs, I want you to save Hermione. If there isn't a chance at all of saving her, then I will. Right. But understand though that I have never tried it so far inside a body before, and never this close to the spinal cord. I understand. Like I said, money is no object for Hermione. If you need some drugs that are illegal, then they will get to here in an instant. Well, I'll start in several hours, all things being equal. Thank you. One more thing. Is there anyone that you would want with you while performing this operation? No matter where in the world they are, I will have them here within the hour. If I can choose who I'd like as assistants, then I thank you. The only two people I would trust with helping me in this kind of operation would be Dr. Christine Chapel and Dr. Mabenga. I'll have Dobby collect them and their equipment. 18 hours to go. Harry finished helping out on the railway, and he headed back to the mess for a well-earned cup of tea, sprinkled with some soot, of course. While he was there talking to some of the crews, Dean arrived with a change of clothes for him and he went to the next room and did a quick magical cleanup and change. While this was outside the warded area of his house on the island, Harry assumed that Dumbledore and the Ministry would miss a quick burst of magic if they had any trace on him. Bidding his fellow engine men goodbye, he followed Dean out to the waiting car out the front. How the hell did you get a car? Harry asked. We're not driving this, this is just to get you to base camp, Dean replied, and he pointed to the driver. We are picking up the transport for tonight there, and Harry shrugged and got into the Austin Maestro. A Challenger tank is not transport, it is overkill, Harry said, and he shook his head. Tell me the main gun is deactivated, he pleased. Ron Weasley's socks are a bigger threat than Yasmina, Seamus said. You've named it. Harry let one eyebrow go higher than the other. Just kidding, Neville laughed. No, we've got ourselves a limo, and he pointed to the car that was partly hidden by the tank. It was a stretch limo and was very spacious inside. When Harry glanced around the interior, he could see bottles and cans of beer. Even though only Harry could drink, and that was by a long shot, the others intended to give Harry the stag night to end all stag nights. It did help that Neville had brought along some potions that may be of some use afterward though. Hogwarts. They are certain it was him? Asked the man. It would have gone unseen if the woman hadn't been checking it by hand, said his boss. Tell Tonks that she owes me, said the first, and he patted a large rifle next to him. Thank you, said Dumbledore. The two different parties called at every pub and bar on the island of Sodor, but arrangements had been made so that neither party would meet the other. Nobody wanted bad luck for the wedding after all, so it was all planned out. What neither group knew was that Dumbledore's agent was on the island and had located the best position to take the shot. It was easy enough for him to set the gun up, and he hoped that everything went to plan. Then everything that was owed to him would be given to Remus J. Lupin. Hermione stepped out of Bertie the bus and was escorted into the station by the Fat Controller, and this was the cue for the engines to start. Harry had been carefully coaching them in playing Here Comes the Bride using their whistles. Hermione shook her head as she headed up to the little stage that was set up on the island platforms. Apart from their friends, Harry and Hermione had invited several of the engine's crews as well as a number of the engines. Oliver was also present, though he was still a little uneasy on certain days and was currently missing his ciderons. The Fat Controller had sent him to the works, but Oliver had managed to creep into Knapford. The only non-steam engine present was Boko, who had limped in on engine only. He wasn't going to miss a good wedding after all. Hermione glided into place next to Harry as they stood in front of a thin clergyman. Dearly beloved, he began, we are gathered here in the sight of God to witness the marriage of Harry James Potter to Hermione Jane Granger. If anyone objects, then speak now or forever hold your peace, the clergyman said. Lupin looked through the sights of the sniper rifle, and listened into the service through the listening charm he had placed on the station the day before. He just had to wait for the right time. A few songs later, one of which was an epic rendition of Brown-Eyed Girl performed by Gordon and backed up by Thomas, Percy and James. Nobody was certain where they had learned the song, as it wasn't one which Harry had taught them. Sir Topham had made it a point to ask later. "Ah," sighed the thin clergyman, "it has been a while," and he shook his head before continuing with the service. "Do you, Harry James Potter, take Hermione Jane Granger to be your lawfully wedded wife? To love, honor and cherish, for richer and for poorer, and forsaking all others, keep yourself only for her so long as you both shall live?" And Harry nodded. "I do," he spoke. "And do you, Hermione Jane Granger, take this man, Harry James Potter, to be your lawfully wedded husband? To love, honor and cherish, for richer and for poorer, and forsaking all others, keep yourself only for her so long as you both shall live?" The clergyman asked Hermione. Lupin's finger tightened over the trigger. All it needed now was for a slight squeeze, and that would be the end of any happiness in Harry's life for a long, long time. "I do," said Hermione. They swapped rings and then the thin clergyman finished the service. "By the power invested in me by God, I now pronounce you man and wife," he said. Bang! Harry's head snapped round towards the sound, but could see nothing but the station and the buildings in the town. Everyone else had jumped at the sound, but assumed it was something being dropped outside the station. As he was about to key Hermione, he noticed that there was some kind of red substance coming out of her mouth. Harry stared as she looked down at the rapidly spreading stain that was on her wedding dress, and then she looked up at Harry. I've been shot," and then she coughed up a lot of blood before collapsing to the ground. Harry saw her fall and rushed to her side while the other magical people withdrew wands and assumed an aggressive defense posture. Several of the drivers ran to the engines, some not their normal ones, and pulled them forward to block the view. "Healer. I need a effing healer here now. Get me a goddamned healer." Harry was yelling as he held Hermione. "Hang on, Hermione, please hang on," Harry sobbed as he held onto Hermione's lifeless body. Neville ran over and performed a diagnostic spell on Hermione. "There aren't any here," he said as the spell was completed. "I don't care. Get me a goddamned healer." Harry yelled at him in anger. "We're losing her, she's bleeding too much," Neville said in a mournful voice. "Save her. She can't die," Harry yelled, hot tears running down his face. He then continued to keep whispering to Hermione. "Somebody go to my office, and then order the line to be cleared between here and Wellsworth. This is an order directly from me and cannot be overridden," said the fat controller. He turned to look at Gordon and his crew. "Get this girl to Wellsworth now," he ordered, and they nodded. Gordon's driver grabbed the shovel from Thomas's cab and then helped his own fireman to get as much steam up as possible in the shortest time. With Harry remaining by her side, Hermione was levitated into the air and placed in the coach. Without the customary guard's whistle, Gordon pulled out of Knapford and rushed on his emergency mission to the main hospital at Wellsworth. Neville was with them and he cast a spell on Hermione which slowed down the rate of blood loss, but it still poured out of her in pools onto the carriage floor. In Gordon's cab, the driver put the regulator as far as it would go and then helped to shovel coal into the firebox. Gordon went faster and faster as tried to get to Wellsworth before it was too late, and as he was doing so his safety valve burst. Pain flooded his entire being, but he ignored the pain as he slowly became damaged. He went faster and faster, nearly beating his cousin Mallard's top recorded speed. When he was still over 10 miles away, Gordon felt his bears start to go. Must save Hermione, he grimaced through the pain. His driver slammed the brakes on and they screamed into Wellsworth Station with screeching brakes and piercing whistling. An ambulance was waiting for them, and Hermione was stretchered off the carriage and loaded into the waiting vehicle. All this happened so fast that Harry had no time to react. In fact, Harry was still in the carriage and looking at the blood on his clothes, on his hands and on the floor of the carriage. Neville got Harry to his feet and then with a quick cleaning charm to his friend, they left to find a way to the hospital. Lupin arrived back at the same point he had set off a few days before. He had watched the scene of drama unfold, and was sure he had killed Hermione. Now Harry would be forced to put himself under Dumbledore's guidance to stop any more of his friends dying. "I see you got here safely," Dumbledore said as he came into his office. The mission was successful, Lupin reported, and I destroyed the weapon, he added. Good, smiled Dumbledore. Now we will simply wait for Harry to see what he must do. We have detected use of his wand, and so Aurors have been dispatched to bring him back to us, and he opened a bottle of fire whiskey and shared a glass with Lupin. While this was going on, Snape heard every word that had been spoken. There was nothing he could do to expose the pair, but there was something he could do. Knowing that Harry would have Hermione taken to Salem as soon as possible, he returned to his potions lab where he got the most powerful ones he had in stock and put them in a box. Harry Potter. These potions will save the life of your wife. Signed, A friend. He slipped the note inside, and he sent it off by all to Salem. The Aurors arrived in under 10 minutes, and they had started a shouting match with Harry. They had orders to bring him back to Dumbledore at once, but Harry and Neville refused to allow anything of the sort. We'll take her to St. Mungo's. No you won't. Take her to Salem. I trust them better than any of your lackeys. Harry yelled, and he took hold of Hermione's hand and apparated on the spot. Neville followed shortly afterwards to Allcroft House and informed the others that it was no longer safe to be here. One by one they all packed up their stuff by magical means and left by portkey. The Aurors had been forced to wipe the memories of many of the hospital staff before leaving for the ministry. The sound of the wards being broken caused Jackson and Dorn to run to the hospital wing. They stood shocked as they saw Harry and Hermione there, Hermione on a bed. What horrified them was the fact that both teens had blood on their wedding clothes. A few seconds of looking informed them of the fact Hermione was wounded and seriously so. McCoy could be seen working on Hermione in the wing's Muggle section. If Harry was aware of the presence of either Jackson or Dorn, he didn't give any indication. They went away again as they knew that it was a bad thing to upset Harry James Potter. I am afraid that we lost her twice. She is on life support at the moment, and that seems to be keeping her steady at the moment. Once I am happy about her life signs, then I will try to operate and remove the bullet. McCoy looked at Harry with a tired expression and blood-stained hands. It was only the fact that Harry had appeared next to the Muggle hospital equipment that had saved Hermione's life. While he had been listening to McCoy, Harry wondered who in the magical world would use a sniper rifle to attack and try to kill Hermione. I don't care how much time it takes or how much money it costs, I want you to save Hermione. If there isn't a chance at all of saving her, then I will. Will, Harry couldn't finish the sentence. Right. But understand though that I have never tried to remove a bullet successfully this close to the spinal cord before, the veteran doctor said. I understand. Like I said, money is no object for Hermione. If you need some drugs, even those that are illegal, then they will get to here in an instant, Harry said, looking at Hermione whose wedding dress had been torn off in the battle to save her life. Well, I'll start in several hours, all things being equal, McCoy said to Harry. Thank you. One more thing. Is there anyone that you would want with you while performing this operation? No matter where in the world they are, I will have them here within minutes. If I can choose who I'd like as assistants, then I thank you. The only two people I would trust with helping me in this kind of operation would be Dr. Christine Chapel and Dr. Mabenga, McCoy replied. I'll have Dobby collect them and their equipment, Harry said, and he called for his elf who appeared after a short delay. He had been on holiday after all. Dobby is nay, the elf shut up as he saw Hermione hooked up to so much equipment. Harry gave Dobby his orders, and within minutes 2 people had appeared in the hospital wing at Salem. They saw McCoy and he informed them of what had happened, and then they went straight to work. As he sat there and watched what was going on, Harry very faintly heard the sound of his friends coming in. Knowing that a clean and sterile surrounding was required, Harry left the bed he was sitting on, and went over to them. Without a word, they escorted him to their rooms where they waited for news. They led him to the suite and sat him on the sofa, but Harry said not a word to them whatsoever. All he did was to look at the blood that stained his hands and his suit. Even though Neville and cleaned it off for him back on the carriage, fresh amounts of it had come from when Hermione was at Wellsworth Hospital, and from when he had forcibly apparated to Salem. It was not entirely sure how that had happened, but the wards had all but vanished from around the grounds. It was only the Muggle-repelling charm that kept the place safe. How long do you think it will take? Asked Dean. I don't know, replied Seamus, I really don't know, and he shook his head. I don't even know if Hermione can survive this, the Irishman added. What do you mean? Asked Luna. You saw how much blood came out of Hermione, said Lavender, tears running down her face. I doubt there is enough blood replenishment in the world to replace what was lost, and they knew what that meant. I'm going to take a shower, Harry said at last. He got up and went into the downstairs bathroom, and they watched as he vanished behind the door. If she dies, said Padma, breaking the silence, then you will not be able to stop him from getting revenge. Not even if you added each and every witch and wizard to the battle, and her twin agreed. I'll happily give up my life if it was to save Hermione's, Parvati said. They sat in their wedding clothes as they waited silently for news, and it was an hour before any of the group spoke. Harry hasn't come out of there, has he? Asked Miriam. No, he hasn't, Hannah remarked, and she got up and went over to the bathroom door. She pressed her ear to the wooden panels, and pulled away as if she had been burned. Alohomora, said the witch, and the door didn't open. Raising an eyebrow to the others, she tried the door which swung wide open. Harry hadn't locked it at all. Steam came from the bathroom and poured into the living room, and Hannah looked back at the rest. They could all hear the sobbing that came out the bathroom, and the boys went and found Harry in a ball in the shower. The shower was on and spilling out water onto Harry. His clothes had become wet and nearly ruined, and the blood stains had turned from red to lobster pink. Shit, muttered Neville. While Seamus turned off the shower, Neville bent down and tried to get some response out of a sobbing and soaking Harry. Harry mate, can you hear me? We better get you into dry clothing. Harry. But no sign of understanding was made. Harry continued to be in a tight ball and sob his heart out, and Neville was forced to be heavy-handed. Stupefy, and Harry keeled over with the effects of being stunned. With the help of the other boys, they stripped Harry out of all the wet clothes, conjured pajamas and then levitated him out the bathroom and up to the boys' dorm. As they came past them, the girls all lost the color in the faces as they saw how red Harry's eyes were. Beep 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 beep. I bring this meeting to order, said Dumbledore. Everyone quietened down as they listened to what he had to say. A few hours ago, Remus used Muggle weapons to attack Hermione Granger. While he was not able to say if he killed her, he has told me that she was losing a lot from the wound, and several people smirked and smiled at the news. Didn't think you had it in you, Snape said to Lupin. Anything for the greater good, he replied. What happened when the Aurors got dispatched? Asked Tonks. All I know is that they looked very pissed off when they got back to the Ministry, and Dumbledore nodded. They were unable to retrieve the boy, and had to alter memories before they escaped a Muggle hospital, Dumbledore informed them. From what I was told by them, they seemed certain that Miss Granger will be dead shortly. Harry will see what has happened, and come to the order, and Mrs. Weasley spoke for the first and only time in the meeting. What about the other deaths? She asked. The work of Muggle thieves, Dumbledore said, and then the meeting went on to talk about the few hit-and-run tactics that Voldemort was now employing. Beep 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 beep. Harry was able to break out of the stunner-enhanced sleep, and he went over the attack in his mind. If only he could have done something to help Hermione, but deep down he knew she was in some of the best possible hands. Harry dressed himself and went downstairs where he found some of the others looking at him with surprised looks. Not everyone was there. Susan, Dean and Luna were not present, and Harry assumed they were keeping a watch on Hermione while he was sleeping off the stunner. How? His voice sounded scratchy. How long? He asked. You've been out for over 5 hours, Neville said. Sorry I stunned you, but it was the only way to help, and Harry nodded blankly. Have they finished yet? He asked. No, Hannah said, I've never seen anything like it, she added. I wasn't able to hear much, but it seems as if Hermione's internal organs are in a bad way, Seamus put in. I think they want to repair that damage before attempting to remove the bullet, said Neville. I better go and see her, but Hannah stopped him with a gentle tug on his arm. They don't want an accidental magic reaction to upset any of the machines, she told him. Harry stopped his stride and stared at her before slamming into an armchair. I feel so useless, he said, and I heard the noise of the gun, that's what it had to be. I heard the noise but did nothing to create a shield to save Hermione, Harry finished bitterly. Beep 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 beep. Harry then clammed up and spoke to nobody as he looked into the flames. Jackson and Dorn came to see him but could only stay 5 minutes before overcome with the coldness in Harry's face. Jackson and Dorn had seen death a few times before, both had been present in London. during attacks by Death Eaters, but this beat the look which occupied position numbers 1, 2 and 3 on Harry's face. "Would you like some tea?" suggested Luna. She had come back after Hannah, Parvati and Susan had relieved herself, Dean and Susan on watch. "How?" asked Harry, "is tea going to make it better?" And Luna could only one explanation. "Tea solves everything," she told him. "Better pour the entire pot over Hermione then," Harry replied bitterly. He continued to remain motionless as he watched the fire crackle. The owl raced over the sea, climbing and diving to catch the currents, trying to get that extra speed, but it would all be too late. Beep beep beep. It was a full 24 hours since they had arrived back at Salem and it was now Christmas Day, but nobody in the suite was feeling all that festive. Harry was where he had been sitting the previous day and during the night. He only got up to use the toilet, and had once gone on a complete circuit of the institute so that he got the circulation going and his legs going. His friends took turns in keeping watch on the battle. Doctors McCoy, Chapel and Mabenga fought to try and keep Hermione alive. Miriam Patterson, Susan's girlfriend, had also offered to help out on shifts, so that had helped out a bit as they could go down to 2 people per watch. It was almost 12:30 in the afternoon when Harry heard the footsteps approach him. He knew that the time for shift change was over, and so his head snapped round to greet the new arrivals. Harry looked at each of their faces as they entered the suite. "What?" he asked, slowly rising up to his feet from the chair. "They've finished the operation," said Neville. "Thank Merlin," said Harry, and he started towards the door. "Harry," Neville called to him. "I spoke with McCoy, and he told me everything. I'm so sorry," and Harry bolted from the room. The friends looked at each other in horror at the news. "Is she dead?" asked Parvati in shock. "Not yet," said Dean. "But it is only a matter of time now," and he stalked out the room and back towards the hospital wing. Hermione lay on the bed, her skin pale, lips nearly blue, and the only sound he could hear was the steady beep beep of the machines she was hooked up to. McCoy heard him as he came out of his office and approached him. "Mr. Potter," he began, "I thought I could save her. We tried everything we could do, but the damage was too great to her body. The bullet entered from the middle of the back, and caused so much damage that I assume it had some spellwork done to it. I don't know if this is a comfort or not, but she never regained consciousness," the doctor said quietly. "But those machines, she's still alive," Harry said, not understanding. McCoy shook his head sadly. "Miss Granger has been brain dead for the last 3 hours, there is nothing that I can do. Even magic will not help in this case." He stopped as the utter pain, horror, devastation and grief overcame Harry. "Nothing," he whispered. "But you have to save Hermione. I can't live without her. I haven't been able to give her any children, not be a good and loving husband or cherish her every day if she dies. You have too," he shouted. "I'm sorry," was all that the doctor could reply with. "I kept the machines on because I knew you would want to say goodbye," and Harry nodded before sitting in the chair next to the bed. "Oh, Hermione, what am I going to do without you? You've always been there for me when I needed you. I don't think that I can go on anymore." He held one hand to his head and bent over her body sobbing. The rest of the former Hogwarts students and Miriam stood at a respectful distance. They all wore the same masks of horror, and all of them were crying openly or silently. They watched as Harry pulled out his wand and cast as many healing charms as he knew, and all 9 of them simply watched as Harry tried to heal Hermione. It was Seamus who broke the silence. "It's over, Harry. Let her rest," he said simply, and Harry broke down. "But this is Christmas Day," he cried. "She can't die on Christmas Day," and he buried his head into Hermione's body. "Do you want one of us to turn the machines off?" asked Padma. It was a common thought shared by all that they would like to take the burden of ending Hermione's life out of Harry's hands. "No," he said softly, tears in his eyes, "I'm her husband, I'll do it," and he got up, went around the bed and placed a finger over the button that would terminate the primary function of the support machines. "Forgive me," he whispered, and he pressed the button all the way in. Hermione flatlined at once, and at that same moment every single window at Salem explosively broke apart, and the group watched as Harry sobbed into Hermione's lifeless body. "I'll get the death certificate," McCoy said quietly. The stillness of the air was punctured only by Harry's outpouring of grief and the powerful storm that had come out of nowhere. "Harry." Susan approached him slowly and carefully. "Come on back to the suite, there's nothing that you can do," and Harry rose from where he was on his knees. Bending down one last time, he removed the tube from Hermione's mouth and keyed her lifeless, blue-dead lips. "Goodbye, my princess," and then he allowed himself to be guided out of the hospital wing. Hogwarts, same time. The little object stopped working and Dumbledore knew it meant Hermione was dead. The headmaster called for another meeting of the order, and he informed them about the death. "All we do now is wait for Harry to hand himself over to us," he smiled. "It is all for the greater good after all." As Harry's mind was not working, he had been halfway to Dorn's office before the others caught up, he having lost them. They all tried to talk to him, but nothing seemed to get through at all. Luna very gently put her hand in Harry's and ended up towing him back to the suite where she sat him down in his favorite armchair. "So now what?" they asked each other while Harry stared at the wall. During the next few hours, they watched as he cried silent tears, looked blankly at the wall and started to shake slightly. "Time for bed," said Hannah, but Harry didn't respond. "I know this is difficult for you, but you need to rest. You haven't had a proper rest for a while, and you'll get ill if you don't sleep," and Harry slowly tilted his head upwards to stare into her eyes. "I know," he replied. "But why do you want to make yourself ill?" the former Hufflepuff said. "Because then I can see my wife again," Harry said coldly, and then he apparated with a loud bang. "Where did he go?" asked Dean. Just then the alarms went off, and Lavender and Parvati exchanged knowing looks. "He'll be sitting on Hermione's bed," said Parvati. "I knew people would die in this war, but I never thought it would be Hermione, I never thought it," she whispered. "Do you think he will ever be all right?" asked Neville. "Not entirely," Luna replied. "Grief will have changed him forever. He might be the same Harry we have always known, but when he encounters the person or persons who killed Hermione, then he will stop at nothing before he destroys them." Luna paused before adding, "And I fear that revenge will destroy him as well," and she went upstairs to see if she could help him heal a broken heart. Jackson was in his office along with Professors Dorn and Marcus, and they wondered what was going through Harry's head at the moment. While they talked, the alarm went off and Jackson saw that a male had entered the girls' dorm where Harry and group stayed. "Do you want me to deal with it?" asked Dorn. "I would leave it," said Marcus. "Harry will want to be near things that remind him of Hermione," and Jackson nodded. "I'll turn it off for tonight," he said. They found him on top of Hermione's bed in a ball. Harry gripped the sheets so hard that his knuckles turned snow white. They could hear and see the sobs that racked his entire body, and nobody knew what to say or do to comfort him. The hole left in Harry's heart was so big, they wondered if it would or could be healed. Everyone was running on adrenaline, so they split to separate dorms and went to sleep. Harry remained on Hermione's bed, now not crying, and Lavender watched him before pulling his shoes off and tugging the blanket over his chest. The girls slept fitfully that night, but when Hannah awoke to the sound of thunder, she bolted up and saw that Harry was missing. "Girls," she hissed, but nobody moved in response to her call. "Oh, to hell with this," and she picked up her wand from the nightstand and created a loud bang. "What in the name of Merlin was that for?" asked an annoyed Susan. "Harry is missing," replied her friend, and the others threw on dressing gowns and slippers. Whilst they gathered downstairs, Parvati went to the boys' dorm and woke them up, telling them about Harry's vanishing act. They woke up quickly enough, and they sprang from the bed to dress, and they noticed that none of Harry's things had gone from his bed and wardrobe. "I got that map of his," said Neville, and after saying the password, Harry having told them before they started at Salem, they tracked Harry down to the lake. They quickly and quietly got down to the lake in the cold night air, and they saw a lonely figure standing by the shore and looking up at the stars. "Do you think she will forgive me?" asked Harry quietly. "Who will?" asked Hannah. "My own," Harry said through a small sob. "I killed her," and Hannah put her hand lightly on his left shoulder. "You didn't kill her," she said gently. "I pressed the button that was keeping her going," Harry spat, "and what if they find something that would reverse brain death next week? I killed Hermione." He couldn't take it anymore and he dropped to his knees, his whole body shuddering with every sob that came from him. "No, you didn't kill her," Hannah said, and she bent down to be level with him. "If anything, you set her free," and Harry unexpectedly launched himself into Hannah's shoulder and cried. "Hermione will always be with you," Luna said quietly. "When my mother died, I still remembered her afterwards and in years to come. A part of her remains in my heart and my memories, and so she lives in, the girl finished. Hannah silently thanked the girl, and then noted that the storm had vanished almost as soon as she had started to hold him. She knew Harry had not been shown a lot of love over the years of his life, and so the girl assumed that some part of Harry wanted someone to hold him. Shush, she whispered, shush 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 shush. Everything is going to be all right, and she looked at the others who watched the pathetic sight unfold in front of them. As Harry was unable to deal with what was happening in the world around him, Susan dealt with his affairs for him. When McCoy had come round and asked permission to perform an autopsy, she had told him in no uncertain terms to not think about it. Not only had Hermione forbid such a thing to be done to her, but Harry would most likely kill him. With that in mind, the doctor returned to the hospital wing and magically healed the remaining wounds on Hermione. While there was no reason for this, he knew that Harry wanted an open casket, one last time to say goodbye. It was a triple funeral that took place a few days later. Griphook had sent Harry a letter telling him that the adult Grangers had been killed by the work of either witches, wizards or both. The group made the trip to Godric's Hollow where the entire Granger family was laid to rest next to Harry's parents. When they got back, Harry went to his bed and stayed there for the rest of the day. Susan set up a charm on his bed to make sure that Harry didn't do anything stupid like kill himself. Over the days that followed, the group saw a change come over him. His appearance became sloppy, he made rude comments to staff and pupils alike and his marks began to drop sharply. By unspoken agreement, the others picked up the slack and handed in assignments for him. If the teachers noticed that they contained differing styles of handwriting, then they didn't say anything to them. It was by the end of the week they all realized Harry needed help. "We've got to do something," Lavender remarked. "She can't keep going on this self-destruct binge of his," she added. Harry only ate small amounts of food at meal times, only shaved every 2 or 3 days, and had started drinking entire bottles of fire whiskey on his own. "We should talk to him," said Miriam. "Where is he?" she wondered aloud. "When I saw him last, he was taking the Blackbird out for a flight," said Padma. "When?" asked Dean. "About 10 minutes or so," the girl said. "Why?" And the color in her face drained as she heard Neville talking as he moved to the door. "The Blackbird has no safety charms on it," he shouted, and they all ran down to the grounds where they saw Harry flying in the air. As they watched, the observers could see bits falling off the broom and understood it was going to break apart at any moment. "We've got to," began Susan, but she was cut off by an almighty explosion. Harry had pushed the Blackbird far past the limit, and it simply exploded in midair. They saw a figure falling to the ground, but Harry made no attempt to save himself. "Accio," said Seamus, thinking of the first spell that came to him. It worked, and Harry came speeding over to them and Neville took over with a levitating spell which put him on the ground gently. "Why?" asked Lavender. "Why did you do that?" And in response they heard 4 chilling words. "I want to die. I want to die," Harry repeated. The others looked at him with sadness and pity. "You might want to die," said Parvati, "but that wouldn't change anything," she added. "I didn't know Hermione as much as you all did," said Susan, "but she was my friend as well, and I know she wouldn't want you to come down to this. Now you're going to get cold, so why not come back inside?" she asked. There was no verbal answer, but Harry slowly stood up and faced the group. "I'm sorry," he mumbled. I wasn't myself," and Neville shrugged it off. "None of us are at the moment," he said. "Now let's get inside, get you sorted out and try to pick up the pieces," and Harry missed the look he gave the others. "How many bottles of fire whiskey have you got left?" asked Seamus. He was going to hunt them all down and destroy the contents. "Only the one left," Harry said, and he allowed himself to be taken back to the suite. They watched as Harry slipped a hand under the settee and pulled out a mostly drunk bottle of amber liquid. He looked into the remaining amount as if thinking of something. "I'll get rid of it," offered Hannah, and Harry had almost given it to her when he shook his head. "Got a better idea," he said, and went over to the drinks cabinet. Opening it up, Harry retrieved a number of glasses and poured out the remainder of the fire whiskey into each glass. Harry took the extra glass and put it on the coffee table near Hermione's. "Favorite chair, Harry?" questioned Miriam. "I'm fine, that's for Hermione," Harry replied, and then he raised his glass. "Hermione Jane Granger, wife and good friend," Hermione, and he took his amount in one go. Hermione, the others mumbled. The girls dealt with Harry, the female touch they said, and then they went to bed. When all the lights went out, the only thing not in the right place was the full glass of fire whiskey that reflected what remained of the fire. Harry took another day off from Salem as he got his weight back up, and his friends helped him on the long road to recovery after Hermione's murder. Harry wanted to meet that person or persons very much. When he did so, there wouldn't be much left to bury. The Christmas presents, which had been left and nearly forgotten about, were opened and Harry smiled as he saw what his friends received and gave. His present to Hermione remained unopened and at the bottom of her trunk. One odd thing that the teachers found out was that even though Hermione was dead, she was still completing coursework and handing it in to be marked. This had made Professor Marcus watch Harry during potions one afternoon and was astonished to see Harry doing double the work required. When he told the other staff members, they simply shrugged it off. "The invites are here," called Neville. Dobby had delivered the morning post to the suite, and Neville handed out a small envelope to everyone there. Miriam was having a birthday party in Washington House, and the girl was inviting all of her friends to come as well. "What are you getting Miri?" asked Susan. "I can't say exactly because delicate ears are around," Harry said, and he pointed at Luna. "But rest assured that she will like it all the same," he smiled. "I'm not delicate," Luna complained. "My dear Luna," began Neville, "trust me when I say that it is better to find out later," and Luna went bright red as she blushed. "Mrs. Susie." Dobby popped into view. "Dobby is being too busy during night to visit Mrs. Miriam's party. Would yous be giving her Dobby's card?" And he handed over an immaculate and pristine card. Susan opened it up to see that it bore the legend, "Mrs. Miriam, Dobby is wishing yous all a good day. Hopes you have bestest day possibles. Dobby, I think she will like it," Susan said, and put it to one side with the other cards. "I guess that you will be hogging the bathroom then," Dean said to Susan. Susan glared at him, and so the dark-skinned boy made a retreat, or what the French call a tactical withdrawal, and out the range of Mount Susan. "So what is the plan for the game?" asked Padma. "Simple," Harry replied, "and if you listen I shall impart my plan unto you all," and Seamus groaned. "That is the last time you watch 10 Commandments, Harry," he said. "The plan is this. Some of us need all the time we can get in order to be ready, and so I'm simply going to catch the snitch. There isn't any need for you to move from your starting places at all," Harry said. He was right as the game lasted only a grand total of 10 seconds, and went down as one of the fastest games ever in the sport. "Well, I'm ready to go," Hannah said, and then she saw Harry sitting down by the fire. "Harry," she admonished, "you aren't even ready yet," and the former Gryffindor shook his head. "I'm not coming," he said, and then raised a hand to ward off any questions. "Don't worry about me either. I just want to be left alone tonight. There are things I want to think about, so I'll stay here with a good book to read," and after some argument they all left for Miriam's party. Harry made himself some tea and then sat back down again to start reading his book. It was one that he had found whilst packing Hermione's possessions away into her trunk, and it had tumbled out of a pile which he had picked up automatically. Harry was a quarter of the way through The Railway Children when he glanced up at the clock on the mantelpiece. It was 8:30, and Harry was alone in the suite. All through the house, not a creature was staring, not even a mouse. He tried to read more but found he couldn't, so he glanced at the page number and then closed the book. If he got a move on then he would make it. Picking up his wand, Harry performed a cleaning and refreshing spell on himself before going over to the fridge. Before the terrible events of Christmas, Harry had purchased 2 large crates of butterbeer and he took one out of the fridge and called for Dobby. "Can Dobby do something for the great Harry Potter?" the elf asked. "I'd like you to take me to the party the others went to," Harry said, and after a moment Harry was taken to what he remembered was Washington House. "Harry," Miriam called out to him. Everyone was looking at his sudden appearance amongst their midst. "Beware of Romulans bearing gifts," Harry said. He moved closer to where she, Susan, Hannah and a few of her other friends stood. "Can you ever forgive a pig-headed old fool without eyes to see nor ears to hear the friendship?" he asked. "Of course," Miriam smiled, "and I am glad you decided to come," and Harry gave a weak laugh. Everyone was still watching and listening to him, and this gave Harry an idea. "Well, I see there are not a lot of drinks left," he remarked. Only a handful of butterbeer bottles stood on the buffet table. Sorry about that, Miriam said. Just as well I brought my own, and he cancelled the disillusion spell on the crate. Did you buy the factory or something? Asked the birthday girl. Close, he laughed, and opened the crate up and started unpacking the contents onto the table. What brand is it? She asked. Kinnison's, Harry said, and Susan smiled at the mention and exchanged a nod at Harry. Her family owned the company. There is no better brand, he added. Kinnison's, exclaimed Miriam. She, like most of the others, knew how expensive it was to buy. Must have cost you a fortune, and Harry shook his head. I'm just glad to be of service, he said, and then in a lower voice added, think of it as a thank you for what you did, and Miriam gave him a key on the cheek before going back to Susan and the others. Harry spent the remaining time of the party talking to people here and there, and thanking them for murmuring their regrets over Hermione's death. It was nearly 11 when the party ended, and only the older students remained amongst the sea of debris that was the result of a good party. Harry looked around and saw Seamus, Neville and Luna dozing by fireplace. I'm going to have to get up early and clear this up, Miriam said. No you don't, Harry replied, and he called for Dobby who popped into view. Without a word, he cleared away the rubbish and then vanished again. Well we better be off back to our own suite, Harry said, and then noticed that Susan and Miriam were missing. Perhaps she'll come later, Lavender said. At that moment, there was a high-pitched scream from one corner of the room. I think she is coming now, Parvati said, straight-faced at the double enchantry. Maybe we should leave them be, suggested her twin. The others agreed with Padma, and they left the room with the sleeping trio floating behind them. When they got back, they separated into the right dorms and went straight to sleep after dealing with the sleeping three. I think this party did Harry some good, Susan said as she stood. I think it did too, Miriam replied. She watched as Susan started to dress enough to get back to the suite. The question is at what time do we tell him? About what Hermione has done, she said, pulling on her skirt. What do you mean? Asked Miriam, the message. She added. No, Susan shook her head. The other thing, I don't know if Harry will be angry, happy or what. I worry more about Voldemort to be honest, she said. I hardly think he is going to go to Heathrow, buy a plane ticket and fly American Airlines, Miriam joked. I mean, Susan narrowed her eyes whilst putting on her blouse, that he might try for the baby. Think about how much it would mean to him if he could capture or kill Harry's child, and Miriam nodded. She got up as well and walked Susan to the door. I'll see you later, she said, and with a key on the lips and squeeze to the bum, Susan left for her own part of Salem. Severus Snape was having a bit of a problem. The owl he had sent returned with all of the potions intact. Weeks later, and still there was no news about what Harry was up to. To add to matters, Voldemort was drawing more and more power and more followers to his cause. He had changed the plans so that he would attack the day Hogwarts finished for the holidays. This was because he could eliminate a large amount of people who waited for their children getting off the Hogwarts Express. Voldemort's plan was also to take the Ministry, Diagon Alley, Hogsmeade and Hogwarts at the same time. The aim was to cripple resistance before it began. At the same time as the attack, Snape would lead a party to free those followers of Voldemort's from Azkaban. When Snape had commented about the Aurors, Voldemort commanded that Lucius Malfoy persuade Fudge to reduce the number of people employed the Auror Corps. All of this combined would make taking over very easy indeed. It just had to be seen whether or not Harry would return to lead a resistance or not. So what is this problem? He asked his otherwise empty living quarters. What are you thinking of, Harry? Asked Lavender several days later. I was thinking that my life right now would make a really crap story, Harry replied. And reviewers of it would write terrible stuff to me. I'd even say that some would send flames, he added. If that happens, use a water charm to put them out, Luna said. Right, thanks for that, Harry said. So, hypothetically speaking, Parvati said, what would you say to these people? She inquired. I'd tell them to bugger off. Harry raised his voice on the last two words. The others understood if they had put time and trouble into doing something nice. It is good to be away from Salem, Harry said. When the next week-long break had come around, the group had decided to go to the little cottage near the school instead of going to Sodor. Harry had said that he didn't want to go back there for a while and they had agreed that it might not be such a good idea. On the second day of the break, Dobby popped into sight. "Master Harry," he said, "two Aurors would like to speak to you," and Harry went for his wand. "They want to talk to you," and Harry smirked. "I bet they do," he said, and he told Dobby to let them in through the fireplace. The fireplace flared a bright green for a moment, and then two Aurors popped out, both male. "You must be the great Harry Potter," said the black-haired one. "It is a pleasure to meet you at last," and his companion sighed. "He is always doing this," he told Harry. "My name is Mr. Jekyll and this is my friend Mr. Hyde," and the other Auror stared at him. "That is the last time I let you read those stories, Robert." "I am Joseph Jackson, and this is Robert Sharp," said the first Auror. "Before we say anything, neither of us are with Dumbledore or his lot," and Harry relaxed. "Please sit down," he said, waving them to seats. Harry called for Dobby and asked him to bring some tea and to let the others know what was going on in the library. "So, what would you like to talk about then?" Harry asked. "We heard about your wife being killed," said Jackson, "and we knew something was very dodgy about that. We have done some investigating and tracking on our own time, and have discovered Dumbledore's magical signature on the island of Sodor," and Harry went red with anger for a moment. "He killed Hermione?" he asked. "No," said Sharp, "the signature was too weak to have been him. We did discover who it was though," and he shared a look with his partner. "Who?" asked Harry, anger getting back again. "Who killed my wife?" he asked. "We ran the spells several times to be sure," Jackson said, "but the results came up the same," and he looked at his partner as well. "The name we came up with was Remus J. Lupin," Sharp said. "Lupin!" Harry roared. "Remus Lupin killed my Hermione. I ripped that bastard to shreds," and Harry couldn't believe it. One of his father's own best friends had killed Hermione. "Do you know why he did it?" he asked. "We do," replied Sharp. "As you might know, Tonks is part of the Order, and so she keeps in contact with Dumbledore a lot. We both heard her talking to him about the murder, and it seems Lupin did it, for the greater good." "And it wasn't just that either," Jackson said. "Dumbledore also murdered your wife's parents, and the TV, video player, both radios, several figurines and one of the chairs violently and explosively detonated as Harry lost it. I am going to kill Albus Dumbledore. I will tear him limb from limb, rip out his gizzards, feed him to the crows and then see if Voldemort wants another follower." Harry raged. "Good afternoon," said a calm voice. "I'm Susan. I thought Harry was here, only he was talking quietly so I didn't know if it was him or not," she added, and then she saw the anger in Harry. "Oh shit," the girl added. The two Aurors explained the situation to her and the others, and they grew nearly as angry as Harry was. He was taking calming drafts 10 to the dozen so he didn't blow up anything else in his anger. "Let's get them sent to Azkaban," said Neville. "I'd be the first to agree to that, we need more evidence," Harry said. "Then again, he has tried to break myself and Hermione up before with the mental case," he mused. "We could gather more stuff for you," offered Sharp. "Least we could do," added Jackson. "Thank you," Harry said, "thank you very much. I appreciate what you've done for me and certainly for my own. Please try to get as much information as possible as those bastards need to get put away," and then Harry seemed to think of something. "If you are ever in trouble with the ministry, or short of money then give me a call. I'll see you right," and the Aurors thanked him, left contacts details and then left the cottage. "At least that is 2 Aurors we can count on," Dean said. "And a good number more I'd reckon," added Seamus. "Now we start plotting the takedown of Dumbledore and the Order," Harry said. "Not Professor McGonagall or Professor Flitwick though," Hannah reminded him. "No," Harry admitted, "not them either. But from today we start gathering all the information we can on him and the rest of his band of idiots. I swear on Hermione's life that I will not rest until I see Dumbledore and Lupin punished," and a golden glow formed around Harry as he completed swearing the magically binding oath. Harry was down by the lake testing a new broom out, and he thought there was something ever so slightly wrong with it. After the destruction of the Blackbird in his suicide attempt after Hermione's death, he had set about building a better and stronger broom. After whizzing about the grounds for some time, Harry decided that it must have been a loose connection on the glider wings, and so he landed and went inside Salem. It was only a few days before the summer holiday and the plan was to spend some of it on the yacht that Harry had purchased and named the Hermione Jane. It was a huge ocean-going one, and all of Harry's friends were taking a trip except for Miriam, Susan and Dean. Miriam was staying at another friend's house, whilst Susan and Dean would be going to spend most of the holiday with their families. All three had emergency portkeys to get to wherever Harry was if they badly needed help. Luna looked at the paper in front of her. She looked at it with a sad, quiet and calm look of contemplation and understanding. The universe will sing you to your sleep. This song is ending, but the story never ends. She knew exactly what it meant. It meant that it was time for the moon to set. With one day to go until the Hogwarts Express would return the children to King's Cross Station, the Death Eaters went over their plans. Two groups would apparate directly into Diagon Alley and stop anyone from apparating or portkeying out. While this was going on, three groups would be waiting at platform 9 3/4 for the train and then attack as soon as most of the students got off. The biggest group would enter the ministry and kill all who stood in their way, and Voldemort would be entering with this group. "Is everything ready?" he asked Snape. "Yes, Master," the man replied. "Then go to Hogwarts," Voldemort commanded. "It would be suspicious if you was not around the school during the time of the attacks," and Snape bowed before leaving for the castle. He rushed to his office and sent a message to Harry telling him about what had happened, what Voldemort was planning to do and that he should get back as soon as possible. The next thing he did was to send a message to the ministry explaining the plans of the Death Eaters and who made up each group. Snape looked at a picture of himself and Lily Evans as she was then, and shook his head with a hint of sadness. "I've done all I can," he said to the picture. "It wasn't easy, but I've done as much as possible," and then he retired early for the night. Harry and the group cruised off the Florida coast and watched the space shuttle launch, and Harry marveled at the technology behind the amazing craft. It was one of his dreams to one day go into space on the shuttle, but it was one he didn't hold much hope for. Once it had vanished from view, he headed back into the cockpit, started the engine, pushed the throttle open and headed closer to shore as a storm was heading their way. On the way back, they passed a cruise liner named Midnight Angels. "It is amazing in how many ways Muggles are better than us," said Hannah. "I wouldn't say they are better than us," Harry replied, "but they have things that we do not. On the other hand, of course, we have things that they don't. One day I expect we'll come out of the closet and reveal ourselves to the entire world," and Hannah agreed that it would make life much easier for everyone. "Anyone for a cup of tea?" asked Parvati. Harry took a cup and turned over the helm to Neville, who was eager at the chance to pilot for a while. Harry went out onto the upper deck where Luna, Lavender and Padma sunned themselves in their bikinis. He drank his tea while he chatted to them, and then when he was finished, Harry was surprised to see Luna lean over the railings and ask for everyone to come up topside. "All stop!" Neville's voice drifted up to them, and the Hermione Jane slowly came to a stop in the water. Everyone assembled topside, and as Harry wondered what was going on, Miriam, Susan and Dean appeared via portkey travel. "Just what is going on here?" Harry asked the group. "We've got something to tell you," said Susan. "Something that Hermione told us about and not you," she added. She looked at the others as if wondering how to go on any further. "Before she was killed," Lavender said, drawing on all her Gryffindor courage, "Hermione thought she might be killed before she had chance to give you a child. So she dealt with that issue. During one of your sessions, she took some of your sperm and froze it," and Harry's face went from pleasantly surprised to annoyed. "What are you saying?" he asked. "Are you trying to tell me that Hermione got herself pregnant with my child and that she had it without me knowing? What did she do?" he asked angrily. "Use a time turner or something?" And he forced himself to calm down. "No, she didn't," said Parvati. "She asked that one of us carry your child," and Harry looked at each of them. "Well, I think we can rule out Dean, Neville and Seamus," Harry said. "So that leaves you girls then. Now for the big question, who?" he asked. "That is for you to decide upon," Luna said to him. "Hermione said she was happy with whoever you picked. Of course there is the wedding, but I suppose that can be dealt with later." "What do you mean by marriage, Luna?" Harry demanded. "I thought she said he would find it funny." Luna looked back as Padma and Lavender. "Well, he isn't finding it funny at all," Harry said sarcastically. He forced himself to be very calm, and then sighed. "So what happens now then?" he asked. Whoever you pick to carry your child would have to have say with you once, Hannah said. Not that the girl would become pregnant, but simply to ensure she had some of your protection inside her during term, she explained. Harry could see the advantage of that protection, but it wouldn't be the same as if he was making love to Hermione. Then again, he had never made love to Hermione, so would never know. I'm not happy about this, Harry said at last. I'm not happy at all, but I'll think about who I will choose, and Harry got up and went down below into the cabin. The group looked at the space occupied by Harry before Miriam broke the silence. Harry took that rather well, I thought, Seamus said. Indeed, said Dean gravely. I better head us back to shore, Neville said, and a few moments later, the boat spluttered into life and moved towards port. So who do you think he will pick? Asked Miriam quietly. Knowing Harry, he'll do it himself, Lavender said. Nobody knew if she was joking or not. The trip back to port was pretty quiet from Harry's point of view, but it all kicked off hours later when Harry got the letter from Snape. Nobody believed the letter that Snape had sent to the Ministry, and so nobody expected the attack that came from the Death Eaters. Hundreds of people died on platform 9 3/4 as they met their children off the train. The attack went better than Voldemort expected, and only a handful of people managed to apparate directly from the platform, those grabbing as many children as they could at the same time. The slaughter was so quick that the Death Eaters killed the wounded before going to Azkaban and freeing their comrades and anyone willing to support their cause. Diagon Alley fell just as easy, and the devastation took on bigger proportions as the Death Eaters killed men, women and children alike. Bodies exploded and shops burned before a counter-attack could be set up. Anyone left alive was either killed, tortured or taken away for later pleasure. While all this was going on, Voldemort and his most loyal and senior Death Eaters stormed the Ministry, which gave a fair fight. People fell on both sides, but there were too many Death Eaters, and Voldemort simply walked into Fudge's office and killed the Auror Guard that surrounded the Minister. Good evening, Minister, Voldemort said. Sarcastically. Your forces have been destroyed and my Death Eaters are killing those who resist. Do you have anything to say? He asked. Fudge looked straight into Voldemort's eyes, stood up, straightened his robes, cast a memory recording charm silently, and then stood in a formal pose. As Minister for Magic, and on behalf of the Ministry of Magic, I surrender, Fudge said. Thank you, Fudge, Voldemort said, now that makes my life easier, and he left the room. As he did so, he cast the killing curse at Fudge. The Death Eaters had orders to stun the Aurors so they could round them up into one place later on. With several key locations secured, and forces being freed from Azkaban, Voldemort stormed the WWN offices as well as those of the Daily Prophet. When he checked the time, the Dark Lord was pleased to see that it was 5 minutes quicker than he had planned for. All that he needed now was for Harry to show up, be killed whilst fighting him, and then he could rule Britain with an iron fist just as he wanted. Anyone who could get away, made their way to the relative safety of Hogwarts. The killing continued as the Death Eaters went to the houses of people who opposed them, and killed every living being inside of them. Then they attacked Hogwarts. Harry, wake up! A voice disturbed Harry from his sleep. He opened his eyes to see the blurry figure of Susan shaking him roughly. He sat up, blinked and rubbed his eyes before putting on his glasses. What the hell is going on? He asked her. You need to get downstairs, she said. Harry got out of bed and was going for his jeans when Susan told him that there was not time. He followed her downstairs to the living room where the others had gathered in their nightclothes as well. Harry saw they all had faces of horror, and it was easy to find out why. The wireless gave him all the news he wanted. All magical communication with the United Kingdom has been cut off. The last contact reported that the Dark Lord had attacked most of the key locations and was killing innocent men, women and children without mercy. Attempts to send forces via portkey or apparition have been unsuccessful, and it assumed that he who must not be named has blocked all outgoing and incoming travel. It is rumored that the Supreme Mugwump, Albus Dumbledore, has gone into hiding with a number of others. The final message also said that the Ministry had surrendered, but many Aurors were still fighting you-know-whose forces in order to give people chance to escape. We do not know the size or the strength, or the disposition of the enemy forces, but one can only pray that he is defeated. Harry turned the wireless off and thought about what was going on. Everyone looked at each other in silence as they tried to make sense of what was happening back home. Their families might be dead or injured from the vicious beaks. What do we do? Luna asked Harry. The rest looked to him as if he had some kind of answer to give them. He knew what they wanted though, assurance that things would be all right in the end. There was only one thing to do though, but the cost would be high. The silence in the room was broken only by the ticking of the grandfather clock in the corner of the room. We fight, Harry said. Get dressed as quick as you can, and then get back here for Portkey travel, and he turned to Seamus. Which bit of Ireland do you live in? He asked. Era, he replied. Then he saw what Harry meant by his question. Whilst Northern Ireland was closed off to Portkey and Apparition, the south part was free of those restrictions. All they had to do was to get to Era and then get over the border and then apparate to Hogwarts. The Irish boy turned and ran up the stairs to his room. Miriam, Harry called, and the girl turned on the stairs to face him. This is a British problem, he said, so I can't ask you to come with us, and Miriam smirked. I'm going anyway, and then she headed up to her room. They dressed in light clothing that allowed them to move quickly, and then came downstairs with their wands gripped tightly. Harry looked at each of them before speaking to them. This is going to be dangerous, he said. If any of you want to back out now, then this is your chance. I will not think any less of you for it, and there was a moment or two of silence. We're wasting precious time, said Susan. Harry looked at them and was proud of how much respect they had for him. Thank you, he said, and as they took hold of Harry they vanished from sight. The forest came alive with the sound of a crack and the group landed in a heap on the ground. They picked themselves up, sorted out the dropped wands from twigs and then took a look around them. So far so good, Hannah said. I don't think so, Luna said, and she pointed out the three muggles that looked at them with looks of shock. Oh crap, said Seamus. Want me to deal with this? He asked Harry. Please, he replied. Seamus stepped forward and spoke in Gaelic. Do not be afraid, he said, we come from Tir na Nog. We are here to defeat a great menace that will kill mortals. Please go home for the next 2 days, and the muggles vanished pretty fast. Nice work, said Dean. They made their way over the border and then apparated as close to Hogwarts as they could. Attack Hogwarts, Voldemort commanded. Attack it and kill all those who stand in your way. Once we have defeated most of them, the rest will surrender and become ours. Lord Voldemort promises anybody that you might desire afterwards. His last words gave an added incentive. The Death Eaters attacked in force and took down the wards that surrounded the castle. They ran in mass groups as they launched their beat, and the defenders tried very hard to keep them out, but they failed to do so. Dead, dying and wounded littered the grounds and some thought it was the end of their lives. McGonagall was at the front lines directing the defense until she was hit by a powerful and deadly curse. As she fell to the floor, 2 older students picked her up and carried her to the hospital wing. It was decided that they couldn't hold the outer parts of the castle, so the decision was made to fall back to the innermost parts so they stood a chance. We have got no chance at all, said Ernie Macmillan. We would if Harry was still here, agreed Justin Finch-Fetchley. The pair cast double blasting hexes at the Death Eaters and then ran back down the corridor to give themselves more time. At least some of us will make it, Ernie said bitterly. And I never did get to tell Hannah about. He was cut off by a loud bang which came from behind them. The 2 Hufflepuffs looked at each other before going to investigate the sound. Both boys knew it might be Death Eaters who had managed to get past the barricades set up by the Weasley twins who lay in the hospital wing. They found the source and looked directly at the massive limbs. How the F does he do that? Asked Justin. Harry and the group staggered to their feet and got their bearings. I heard you have a spot of bother, said Harry to the 2 Hufflepuffs with a faint smile. Then his expression grew serious as he heard the battle take place. How are you doing? He asked them. We've retreated back to the inner parts of the castle, said Ernie. Voldemort has sent in everyone he can spare to attack this place. He shook his head before looking at the group. We heard about Hermione. If there's anything that I can do, Harry waved him off. Help me defeat Voldemort and we'll call it quits. He said. Who is in charge? Asked Susan. I would have said that McGonagall was in charge, but I don't think anyone is now, said Justin. She was hit by a powerful curse and Pomfrey says there isn't a cure, and he swore. Well, from now on, you take orders from me, Harry said firmly. We might just win this after all, Justin remarked, and he and Ernie took the new arrivals to where the biggest amount of fighting was taking place. The smell of death nearly made them be sick, and the sight of blood on the walls didn't help much. Smoke filled the air as curses, jinxes, hexes and spells rocketed backwards and forwards between the defenders and the Death Eaters. Potter's back. The cry filled the air and gave the battered defenders new hope. Harry had come to save them once again. The group split into teams who provided cover for a withdrawal back to the T-junction of some corridors. "When I give the word," Harry whispered as he took cover round the corner, "send the most powerful spells you can at them. Don't bother to aim for any one person, just think of the other end of the corridor and shoot," and they all nodded. The Death Eaters wondered why they had retreated again, and began moving up. "Now!" Harry bellowed, and a wall of spellwork hit the Death Eaters and killed or wounded most of them. "Now what?" asked Miriam. "If we can push these scum out of the castle then we might stand a chance," Harry thought quickly, "but I know we've not got the time for that, so we do this instead," and he filled them in on his plan. The plan was useless after several moments by the arrival of Voldemort. Harry didn't see him but his voice filled the castle. "I know you are in there, Harry Potter," he said. "If you surrender yourself then I might spare the life of your friends. I may even allow you to join my loyal Death Eaters," and the people surrounding him could see the inner battle that raged in Harry's. He surrendered, then Voldemort wouldn't keep the promise. But Harry knew he had to face him in battle in order to defeat him once and for all. "I'm going to face him," he said quietly. What no one realized for a while was that the Death Eaters had retreated from the castle. "You can't, Harry," said Lavender. "Only I can face him," Harry replied. "Not you, not anyone else, but me," he looked at them all. "Take this time to get the wounded medical attention," he added sighing. "I expect him to attack soon anyway. No doubt he needs to get his forces from wherever they are located at the moment. Shore up as much damage as you can, and also try to put some barricades up like making stone walls," and they nodded silently. "Do you want one of us to come with you?" asked Parvati. "Better not," Harry replied, "this is something that I alone must do," and before they could argue he walked off. Harry walked along the heavily damaged sections of the castle, saw the death and destruction that Voldemort had caused and promised that it would all end with the Dark Lord's death. He tried not to look at the broken bodies that silently awaited someone to collect them for later burial. A lot of the younger students littered the corridors and passageways, and the smell of blood made Harry be sick out the nearest hole in the wall. A lot of the dead were innocent children who had no useful information to the Death Eaters, and so they had been killed because of that very fact. As he picked his way round a mass of the dead, Harry noted that some of the Slytherins had remained loyal to Hogwarts, how many he would find out later. Acrid smoke filled his nostrils along with the unique smells of burning and burnt flesh, and Harry had to do a bubble head charm on himself so he wouldn't be sick again. As he got to the front doors of the castle, the bodies grew more and more. In number, they had lost a lot of good people this day. He saw Voldemort standing in the grounds surrounded by his followers. Harry took a deep breath, cancelled the bubble head and walked towards his enemy. "So at last," Voldemort said slowly, "we see each other plain. I knew you would return to this place. Knew that you would face me. And I knew that you die by my hand," and Harry shook his head and smirked. "If you surrender now, then I will ensure you and your followers get a fair and decent trial," he told Voldemort. "Lord Voldemort does not surrender," said the shell of what was once Tom Riddle. "I shall fight you to the death, display your rotting corpse as a warning to those who stand in my way, and show the Muggles how they are always subject to wizards," and Harry looked him in the eye. "Well, I did offer you it, don't blame me later. Muggles are subject to wizards. Only wizards. I can see that you are not an equal opportunities employer." And then he looked around at the eager Death Eaters who clearly wanted him to have pain before he died. "Well, if we are going to fight, then I don't want any of your followers to interfere," and to his surprise Voldemort agreed. "I shall take great delight in your defeat, Potter." He laughed highly, and then cast the first spell. All different types of spells, jinxes, curses and hexes flew between Harry and Voldemort, but he was too powerful and it was then that Harry came up with an idea. He allowed himself to be flung backwards and waited for Voldemort to loom over him. Before the Dark Lord could say or do anything, Harry jumped up and cast a severing charm on one of his arms. Arghachghachghachghachghachghachghachghachghachghachghachghachghachghachghachghachghachghachghachghachghachghachghachghachghachghachghachghachghachghachghachghachghachghachghachghachghachghachghachghachghachghachghachghachghachghachghachghachghachghachghachghachghachghachghachghachghachghachghachghachghghachghachghachghachghachghachghachghachghachghachghachghachghachghachghghachghghachghachghghachghghachghghachghghachghghachghachghachghachghachghghachghghachghachghghghghachghghghghachghghghachghghghachghghghachghghghghghghghghghghghghghghghghghghghghghghghghghghghghghghghghghghghghghghghghghghghghghghghghghghghghghghghghghghghghghghghghghghghghghghghghghghghghghghghghghghghghghghghghghghghghghghghghghghghghghghghghghghghghghghghghghghghghghghghghghghghghghghghghghghghghghghghghghghghghghghghghghghghghghghghghghghghghghghghghghghghghghghghghghghghgh Voldemort picked up his severed arm, touched the dark mark, and then Harry watched as he and his Death Eaters vanished. He stared at the spot for a few moments before turning and running back to the castle. He vanished. Susan asked again. I don't believe it myself, said Harry. It was like he needed to get to wherever he had come from, and at that moment, the doors to the Great Hall opened and Dean came running in. A look of abject horror and shock was plastered on his face. What? Harry asked him. I was talking to some people here, Dean began, and they said that certain students vanished after they heard Voldemort's screaming, he finished. Harry racked his brains for an answer to the problem faced. If Hermione had been alive, then she would have come up with an answer faster than traveling by portkey. Portkey, portkey, portkey. Harry's shout caused everyone around him to jump. I bet that the Death Eaters had portkeys around their necks. When they struck down some of them, I bet they only used stunners and planted portkeys linked to the one Voldemort was using, and Harry's tone grew darker. The bastard took hostages, he added thickly, then he saw Neville enter the hall. Even though he had seen death already, he was shaken, pale and not quite with it. Neville. Padma looked over at him. She's dead, Neville said simply. McGonagall. Seamus said. Thought she would last longer, but the other boy shook his head. It was at that point that he saw the string of butterbeer corks hanging limply out of one hand. Luna. Seamus couldn't finish what he was going to say. How? Asked Hannah. Not all of the Death Eaters left the castle. Luna defended a group of first and second years from being killed. Neville started shaking. When they found her, she'd had her skirt ripped off. She wasn't in one piece. He broke off into sobs. Miriam went over and offered her shoulder to cry on. We'll get the bastards, she promised him. The one person I loved more than Hermione, sobbed a distraught. Neville. That is enough, Harry snapped, and he went to the nearest dead Death Eater and searched around in their robes. He pulled out a long chain which he resized so it was bigger. The others looked at him in surprise at the sudden activity in the Great Hall. The tables had been banished to make room for more hospital beds, people being tended by older students and the few healers who managed to make an escape. Let's go and get our people, and as one they all put the chain around their necks. With a mutter of something in Parseltongue, they vanished from the hall and ended up in a large field near a tall and imposing mansion, Riddle Manor. The pop caused dozens of Death Eaters to look at them before they started firing spells at the group. They returned fire at once, but they were outnumbered and outgunned. Harry quickly looked behind him and saw a cave-like opening. He shouted it out, and they all backed off to get in it. In order to give them some time, Harry, Dean, Seamus and Susan cast shield charms that overlapped themselves so that it was nearly impossible to hurt them. This had the side effect of blocking them in the cave, which was very bad, and the Death Eaters battered the shields with blasting hexes. They took a few pot shots at them, but Harry knew that they didn't have a chance at all unless he. I'll surrender to Voldemort, he said quietly. You can't, Susan said, gasping like the others. If I give myself up, then it will allow you to get away, Harry told them all. And I might be able to get close to Voldemort and take him out, even if that means I go as well, and Seamus snorted. Well, we can't have that now, he said, and Harry simply stunned him. This is not an argument. Harry's tone carried no argument. He turned round and faced the opening. I'm Harry Potter. I surrender, but the Death Eaters didn't take the excuse at all, and they doubled their efforts to break down the shields and kill them all. We aren't going to make it, said Hannah. Don't talk like that, snapped Padma. There must be a way out of this, and she looked at the cave entrance. A bit in the distance, they could all see the Death Eaters advancing on them. The minute we step out of there, we are going to get hit by everything, Dean said. If we raise shields, then we cannot use the portkeys, he added. I'll shield you all, Harry said. I'm good for a number of shots, and his friends frowned at him. But how do you get out? Miriam asked him. He doesn't, Lavender said slowly. No, agreed Harry, I don't. I don't understand, said a confused Susan. I'll cover you and then try to apparate. Harry told her a complete lie, the others knew it. Risky, but someone has to do it. No, you can't, Parvati cried out. Who else is supposed to defeat Voldemort? And Harry shook his head. You'll find that out later, Harry said, and before she could protest, he had stunned her as well. They went out the cave, and Harry put everything he had into the shield charm. Dull thuds could be heard from the spells hitting the magical protection. Better get out of here, he told them, and Susan retrieved the portkey from around Harry's neck. They moved closer to him so they could use him as a booster for the portkey transmission, and then, just as they vanished, Harry saw a second shield appear behind his. He felt his hand being put on the portkey, and his own shield vanished. The next thing he saw was the grounds of Hogwarts once again. Harry. The portkey jolt had broken the stunner on Parvati. I don't get it. You body-bound me to stop myself from stopping you, but you're here. If you're here, then who? Her voice broke off as she registered who the missing person was. Neville heard the faint pop of his friends going away, and he felt no regrets at what he was going to do. He dropped the shield, and sent a blasting hex which took out the first 4 Death Eaters coming up the path. The son of Alice and Frank Longbottom gave as good as he got, but he was pushed up against the sheer cliff face. No way out now, said one of the hooded figures. They circled like sharks, and Neville had an idea. He wordlessly blew several of them to pieces before battling the others. Shots rocketed back and forth as they exchanged fire. Call yourselves bad. Neville mocked them as he cast another killing curse. You know who's bad. You're looking at him. And he fired anything and everything in quick-fire rapid succession. A severing spell caught his leg, and he fell heavily to the ground, but he continued to shoot for as long as he could. But he was relieved of his wand, and the Death Eaters loomed over him. It was clear that they all intended to make him suffer. He shifted to a sitting position, and felt the other wand he carried slip down his sleeve and into his hand. The blood poured from his severed leg, but it didn't really matter now. Time to make you suffer, said one of the Death Eaters, and they all pointed their wands at Neville. Neville though simply gripped Luna's wand, he had taken it from her body, and put every last effort into shouting his last words. I'm coming, Luna. Confringo. And the ground exploded as Neville took himself and all the Death Eaters around him. The sound echoed like a massive cannon as the 50-foot crater was formed in the ground, sending soil dozens of feet into the air. Harry sat at the top table in the Great Hall, and watched as people came in with various injuries. Teams of healers went between dozens of patients, assisted by the older students. The younger ones made themselves busy by running around and collecting things the healers and older students wanted. Harry had insisted that everyone get checked by the healers, but he himself had refused to be seen. Harry had even pulled his wand on an Auror who had tried to escort him to treatment. Nobody spoke to him, and nobody went near him. The death of Neville had affected him deeply. This wasn't his fight. Harry should have stayed behind to finish the job, not Neville. He had looked at reports that passed in front of him, and read the news that the Death Eaters seemed to be holding all of the remaining prisoners in the dungeons of Riddle Manor. Everyone from Voldemort to the newest recruit was there, and they would most likely going to kill them in the morning. By night time, only a handful of people were still awake, those who couldn't sleep. Harry walked around the battlements, and amongst the outer corridors. The plan kept getting changed in little parts until it fit just fine. Say that again, Susan said. Harry wants everybody in the Great Hall in less than 4 minutes, Hannah said. What for? Miriam asked, getting up from the sofa. She was puzzled as to what Harry would want at 4 in the morning with the entire school. Her eyes went wide when informed of the plan. Know what you are going to do? Seamus asked Dean. Not exactly, said his friend. Well, take your time. It takes approximately 4 minutes to get down there, Seamus said, and they walked down to the hall. All the tables and chairs had vanished, and Harry was stood at the far end on a large block of stone. The group managed to push their way to the front, and Harry began to speak. You all know who I am, so I'll make this easy. As you know, Neville Longbottom was killed whilst saving the lives of myself and others. He died in the attempt to free the hostages. Before I left, I created charms and cast spells that will allow this castle to move. I will use that ability to travel to Riddle Manor and free the hostages. I hope to accomplish this successfully, and Harry paused to look at the crowded hall, and then raised his voice. No one should feel obligated to join this mission in any way. This is a decision I have made for myself. If it turns out that there are not enough personnel to crew Hogwarts, I will lead a portkey beak with anyone WHO is willing to join me. Let there be no illusions, this is likely to be a one-way trip. So don't volunteer out of sentiment or emotion. There is a line running down this floor, and the packed hall split into 2 as they looked at the red line running down the exact middle of the hall. Volunteers, step to the right side. Everyone else, to the left, Harry got off the makeshift podium and stood in front of it. "Make your choice," he said quietly, but everyone could hear. Nobody moved until Susan slowly moved to the right side of the hall. She was followed by Dean, Seamus, Hannah, Padma and Parvati, Ernie Macmillan, Justin Finch Fletchley. All the remaining older members of Gryffindor came next and followed by Pomfrey. Harry out his hand out to stop her, and he said that she was needed with the wounded. The rest of the Hufflepuffs came next as well as the Ravenclaws. Though they normally stayed away from fighting, one of their house had been killed, they had a score to settle. A number of Aurors came to the left, while some remained or crossed to the right. People in the hall moved from one side to the other as they made their choices. Harry watched as 2 first-year Ravenclaws moved over and joined the volunteers, and Harry thought he knew them from somewhere. Then, and very slowly and deliberately, Daphne Greengrass and her sister Astoria moved to the left-hand side. The pair was followed up by Tracy Davis and Zabini Blaze. Harry was touched when he saw one little black-haired first or second-year Ravenclaw with a broken arm move over to volunteer, and somehow supporting a Hufflepuff who had her left leg in plaster. Harry was looking at the two sides when there was a very weak voice from the doors. "Excuse me," it said, and Harry saw McGonagall shuffling towards him. He started walking towards her, when she was held up by several students. The curse had taken a heavy toll on her, but the dependable teacher was not about to let her students down now, not when they needed her the most. "You should be resting," Harry said in a low voice. "I'm dying, Harry," replied McGonagall. "In a few hours I can have all the rest I want. Besides, you didn't think of taking off without me, did you?" She half accused him. "Not for a minute, Headmistress," Harry smiled, and the party moved to the front as the hall looked at the old Battleaxe's determination. "I made a rough count," said Lavender, and Harry put on a questioning look. "We have at least 200 plus students, and half that in Aurors," shook his head. "I hope that is enough," he said. "Listen up, people," Harry shouted. "You all have half an hour to pack as much as you can into your trunks. When you are packed, come back here for portkey travel." And they rapidly dispersed. "So now what do we do?" asked Daphne Greengrass. "We prepare to enter the belly of the beast. They will be expecting us to fight on the ground, and so have set up traps. I intend to surprise them by having teams of 2 on a broom. They will fly around and cause as much chaos as possible. As for the actual fighting side, it is just as well that I brought these along," and Harry withdrew several twigs from his inside jacket pocket. When he tapped each one, it resized into a Dauntless class broom. "What are those?" asked a voice. Harry turned to see Aurors Jackson and Sharp come close. "These are brooms made to transport several people at once. They are rather like Muggle troop transports. Each broom will hold 5 people and will deploy to different locations," Harry explained. "But what about the castle?" Seamus asked, and it was Padma's quick mind that came up with something. "We seal all the windows, turn them into part of the walls and shoot out of little holes," she said. "Death Blossom," said Dean with a grin, "all we need now is a gung-ho iguana telling me to relax," and he went off with Seamus to enjoy the last few moments of freedom he had left. Come to that, so did everyone else. Everyone who was not part of the mission had either left or was doing so. Because this would only surprise the Death Eaters for a moment, the Aurors waited on the brooms for the shift in location. Once that had happened, they would fly out and begin the fight. One thing was for certain, not all of them would be coming back alive. Back in the hall, and Harry was waiting for the last people to leave. "Last portkey out, last portkey out. If anyone stays behind, then your ass belongs to me." And after everyone had vanished, there was only silence. Harry went to the giant version of the Marauders map where the senior staff, as he had called them, waited for him. "Are we all set?" he asked. "Well, for what we are about to do," she replied. Harry chuckled, before casting a spell on himself. There was a dull tone as a spell carried his voice to all over the castle. "This is Harry Potter. In a few moments, I will jump the castle. I just want to say something though. On my personal authority as Lord Gryffindor, you are all authorized to use the killing curse if you need to, in order to protect yourself, your friends and this castle. Listen for instructions and orders, stand to your duties and trust your fellow pupils, and we'll all get through this. Hogwarts has seen a lot of history. Been through a lot of battles. This will be her last. She will not fail us, if we do not fail her. All hands, prepare for jump. And Lavender began a countdown. The castle exploded in light before it vanished, leaving a smoking hole where it had been moments before. It appeared in another flash of light in the air above Riddle Manor. The Death Eaters looked into the sky to see the castle hovering above them. Report, Harry shouted. Altitude is 75 feet, Lavender said. Launch them all. Susan shouted. A couple of students nodded and shouted the message along. A few moments later, everyone who had a broom launched from all of the towers, windows and doorways in Hogwarts' outer walls. The Death Eaters gathered their wits, and started shooting at the riders and the castle. Even through the thick stone floor, Harry could feel the blasting hexes blowing chunks out of the castle. He was glad that he and some others had filed the dungeons with stone to make things more difficult. My lord, a Death Eater came up and bowed before Voldemort. What is it? He asked. Potter and his friends have come again, the man panted. But he paused as if thinking of what to say. What is it? Voldemort thundered. Potter has brought Hogwarts with him, and Voldemort was about to crucio him when others came in with the same story. His robes flying behind him, the Dark Lord went to a window and looked out and saw it was true. No, he whispered. As the most evil man in recent times look on, the broomstick riders struck down his followers. Don't bother to stun them, use the killing curse on all those who fly against us, Voldemort ordered. The Death Eaters bowed once more and left to pass on the orders. Outside the manor, which was really a castle itself, the battle raged with an unmatched fury. People on both sides fell to spells and curses as they tried to defeat the other side. Harry turned the castle to put the strongest side first so that they could last longer, but a series of 7 blasting hexes took out the Ravenclaw Tower and dozens with it. Well, that wasn't very good, said Harry. On the Marauders map he saw that the most of Ravenclaw Tower was gone. The people shooting out of holes in the walls made certain to avenge their fallen comrades, and they obliterated the casters with terminal force. The battle lasted for hours on end, and no matter how good they were, Harry and the volunteers were simply outmatched. Worse was when Voldemort created a shield over his location, which meant they couldn't get in and stop him. We've lost all of the brooms, Ravenclaw Tower is destroyed, Gryffindor Tower has sustained several hits, and we've lost hundreds of people either by death or injury, Miriam said. Harry looked around at the tired and defeated people around him, saw the pain in their eyes. It's a trap, cried Dean. We can't repel firepower of that magnitude, he added as another, this time more ominous feeling, rumble shook the entire castle to its core. It was so powerful that it took everyone to their feet, and it sent them flying all over the place. Harry was the first to get up amid the dust and falling stonework to see the Marauders map showing him that Gryffindor Tower no longer existed, that entire area was badly hit and nobody was in that area. Report, he yelled. In order to give them more time, Harry moved Hogwarts higher into the air. We've lost 10 out of the 11 towers, nearly the entire West Wing is demolished and we're fast running out of fighters. Dean wiped the blood that came from his forehead. Harry looked at him, then the other injured people and sighed. Abandoned ship, he said quietly. What? Parvati shouted. It was clear she either didn't hear him, or didn't understand what he meant. Harry turned his wand to his throat and cast a spell so that his voice would fill what was left of Hogwarts. This is Harry Potter speaking for Professor McGonagall. Abandoned ship. Abandoned ship. All hands, abandon ship. This is not a drill. I say again, abandon ship, abandon ship. All hands, abandon ship. APPERATE away or come to the Great Hall to receive a portkey, and then Harry cancelled the spell. The silence was broken only by blasting hexes from the ground. You heard the order. Abandon ship, said Seamus. He and Dean went round and gave everyone portkeys to get out of Hogwarts and to the safe house that was currently being run by the Weasley twins. The Great Hall emptied quickly of everyone until only Harry and friends were left. Time to go, said Lavender. I'll catch up to you, said Harry. Something I have to do first, and he looked up from the Marauders map. You're going to fight Voldemort, said Hannah. Not exactly, Harry replied. He wanted Hogwarts, so I'll give it to him. Right down his effing throat, and the others looked blankly at his statement as they staggered after another serious hit. I don't understand, said Miriam. I'm going to ram the castle into the shield, Harry said. The sheer brute force should be enough to batter it down, and then we can get inside the place and hopefully kill Voldemort, and he looked silently at his friends before they nodded at him and portkeyed away. "Good luck, Harry," Hannah's words hung in the air as she vanished. Harry smiled at the empty air, and then turned to his task. He concentrated all of his magic into the act of causing Hogwarts to crash. The castle pelted down with tremendous speed, damaged and undamaged sections broke off as the ancient castle plummeted downwards in its final act. "Come on, baby," Harry spoke to the castle. "Just hold together for a few more seconds. Come on, come on, come on, come on," Harry chanted. The whole building shook as it plunged down, and Harry hoped that it would keep together longer enough. As it went down, Harry cast a spell that turned on all of the lights, inside and out. The Death Eaters saw it falling, and tried to blast it from the skies. They only succeeded in destroying more of the castle walls, and then it was too late. Hogwarts' School of Witchcraft and Wizardry slammed into the shield that Voldemort had created with the most tremendous explosion that had ever been heard by all present. The shield flickered, flared and then died as the sheer blunt force simply shattered it from existence. The blast effect threw many off their feet and flying stonework and debris caused many deaths. Harry watched from near a large crater which was a part testament to Neville's suicidal sacrifice. He looked at the entrance to Riddle Manor and saw the route to the castle was clear of people. He apparated directly to the front door so he didn't see the broken bodies of those who had given their lives in the cause of freedom. From those times Harry had seen images from Voldemort's mind, he knew just where to find him. He walked down the long corridors and simply beheaded those Death Eaters that stood in his way. Footsteps made him turn round and cast a stunner at the red-haired girl. Knowing that it would only last a few seconds, he pulled out a trunk, expanded it and placed her inside. Then when he closed the lid, Harry tapped it with his wand. The automatic return charm activated and with a screeching noise it vanished leaving a small breeze. Susan woke up and felt herself swirling around. When her head had cleared she remembered Harry turning on the spot and knocking her out. He must have put her in a portkey trunk and activated it because of the sensations. A moment of looking around, and the girl realized it was the trunk that Harry had made at Salem called the TARDIS. She tried to get the lid open but no spell worked. As she pounded the side of the trunk with her fists, a small beep caused her to turn around and look at Harry. It wasn't him exactly, but rather a sort of pensive recording of him in black and white. It was of a poor quality as the image shuddered, jutted and she could see right through it. "This is Emergency Program 1. Susan, now listen, this is important. If this message is activated, then it can only mean one thing. We must be in danger, and I mean fatal. I'm dead, or about to die any second with no chance of escape." "No," Susan cried out. "And that's okay," the image continued, "I hope it's a good death. But I promised to look after you, and that's what I'm doing. The TARDIS is taking you to a safe house. I won't let you," Susan said, but the image took no notice of her. "And I bet you're fussing and beeping now, typical. But hold on, and just listen a bit more. The TARDIS can never return for me," and as the image of Harry spoke, Susan moved slowly to its left side. "Emergency Program 1 means I'm facing an enemy that should never get their hands on this machine. So this is what you should do. Let the TARDIS die. Just let this old box gather dust, no one can open it, no one will even notice it. Let it become a strange little thing standing in an attic corner. And over the years, the world will move on, and the box will be buried. And if you wanna remember me, then you can do one thing. That's all, one thing," and to Susan's surprise, the image turned and looked her right in the eye which made her take a step or two backwards. "Have a good life. Do that for me, Susan. Have a fantastic life," and then the image faded out. "Can't do this to me," Susan whispered. "You can't," then she started yelling at the trunk. "Take me back, take me back." At the beginning of the year, Harry would have had serious issues with killing people outright, but now was very, very different. He never used the killing curse, but simply cast severing and banishing charms. He came to a set of doors, blasted them off their hinges and walked inside. "Potter," hissed Voldemort, then he raised a hand to stop his followers from attacking him. "Leave him to me. I will take great pleasure in your death, Harry," he laughed in his normal high-pitched tone. "Let's just end this right here and now," Harry said. "Very well," Voldemort agreed, and then he cast Crucio which Harry dodged. Impedimenta came Harry's opening move. He thought it had hit Voldemort, but the Dark Lord had moved away at the last moment. Reducto, Harry only just managed to dodge that vicious spell. If it had hit him, he would have been turned into a pile of ashes. Microsoft. Harry cast the most powerful virus he could think of, and it sliced into Voldemort's arm, causing him to scream out in pain. Master. One of the masked Death Eaters made a move towards him, but Voldemort waved him back in place. I will recover, he said, and then looked at Harry, who was getting to his feet. So you've got better, have you? Well, that won't save you now. Voldemort was mocking Harry as the two circled around. Sectum Sempra, and it hit Harry in his wand arm. He switched to his other hand, but Harry knew that it was only a matter of time. Then he came up with an idea that might just work. You win, he said, and pointed his wand down to the floor. I'll join you, and Voldemort cackled. I knew you would either join me or die by my hand, he said. Come and kneel before me so that you may receive the dark mark, and Harry went over and did as he was told. The Death Eaters watched as Harry went down on one knee in front of their master. I want to say one thing, Harry said through staggered breaths. What? Asked Voldemort. Are you really that stupid? Harry asked. Give my regards to Satan. Confringo, and he shoved his wand into Voldemort's chest as he spoke. The robes caught fire and then the skin as Voldemort burned. Instead of his flesh burning into ashen lumps, he began to turn into a puddle of ooze. I'm melting, screamed Voldemort. I'm melting. And as he died, the Death Eaters fell to the ground as their links with Voldemort vanished, leaving them effectively stunned. There was silence as the reign of terror that Voldemort had was over. Harry was expecting fireworks to appear out of somewhere, but there was nothing like that at all. Footsteps running towards the room made him turn with his wand pointing at the doorway, and Harry knew that he didn't stand a chance with him being drained and injured so much. Harry. Susan's voice made him lower his wand and drop to the floor. We need to get you to see a healer, but Harry shook his head. Patch me up, he said to her, we need to free the hostages, and she saw the look in his eyes. Okay, the girl replied. What is that though? And she pointed out the puddle that was burning through the stone floor. Susan Bones, meet the remains of Lord Voldemort aka Tom Riddle, Harry said grandly as she healed his arm as best she could. That helps a little bit, and he stood up with Susan's help. Who else disobeyed me? He asked. There's me, Dean, Seamus, and Miriam, Susan told him. The others are helping to sort out the mess, and then she asked Harry about what to do with the Death Eaters. We'll stun and bind them, Harry said, and that is what they did. Before the pair left the hall, they each cast a cleaning charm on the ooze of Voldemort's death. Together they went down to the dungeons where they met up with the others who had already set about freeing the prisoners. What's going on? Asked a man wearing ragged clothes. The war is over, Harry said, and the man hugged Harry tightly before being led away gently by Miriam. We saw what was left of the castle, Dean remarked. I think that is going to take a long time in repairs, and Harry smiled grimly. They can send me the bill, he said, and after making sure the building was clear of hostages, Harry allowed himself to be taken to get medical help. Dean and Seamus said they would gather and watch over the Death Eaters who had survived until something could be arranged for them. As they went outside to apparate away, they turned to see the smoking ruins of Hogwarts resting in various parts of the Riddle Manor. Some of the main structure had survived the plunge and was now on fire. Harry turned away, and used the last reserves of strength to apparate to one of the safe houses. I'm telling you he is not ready to sit up yet, a voice said firmly. Harry opened his eyes to clear the blackness away and say up. What is going on? He asked groggily. Mr. Potter. It was Madame Pomfrey. While I am glad to see the blood loss, mixed with the magical drain you suffered, didn't do you much harm, you should be lying down, but Harry shook his head. Somebody tell me what is going on, he said in a better voice. That bastard Dumbledore has gone to the ministry, taken over and decided that he saved the entire country, Seamus spoke somewhere to his left. He said that you killed him, but that he trained you and everything else. According to Dumbledore, all you did was just be a witness to Voldemort's defeat, and hate filled Harry. He got up off the bed he was lying in and got his wand off the table. He has the cheek to claim all of the glory after he and that stupid group of his ran away. And Harry stormed out the door to the private room he was in at St. Mungo's. The press waited for him outside, but they backed off when they saw the murderous looks they received. Who else is here? asked Harry as he walked down the corridor. All of us, those two Aurors that told you about Dumbledore and Lupin, Daphne Greengrass and her sister and a number of other people, said Hannah. She had been by Harry's bedside like the others had been. They owed their lives to Harry as did the entire world, magical and muggle. Where are they? Harry asked. On this floor, Dean told him. Harry only vaguely heard him as his mind worked. He found the room they were in from a healer who was only too happy to help, and Harry strolled inside with a weak smile on his face. Hello everyone, Harry said cheerfully. The people in the beds looked at him like he was touched by a curse or something. Potter, Daphne nodded at him. I see it takes more than a couple of jinxes to kill your Slytherin ass, Greengrass, Harry chuckled. No more than it does yourself, Potter, Greengrass smiled. So is this a courtesy call or what? She inquired, and Harry's expression hardened. Dumbledore and his group have taken over the ministry, he said to the room. Dumbledore is trying to claim all of the glory by saying that he trained me, helped me to fight, and all I actually did was finish him off. That man is no worse than Voldemort in some regards, and I think it is time for a change in leadership. The room looked at him before Astoria looked at him. I'm with you, she said. Daphne stared at her sister before threw the covers off herself and standing upright. I'll go as well, the Slytherin replied. Are you seriously going to simply walk into the ministry, go up to Albus Dumbledore, punch him in the jaw and then put him under arrest? Asked Auror Jackson. More or less, came Harry's reply. Well, count us in, said Sharp, and he and Jackson joined the party, saluting Harry as they did so. Excuse me, came a little voice, and everyone turned to look at the two Ravenclaws who were looking at Harry. Can we come too? They asked. It is going to be dangerous, Harry warned them. Perhaps, reasoned the girl, but we owe a debt to you, she added. Harry realized they must have made a magically binding debt to him. Okay then, he said at last. Help me with this, and I'll say the debt is over with, and the pair beamed. One thing though, and Harry waved his wand and they all wore robes instead of the pajamas they had been clothed in, doing the same to himself. How long have I been out for? He asked. Only about 5 hours, replied Miriam. She had been given the chance to return home to America, but the girl had stated that her place was with Harry until he came around. With the ragtag fleet behind him, Harry had no trouble in getting past the waiting press and members of the public. The atrium echoed with the sound of multiple pops, and people turned to look at the arrivals. The effects of the battle could still be seen. Huge gaping holes covered the walls and support beams, parts of the ceiling were missing, and the fountain of magical brethren was now a pile of scrap metal. When they saw Harry in the group, several Aurors moved towards him with wands drawn. Harry Potter, you are to be placed in protective custody, said the lead Auror. Custody? That'll make a mess out of your clothes, giggled Lavender. You will come with us, said the Auror again. Shut up, Nymphadora, Harry said sharply, I'm pissed at you already. You are no longer an Auror, and Harry looked at the other Aurors. Place Auror Nymphadora Tonks under arrest for conspiracy to murder and aiding and abetting a criminal, and they looked at each other. Put Harry under arrest for murder, Tonks said to her group. This is on Dumbledore's orders, she added. Albus Dumbledore is a coward, Harry shot back. He did fight when Voldemort started attacking the Ministry or Diagon Alley. When he attacked Hogwarts, the old bastard ran away. He ran away. He yelled. He manipulates people into thinking they owe him a great deal, but nobody owes him anything at all. Now I've already killed people today, and I am not all that bothered if I add some more people to that total, and the Aurors looked at each other. Don't believe him, shrieked Tonks. Dumbledore said he had to leave because he was not prepared for an attack so soon. Potter is trying to mess with your minds, she added. Auror Tonks is under arrest, Harry said slowly, clearly and precisely. Relieve her of her wand, put her in handcuffs and take her to a cell please, and the Aurors blinked before turning to face Tonks. You'll come with us, said one of them. No, Tonks yelled, and she pointed her wand at Harry. Before the woman could cast a spell she was hit by multiple stunners. Take her away, said Jackson, and the Aurors complied with the order. Where is Dumbledore? Dean asked. In the minister's office, said one of the defecting Aurors. You can either be with us or be against us, Harry said. The Aurors decided to be on Harry's side, and the party took both lifts to the floor containing the minister's office, and they encountered more people against them. Apart from a couple of Aurors, also present were Mr. and Mrs. Weasley, Ron, Ginny, Lupin and Dumbledore, who smiled at Harry warmly. "Harry, my dear boy," he began, "how nice it is to see you. You've come at the right time, for Miss Weasley here is pregnant with your child at last, and we can get you two married," and Harry brought his wand to bear. "Stop right there, Dumbledore," he said. "The only thing you will be doing is getting ready for your court case. You dare to claim that you all but defeated Voldemort." Anger was filling Harry's being. "Thousands of good people, wizard and witches alike, have died because you ran away. You and your effing group of idiots simply ran away from the fight. You hid whilst people died to protect their freedom." Harry had to pause for breath. "The Order didn't hide, we simply went to a location from where we could plot a counter-attack," Ron said. "And now that you are here, and that you are single again, we can become a family." Ginny snaked up to Harry and slid a hand onto his crotch. "Summon a healer," Harry said to Hannah. "Why?" she asked. "Ginevra needs medical attention," Harry said, and he punched Ginny square in the jaw, which spun her around and into the desk. The other Weasleys drew their wands on Harry, but the rest of Harry's party drew their wands and pointed at them. The Aurors also drew their wands but didn't fire. "Stand down," said Sharp in a tone that made them replace their wands. "Well, I'll forgive you that," said Dumbledore, "but now we must marry you to Ginny here," and Harry took a deep breath before speaking. "As head of the Potter family, holding 5 seats on the Wizengamot and as the headmaster of Hogwarts, I am hereby placing you under arrest on multiple charges of conspiracy to commit murder and others." This was the bit that Harry was looking forward to. "Albus Dumbledore, I have no choice but to relieve you of command," and he turned to the Aurors who had joined them in the atrium. "Prove yourselves to me by taking Dumbledore to the same cell block as Tonks is. While you're at it, put Remus Lupin under arrest for murder, Mr. Weasley for conspiracy on the same charges as Dumbledore, Mrs. Weasley on producing a restricted substance, Ron Weasley on attempted murder and fraud on the Potter family," and the Aurors nodded and bound the people mentioned in thick ropes. As they floated Dumbledore out the office, both the first-year Ravenclaws kicked him in the nuts. "You're a very bad man," they said in unison. "What about me?" Ginny asked. "You didn't mention anything about me," and Harry spun around to face her. "You essentially beat me," Harry said. "Now I don't know what the rules are for that in the magical world, but in the Muggle one it is taken seriously. But I'm not going to punish you that way," he continued. "You still owe me a life debt, and I am calling it in again. You will go to a room with Dean, Seamus and the first year and do to them whatever they want," and Ginny's eyes widened in horror. "Please no, Harry," she started crying. "I'll do anything but that," but her magic forced her to move to the door. "Wait," Harry called loudly. "You see that I have power over you. I could kill you without any problems if I wanted to. I will not though. You will be taken to St. Mungo's and examined very carefully, and if you are lying again then I will put you on trial and you can spend the next 1,000,000 years in Azkaban," and Ginny blinked at him. "Is there anything I can do for you?" she asked him quietly. "I want you to keep out of my life. You and your family have caused me nothing but pain and suffering this year," Harry replied. "If I need you for anything, it would only be as a quick screw," and he gestured for her to be taken away. "So who do we appoint as minister?" asked Daphne. "That would be Harry," said Parvati. "How so?" asked the Slytherin. "There is no head of the DMLE, the chief warlock is currently tied up and there are no other ministry officials present in the building that we know of," reasoned the girl. "Harry can appoint himself the minister if he wants," and Harry thought about to for a few moments. "I'll be the minister until elections can be held," he said at last. "Thank you for your help. If you have homes to go to then you can go there now. I am sure that your families must be worried about you," and most of them left. "Except the Pottle twins, Susan, Miriam and Dean. You all staying then?" Harry asked. "We've nowhere else to go," said most of them at the same time. "I have somewhere else to go," Dean said, and Harry shrugged, "but it's Peckham so I'm staying," and they all let out a much-needed laugh. Harry and the others remained at the ministry for another hour and a half before they took the flow to Allcroft House. The first order of business was to make some tea, and they sat in the garden to drink it in the lovely sunshine. It seemed odd to be doing something like it after something so terrible, but Harry needed the time alone with people he liked. It also gave him enough time to think of something to say to the press that evening when he would announce Voldemort's death officially. After a little while Miriam went inside claiming she was feeling a little bit tired after the fighting. Harry told her he felt the same as she indoors. "What are we going to do about Luna?" asked Parvati. "I'll confer an order of Merlin first class of course," Harry said, "and have a private service attended by whoever knew really her best from school." Padma looked at him before nodding. "I think she'd have liked that," she said. "And I'll give Neville one as well. In fact I think I'll simply give everyone who died a first-class medal. It is the least that we can do after what they gave up," Harry said, and he sipped his tea. "Will you hold a public service for Luna?" asked Dean. "Certainly not," Harry said firmly. "People didn't understand Luna, so why should they pretend to at her funeral?" He asked. "I'm going inside," said Susan, and the not-so-convincing tone wasn't lost on any of them. But as the red-haired girl stood up, there was a crash from the upstairs rooms and Harry jumped up and rocketed towards the house, wand out and ready for use. He burst into the kitchen but saw nobody there. Harry and Susan raced upstairs to Susan's room, which she had shared, and found Miriam lying on the floor and not moving. "Shit," Harry said, and he tried to stop Susan from coming in. "Miri!" Susan screamed and went to her girlfriend's side. "Wake up please," she begged. Harry performed a spell and found that Miriam had lost a lot of blood, had severe internal injuries and had only a faint pulse. Wasting no time at all, Harry grabbed Susan in one hand, Miriam in the other and apparated directly to St. Mungo's. "We've got a lot of them sorted out," the healer said. "But not enough," said Pomfrey. She had left with those people that had evacuated Hogwarts before the final battle had commenced. She was taking a moment's rest from treating all of the injured people when there was a tremendous explosion and every head in the ward turned to see what was going on. Harry, Miriam and Susan had appeared in the middle of the corridor and it was clear that Miriam was in need of help. This was confirmed when they heard Harry's shouting, "I need help," and the healers, those who were free, rushed over to assist. They took Miriam into a room whilst Harry and Susan waited outside. Only the healers came in or out as they worked on Miriam, and all the time Susan wept into Harry's body. An hour or so into the vigil the others had arrived in various states of dress, and Harry took the chance to stretch his legs for a moment. He walked down to the entrance to the ward and found a small detachment of Aurors standing guard. When they saw Harry approach, they jumped to their feet and saluted, which made Harry shake his head. "This isn't an official inspection," he told them. "I've a friend that's in here, and I can't find a good hot drink around here," and Harry joined them as they sat in the security checkpoint. "Can we get you anything?" asked one of the Aurors. Harry was about to reply with a no when he smelt coffee. "Is that what I think it is?" he asked, and pointed to a coffee pot. "Made it 5 minutes ago," said another Auror. "What are your names?" Harry asked. "Sean Connery, Roger Moore, Timothy Dalton, Pierce Brosnan. Make me a coffee with 2 sugars and I'll make you all senior Aurors," and Harry laughed as he saw the 5 Aurors rush to the coffee pot. He talked to them for a while until Harry heard a high-pitched scream. He and the Aurors jumped up and went to investigate and saw Susan rush past them with Hannah and the Pottle twins in hot pursuit. "2 of you go guard the doors to the ward," Harry ordered. The other 2 to follow them lot and make sure they are safe, and the newly promoted senior Aurors saluted and carried out Harry's instructions. Harry went to where Miriam was and found Dean and Seamus with pale faces. "They've finished working on Miriam," said Dean. "I'm guessing that it isn't good news," Harry said. "The healers, well you better speak to Pomfrey," Seamus said, and Harry went in to see the healers. They turned to see him walk in, and Pomfrey took him aside to speak quietly. "There isn't anything we can do," she told him softly. "If we had got to her quicker then maybe we had a chance. There was too much damage to be healed, even with all of the potions we have. I even called the doctor at Salem but he agreed there was nothing that could be done. We operated for 3 hours and tried everything. We shut down one hemorrhage and another one starts. The girl suffered severe cranial trauma. It's compromised her brain stem. Unfortunately, even with all our magic, the brain is still a mysterious organ. She'll be awake until the moment she dies. Whether or not that is an advantage, I don't know. She's asleep now but when she wakes up, then she'll talk as good as you," and Harry could tell that she had seen too much death for the rest of her life. "How long?" he asked. "An hour or so," Pomfrey replied. "I'll see her now," Harry said, and Pomfrey nodded and left the room. Harry went over to Miriam's bedside and sat in the chair that was next to the bed. She looked peaceful as she slept, and Harry was tired of his friends dying. Without saying a word, he withdrew the memory of the battle and copied it into his own mind. He was thinking of what to do later on when he heard a small voice. Harry. Miriam was awake. I'm here. Harry held her hand and lightly brushed some hair away from her face. What's the matter? She asked. Why is everything so blurry? And Harry hesitated. He didn't know if he should spare her the details of her pending death, or to tell her so she could prepare and compose herself. You got injured during the battle, Harry said. You didn't seem ill afterwards, so you didn't know something was wrong, and Miriam seemed a little frightened. It doesn't hurt, she said. The healers cast a pain-numbing spell, Harry said. Is that why I can't feel my legs? Miriam's voice was little more than a frightened whisper. Yes, Harry battled the tears that threatened to burst from his eyes. What's going to happen? Will I be able to see again? The question made Harry look away for a moment. I don't know, he replied. I just have to nip outside a moment, and with a weak smile he left the room to find that Dean and Seamus waited outside for him. Find Susan and bring her here. There isn't much time left, so do it quickly, and he followed them as far as the doors. He found Connery and Moore at the checkpoint. I want you to locate Rita Skeeter and place her under arrest. I don't care how you do it, but I want you to find her and hold her in maximum security for the next 48 hours, and both Aurors nodded and vanished after Harry told them their replacements would arrive shortly. They came in the form of Dalton and Brosnan as they arrived with Susan, Hannah, Dean, Seamus and the Pottle twins. Harry hugged Susan before she went in, followed by the others. A couple of healers watched as they entered, and Pomfrey came over to them. Miss Patterson took a turn for the worst, she said. It will only be a matter of minutes. Give her a pepper up, Harry said. I can't do that, Pomfrey said. Apart from the fact that it would violate my oath as a healer, it wouldn't do any good, and Harry shook his head. I know that, he said, and I am fully aware about your oath. But I want it done, and Pomfrey refused. I can't do it, and Harry snapped. You're relieved of duty, he said, and then turned to the other healers. Clear the room, and all the healers left the room. As they did so, Susan moved to Miriam's bedside. Susan, Miriam whispered. Is that you? And Susan nodded. Yeah, she replied through tears. Susie, what's going to happen to me? When will I be able to see again? I'm not sure. You're a very sick girl. Susan squeezed the hand of her girlfriend tightly as if she could heal her. Did you know about what had happened? She asked. I didn't want to upset you, Miriam said quietly. Am I going to die? She added. You're too sick to get better, Susan sobbed. So I'm going to die. Miriam was on the verge of tears as she asked her lover. Yes, Susan couldn't help but tell the truth to her. Dean, Seamus, Hannah, Padma and Parvati stood a respectful distance around the bed. Harry did the same as he went over the memories from Miriam of the battle. He came upon a decision that he wouldn't ever regret later on. If you'll stay with me, Miriam burst into tears, I won't be afraid, and Susan sat on the bed and hugged her as best she could. I'll stay right here, she assured her. I promise, and they talked to each other for a moment before Miriam's eyes darted around the room and she sniffed through the tears. It's getting darker, she murmured. I'm sleepy, the girl added as she labored for breath. Harry and the others knew this was Miriam's final moments, and Susan sobbed as she knew there was nothing to be done. It's all right. Go to sleep, she managed to say. We're all right here, and Miriam smiled and then closed her eyes. With one little gasp and a final breath, her head flopped to one side and she died. No, Susan lost it and began to cry uncontrollably, and she buried herself into Miriam's chest and cried and cried and cried. Hannah put a hand on her shoulder to let her know that someone was there for her. Please wake up, Miri, please wake up. And everyone was on the point of tears. Stay with Susan, Harry said, and he left the room without a comment. As he walked out the ward, he picked up the 4 Aurors, flowed to the ministry and headed to the Auror department. Jackson and Sharp were sat behind desks. Can we do something for you? Asked Jackson. I want you to find out who is the senior surviving ministry official after me, and then clear the ministry apart from that person and the Aurors on duty here, Harry said. When you have done that, join me in the Department of Mysteries, and Harry left with the 6 Aurors looking at each other. They did as they had been ordered, and found him waiting for them by the door which led to the passages. "Odd place for a party," said Sharp. "One of my friends has died after being attacked by a Death Eater. I managed to find out who it was, and that person is currently being held in the maximum security cells," Harry said. "I want you to go there and bring this person back with you inside here," and the Aurors looked at the name that was on the parchment. The atmosphere was very cold in the room. Harry's breath came out in clouds of mist as he watched the Aurors drag the prisoner into the freezing cold Department of Mysteries. Harry eyed the figure of Bellatrix Lestrange as she looked at him with a sneer. "If you let me free, then I'll ask my master to be easy on you," she said. "Voldemort is dead," Harry said. "The rest of your group are either dead or awaiting trial on multiple charges of treason, murder, beep, theft, beep, the list goes on. You are here not just because of that, but because of what you did to me," and Bellatrix laughed coldly. "Lucius will get me set free," she spat. "And you can't punish me anyway. What would Britain think to the murder of a pureblood by a bunch of blood traitors and mudbloods?" she asked. "Lucius is dead," Harry said, and he managed to keep the anger inside of him. "You cursed a friend of mine, caused her great pain, and now she lies dead because of what you did. For that I will exact my vengeance, and as Minister of Magic I hereby sentence you to death by firing squad," and he cast a sticking charm to Bella which slammed her against the wall. "Are you sure you want to do this?" Bellatrix shouted. "My death will result in the dark arts becoming more powerful than your so-called good side. And what would the lumbering old fool Dumbledore say to all of this when you tell him?" She sneered again. "Dumbledore is awaiting trial on many of the same charges," Harry said, and then he ordered the Aurors into position. "The use of the killing curse is now authorized. Ready, aim, fire." And the same spell was used by all 6 Aurors. Avada Kedavra, and identical spells hit Bellatrix above the heart, killing her instantly. As she slumped forward, Harry released the sticking charm, allowed her to fall to the stone floor, and then pointed his wand at her head. Bombarda, and the spell caused her head to explode. The sound echoed through the room, and the Aurors watched as Harry looked at the remains before turning to them. "Dispose of her remains through the veil," and then Harry went to where he expected someone to be. He was surprised to see both Professor Marchbanks and Kingsley Shacklebolt in the office, and he looked at the Auror with hatred. "What are you doing here?" he asked. "I am the Minister of Magic," Harry said shortly. "I asked for the senior person in the ministry to be brought here, but I guess they found 2 people," he added. "What do you want us for?" Marchbanks asked. "A moment please, Professor," Harry said, and he called in the 2 Aurors on guard duty outside. "Auror Shacklebolt, you are hereby relieved of command of the Auror forces. You are also hereby relieved of duty. Aurors, place Mr. Shacklebolt under arrest for conspiracy to commit murder and aiding and abetting amongst other things," Harry said, and the now dismissed Auror began to draw his wand from his robes but was stopped by the 2 Aurors who pointed their wands at him. "Dumbledore will get me out of here," Shacklebolt said as he was taken away. "I doubt that," Harry muttered. "Well, that was entertaining," said Marchbanks. Harry smiled grimly, and then sat behind the desk. "I expect you wonder why I called you here," Harry said, and Marchbanks nodded. "That was on my list of things to ask," replied the woman. "I need somebody who is completely trustworthy, not afraid to speak their mind, and from what I have read and from what little I know, that person is you," Harry said. "Thank you, Mr. Potter," said Marchbanks. "May I ask for what honor you require me for?" And Harry didn't answer for a moment. "I would like for you to become my Deputy Minister for Magic," Harry said, and watched as Marchbanks flapped her mouth repeatedly. "It would be my pleasure," she said. "Now that you have accepted," Harry said. "This is for you," and he handed over an envelope. "What is it?" asked Marchbanks. "That is my letter of resignation," Harry said, and he got up from the seat and gestured between it and Marchbanks. "But why?" asked the astounded woman. "People whom I have loved, liked and trusted have died because of this war. I am a widower, Madame Marchbanks. My wife was murdered by Remus Lupin, one of my father's friends, on Dumbledore's orders. They did it because they assumed I would think Voldemort and go to them for support and advice. I lost another 3 of my friends in the last day and a half because of a stupid fool that believed in power and cruelty to get what he wanted. I have seen innocent men, women and children killed while they stayed behind to fight. I saw hundreds and maybe even thousands of people wiped out because of the fact that I choose to stand up to Voldemort. Because they knew their sacrifice would buy me more time in order to defeat him. Though I didn't cause it, their blood is on my hands. I have stared death in the face so many times, that I am now on first-named terms with him. I stood on the line, I looked into the darkness, saw the evil and decreed no more. I battled Voldemort and won. The question is though, at what cost? During the battle over Riddle Manor, I saw the wounded and heard the screams of the injured and the dying. Those sounds will haunt me for a very long time. Every night when I sleep, I will remember those sounds. I am a widower, madam. I am a man who lost 3 friends, somebody I considered the finest deputy headmistress that Hogwarts had in many years and my 2 house elves whom I considered as part of the family. I have had enough of this, and all I want is to be left alone for a while. In my letter, you'll find a list of people I recommend should get Order of Merlin medals. If you want to do one thing for me, then give them to those who deserve them. And Marchbanks watched as Harry walked out of the office and listened to his footsteps echo away down the corridor. "We failed Harry Potter," she said to an empty office. Harry didn't speak to anybody as he left the ministry, and he flowed back St. Mungo's where he found the remainder of his friends stood outside where Miriam's body remained. "What did you do?" asked Dean. "I found out who had attacked Miriam, went to the ministry and had them executed and their remains put through the veil," Harry said, and Dean looked at the lack of emotion from that statement. "Is Susan inside?" He asked nobody in particular. "Yeah," said Lavender. She had been unable to get to the magical hospital before Miriam's death, and had therefore missed Harry heading for the ministry by a matter of seconds. They wanted to do an autopsy on Miriam to see what had killed her, but Susan refused to let that happen. "She is in there getting Miriam ready for her," she trailed off. "Right," said Harry. "It will be in the papers later, so I might as well tell you now. I appointed Madame Marchbanks as deputy minister and then resigned immediately afterwards. I want to spend time grieving properly and not have to deal with the stupid goings-on of the wizarding world," and they all agreed with what Harry had done. It wasn't long until Susan came out of the room and Hannah put an arm around her in order to comfort her. "Take her to our home," Harry said, and Hannah nodded and led Susan away followed by the girls amongst them. Dean and Seamus stood either side of Harry acting like bodyguards, and he dealt with preparations for Miriam's funeral. He decided that there would be a private service for her, Luna and Neville as they knew them the best. Harry asked the healers to seal the room and make sure that Miriam didn't degrade until a coffin was made for her. As they left to go to Allcroft House they saw Jackson and Sharp on the doors, and both of them snapped to attention and brought their hands to their foreheads. "I've quit. I'm no longer the minister, so lose the salute," Harry told them. "We wanted to thank you for saving our lives," said Jackson. "If there is anything we can do for you," added Sharp. "I'm not the minister and I'm not an Auror so I can't give you an order," Harry said. "But if you would like to do something for me in your own time, would you please stand guard over the door to Miriam please? Don't go in at all, but simply cast anti-apparition and anti-portkey spells so nobody tries to move her with Susan's say-so," and the Aurors nodded, saluted despite what they had been told, and moved to carry out Harry's request. Harry, Dean and Seamus flowed to their shared home and left behind a broken and badly damaged world. "Why her?" Susan asked Harry. "Why her and not me?" And Harry didn't know what to do. In response he simply patted his knee and Susan came over and sat on his lap and hugged him. I don't," Harry hesitated. He decided to tell the truth about what had happened to Miriam. "She put herself in front of you because Miriam didn't want you to get hurt. She loved you a great deal," and there was a slight pause. "How do you know?" asked the girl. "Because before she came round, I took some of her memories, copied them, put the originals back into her mind and then went over the attack in my own mind," Harry said. "I found out who caused her death and dealt with it," he added. "Who?" came the question. "It was Bellatrix. I had her taken from the ministry cells to the Department of Mysteries and executed her by a firing squad of Aurors," Harry said, and he felt Susan press her face into his chest deeper and she tightened her grip around him. Harry simply keyed the top of her head, stroked her back and gave a great deal of comfort to her. "Harry," she asked after a long silence. "Yeah, does it ever get better?" Susan asked him. "For a long time afterwards you'll have survivor's guilt. You will wonder why you survived and why Miri didn't. When I lost Hermione I wondered what I would do without her. But I had the help and support of my friends to get me through the dark moments, and Harry felt and heard Susan sniff. Every time you hear, see or smell certain things in the near future, you'll be reminded of Miriam. That will lessen as weeks go by, but as long as you cherish and love the moments you spent with her, then Miriam will never truly die. And they spent another hour holding each other as they thought about their loved ones. Will you do it? Asked Madame Marchbanks. Of course, said Jackson. I want you to get a cast iron case against them, Marchbanks said to him. I don't care how you do it, as long as it is legal, just make sure those bastards are going down. Talk to each of them, offer them time in Azkaban if they give us names, places, dates, you know the drill, and Jackson nodded. I'll draft people in from other departments, he said. We failed Harry Potter twice, said the newest minister, we will not fail him again. The ticking of the clock penetrated the silence, which was only broken by the sniffs and sobs of Susan. Harry looked at the time and decided that they had better go to bed and hope for a better day tomorrow. I'll take you to your room, he said, and Susan slipped off his lap and stood up. Harry, she whispered, I want you to tell me something, and I want you to tell me the truth. Why did you send me back when you took on Voldemort? And Harry sighed. Because I didn't want the surrogate mother of my child to be harmed, Harry said, and Susan gasped before flinging her arms around Harry's neck and keying him on the cheek. Do you mean it? She asked. I do, Harry assured her, and I am certain that Hermione would have approved, and Harry looked at the time again. What do you say to getting the guys together and going out for a good old-fashioned pub crawl? He said. Susan blinked and frowned at Harry until she got what he meant. I'll get changed, she said, and she went to the room she had shared until recently with Miriam. Harry chuckled and then went to wake up those that had been sleeping. What do you want? Asked a sleepy-sounding Lavender. Susan and I have had enough of all the shit piled on top of us, Harry said, so we're going out and getting smashed. Do any of you care to join us? And everyone woke up quickly enough. The group didn't crawl back in until 7 the next morning, and they went to sleep for several hours before waking up and ready to face the undiscovered country. Do you know what the charges are? Yes. Do you understand them? Yes. It is the judgment of this court that you are. To be continue. I hope you enjoyed this story. Also remember to subscribe and like this video. See you in the next video.